What's going on, everybody? How y'all doing? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Oh man, we got a couple of videos to check out, y'all. Come on in here. As you come in, be sure to hit that like button because that keeps the videos in the algorithm. But hit that like button either way. Hit the like button. Y'all, we're gonna finally get to it. What I want to do is start off with I want to say this was an interview she did with George. Because George is like a bystander at this point, letting all this stuff happen. I heard Turning Point's taking a knee, and somehow they're catering to her, which is absolutely ridiculous. If you ask me, it's ridiculous. They're giving her an opportunity to come in and ask questions as if they owe her something. And that's part of the problem. Candace makes accusations. She's not asking questions. And you would think she would be the one presenting evidence. But she wants to go on this, I guess, interview, fishing expedition, so that they can give her evidence on something and prove stuff to her. That's not how it should work. So Turning Point's taking a knee. That's how I feel about that. Because me personally, I would be like, no, we're not inviting you to come over here. As much as she has dogged out Turning Point and defamed and slandered them, it makes no sense. If anything, they should be suing her ass. But they're sitting here saying, oh, come in and ask us all these dumb questions where you've never asked us before and you've only made accusations with no evidence. Yeah, we'll invite you on to do the same thing, basically, because none of that is going to change. It's not going to change her candy asses. It's not going to change their mentality and how they feel, the perception of Turning Point. Her going to them to ask questions on their set or them coming to her show or whatever is not going to change anything. If nothing else, it's going to be used to further her plot. And Turning Point not smart enough to see that. Yeah, come on. What's going on, everybody? How you doing? Shout out to all of you. Oh, let me take the comments on. There you go. Oh, Laura, how you doing, honey? Shout out to my mods. Shout out to the members, the supporters here, the Luxters. Thank you all so much for tuning in. We're at 29,400 Luxters in the LLC. We're still trying to get to 30. Let's go. Little under 500 subs needed to hit the 30,000 mark. So make sure you guys are hitting the like button and sharing this content. Share the content, post it up on Twitter, on Instagram. Tell everybody about it so we can get the LLC growing. Because, see, I bring the facts, and that's all I know how to do. And I want people to be informed. So when I make the statements I'm making about Turning Point taking a knee, you'll understand why. Because this is going to be, if not the same, probably worse. Because all it is her throwing a tantrum and expecting them to meet her demands. It wasn't a matter of something being wrong where she could prove with evidence. They didn't even know what an endowment was. It's just a matter of, oh, let me go in here and snoop around so I can say more dumb things about it. It's not going to help Turning Point. So whatever they think is going to come out of this, boy, they got it coming. Oh, it's not going to be what they think it is. And that's just based on the last 3 months of her dogging them out. I mean, seriously. When someone shows you who they are, believe them. Yeah, that's the wisdom for the day. When someone shows you who they are, believe them. Believe them. Candace, you've been slandering this company for 3 months straight, girl. So, it's a joke, man. Oh, what's going on? You up 2.0? How you doing, honey? Shout out to all of you all. I think a bunch of people are in the J Witt Live still. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm going live. I can catch his later. I'm sure he'll catch mine when he can. Shout out to him. It's my brother in Christ. Jay Witt, shout out to him. But we going live because I got to do Umar. I want to do an Umar live stream tonight. And I still have to get up and go to the office in the morning. Y'all gotta still work. So y'all make sure you hit the like button. Ways to donate to support the channel. Scrolling below with the Cash App, Super Zelle. There's a $25 gold stream we have. I'm still going to get the new desk. I just haven't had time to do it. I really haven't. It's just been a lot going on, especially since my mother was in a car accident and I've had a cold. I had a cold. So it's been just a lot happening. And of course, holidays is coming up. So I'm definitely going to get the new desk, but we have the target. And of course, there are expenses related to the channel to continue to make great content. You guys can always support it, but I just appreciate the like button being hit and sharing this content and subscribing here. I have added the new feature to the channel. So for comments to be left, yes, you need to subscribe, even if you subscribe for like a few minutes. That's just because we're going to have the candy asses and the bots come in, but when you come back repeatedly, show some love. Let us know how much you love us by subscribing. There you go. It's free to do. It doesn't charge you one red penny. And it's well appreciated. I appreciate you guys so much for tuning in. We're going to get to it in a second. Let me make sure I have that feature on. We're going to kick this off with the interview. I hope y'all saw the thumbnail. This interview she did with George on her show. I guess her way of introducing the world to him, or something to that extent. And then we'll go to the new show she did tonight, and we'll get through that. Yeah, boy. So let's see here. Yeah. So subscribe to the Lady Luck Club. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I appreciate all of you. I really do. Okay, one that's live. Okay, what's going on? Can you all see both live? Okay. Because it looks like the vertical broadcast is not live for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know how to change the duration to what I did. Okay, so cool. So yeah, as you guys come in, feel free to engage in the chat. Feel free to ask questions. Racial slurs and all that nonsense is going to be booted out. You don't have to agree with what I say, but going to the point where you calling somebody a racial slur is stupid. It's just dumb. I'm not. We're not entertaining that. So yeah, you're gonna get booted out for that. Just like you think you have the right to say it, I have the right to not read it. How about that? Everybody got rights. But let's get to it, y'all. I'm so excited. Let me make sure I give some shout outs to all of you all. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate all of you. Oh man. Sam says she will not dare do a live stream with Turning Point USA. She will come up with some BS why she can't do. That's why I think they have done that. Probably. 10,000 views on one vid. I know. That's such a blessing, y'all. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That last video had 13,000, over 13,000 views. That's amazing. It's really an honor. I appreciate that. It's over 1 billion users on YouTube, and you guys choose to rock out with me. So I have to say thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. And we don't do videos for people to not watch it. It defeats the purpose of being on YouTube or on social media in general. Yeah, it's so funny. No one says this to Candace Owens. Why are you doing videos for views? Like, because it's silly. She does videos to get views, but the content she's doing to try to get views is what's gross. Focusing on someone's death for 3 months and then lying about it, and then you're trying to get views with that. That's gross. Talking about her lying about these things and then debunking her. Of course, people are going to do that because there are people out here who just want the truth out. They don't want people to be deceived and swayed. The proof is in the fact that there's 5 million people that are still swayed on all the things that she says. And who says we don't have the right to debunk her? Oh, we do. And we're going to do it. That's it. We're gonna call her out. Yep. My son told me that Candace and Charlie had did date. Did they? Yeah, I always said that. I said I think that Candace Owens was in love with Charlie Kirk and he just didn't pick her. He went with Erica Kirk. Wasn't she Miss what you call it? She won one of those pageants. I could be wrong. It's some sort of state pageant or something like that. I mean, you can imagine like Candace in her mind, I guess she forgets she's a black woman. I don't, she tries to compare herself to people. You're talking about jealousy and envy, girl. They still not gonna make you CEO or Turning Point, Candace. And why try to compete with somebody like he picked Erica Kirk? He obviously knew that was who he was meant to marry and be with. And Candace is the one that used his credit card to go out to Turning Point UK so she can go be with George for 18 days. So I mean, you know, she did what she did, right? Why is she not happy about it? Shout out to Jay Wood, I know. Thank you so much, Laura. I appreciate it. The comment and it just it's always a reminder to me. Sometimes I'll start the stream and forget about the $25 goal, but people get offended with that. It's like 25 bucks. Even if you don't give any money, just hit the like button and comment and engage in the chat. Those are free things to do. Oh man, can't make this up. Oh yes, and Dr. Squatch products will be tagged. I keep forgetting to mention that as well. Dr. Squatch products. We have a partnership with them. Soaps and deodorants and toiletries that smell good and have you feeling clean and fresh. We did do a product unveiling a few months back, and I enjoyed the soap products. So cashmere wood is my favorite scent, and those products will be tagged. So check out the products that's going to be tagged from Dr. Squatch. Christmas time is coming up. Send some soap over to Candace. Tell her to stop being a potty mouth. Now, who am I to talk? I cuss too. Thank you so much. Chris said, happy to find you. I'm too am independent and call things like it is, not biased by any group, and have love for all good people, regardless of color, gender, religion, etc. Love and respect. Thank you so much. And that's what we're here for. The truth is the truth. It doesn't have a color to it. It's not about being a man or woman or Republican or Democrat. A fact is a fact. Laws are laws. And none of those things care how we feel. And that is the goal. There are going to be people who won't favor listening to me and my style of reporting. And some may favor someone else's style of reporting. I don't expect everybody to like me. But I'm not going to change who I am and lean towards one side or the other when it comes to sharing the truth, sharing facts and evidence and information that people need to know. Candace has got a rude awakening on this lawsuit when she goes to court. I hope that she understands what she's getting into if she does go over to Turning Point and do an interview with them. It's going to be recorded. So let's say, they're deciding, okay, we've had enough. We really do want to take her to court. Let's go ahead and invite her to an interview. She still hasn't grasped the concept that everything she says and does could be used against her in a court of law in a lawsuit. So if that is what their goal is, great. But otherwise, it looks like they're taking a knee to me. That's how I feel. Because all she's been doing is just making demands and allegations that have not been substantiated, that have been absolutely false. She's pointed the finger at everybody. She has attacked Mikey McCoy relentlessly. And then they turn around and invite her to an interview. That makes no sense. I'm not going to invite someone that's attacking me and accusing me of being involved in someone's murder to have an interview with me. For what? No, I want you to stay far away from me. You don't invite something like that to your house and to your dwelling, bringing all that negativity and all that evil nonsense and stuff into your business, into your atmosphere. And for what? I mean, unless, like I said, unless they plan on asking questions where she won't be able to answer, or they make demands of her to produce evidence, I don't really see how that's going to be fruitful. I just, it's crazy. TPUSA invited her to their live stream coming up to talk about her lies and accusations. Do we think she will do it? Beneficial? Hmm. If she doesn't, she's going to be just like she was with the CNN interview, just absolutely condescending, start yelling and screaming, and dancing around the topic and the subject. She's not going to answer any question with any truthfulness to it. It's not being done in good faith. So it's like, why do it? That to me is the thing. Now, if, like I said, if they are strategic enough in being able to stay calm, ask questions to get her on the record, that's one thing. But they know how she is. They see how she conducted herself in the interview with the CNN reporter with L, and they saw how she had to remain calm. If it wasn't for, the young lady with CNN remaining calm, Candace Owens would have been yelling, screaming, and going back and forth. She was already being condescending. And it's like you're saying things that make no sense already. Why be insulting with it? Being a smartass for nothing. And still got no answers out of her. She says she had leaks in the FBI. Why is she demanding Turning Point give over responses if she claims that she has leaks in Turning Point? That's why I don't understand. Why even give her an interview when she said on her show that she has insiders with Turning Point USA that have sent her emails, they have sent her, communication about things they feel isn't right, something's wrong, blah, blah, blah. Why would she need to do an interview then? Why not just talk to those insiders with Turning Point USA? Doesn't that make sense? Wouldn't you want to sit down with the people who actually, these employees allegedly, who are actually emailing you saying, hey, I can give you an, off the record type of interview and share this information. Why would she need to turn around and then demand answers from Turning Point when she doesn't even show the emails that these so-called insiders are sending her? Make that make sense. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. I just don't see the point why she would want to do it. Rules of the chat. Be respectful. Thank you so much. What's going on, my kitty? My kitties. My kitty stinks so bad. You can't make this up. Y'all need to take on profile names, man. Hey, Queen, favorite rose sword. Oh, God. Coming in being nasty. My son said they tried to play it off, but that's why she is so obsessed. Oh, God. Yeah, Candace, you obsessed, girl. We can tell that. Oh, man. Yes, Erica was Miss Arizona. Thank you, Crazy Lady. I appreciate that telling me that. Erica Kirk was Miss Arizona. Oh, man. And after Ben fired her, she flipped. Yes. Hey, Francisca. Shout out to my mods. Shout out to my mods, Laura, Francisca up in here. We got Yuck up in here. We got everybody up in here. People coming in. Thank you all so much. We're about to get to it. I hope y'all ready. Because I'm just gonna laugh at this whole thing. Let's see here. I just want to make sure I get all y'all comments up. Sam Green says, can't wait for Candace to pay for all her lies, which she will. We're gonna be here for it. Yes. We're gonna be tuning into the hearings, Candace. So, yeah, you're not going to be able to ask the court, can you keep all the media out of these hearings? No, ma'am. Nope. I wish this was a federal lawsuit that they would have filed against her, but it's not. It's with the Superior Court of Delaware. No, those hearings are open to the public, girl. Yay. My memory is on an upswing. Oh, man, y'all ready? All hands on deck because I know it's going to get hot and heavy. They invited her for a debate. Yeah, I heard. Am I being mean? No, I said your your profile name is funny. Diane, what's going on? Anyone here, George, has filed for a divorce? What? That would be the news of the day if he did. Inappropriate. Ah, it's- he hasn't said anything weird. You know, maybe yeah. I can't talk about my STDs now. Yeah, yeah, y'all know I can handle the trolls. I know when people troll. Oh man, it's so funny. What's going on? Andrea says, I don't understand taking a knee. That's not what I got out of TPUSA's comments today. It's how I feel. It's how I feel. I think they're taking a knee. They're bending to her tantrums, all of her derogatory and defamatory accusations, just to give her an interview when she claims she has insiders that could easily be interviewed. Candace, why don't you just post the emails that these Turning Point insiders sent you saying something's off, something's wrong, unless you were lying? Were you lying, Candace? Were you lying about those emails coming from those Turning Point insiders? I'm curious to know, Candace. Were you lying about these Turning Point insiders? Because I think she was lying. Hey, Dan. I think she was lying. They called her out. I have to see. I have to see. Is this going to be in her show? Did they call her out? Did she play the video of them calling her out in the show? Or is that like a post or something? I'm sure one of you all will email me for it. If they called her out, then I must have missed a post or something. I think it was smart of TPUSA to bite her. You know she won't. Hey, I could be wrong about their intention. That's why I said unless they're doing this, because it could be one or two things. Unless they're doing this because they want to get her on the record, which to me would make more sense. And I did say this earlier. I don't know if you heard me say that. Um, and shout out to you. Thank you so much. It could be a matter where they're trying to get her on record. All the things she said, all the false allegations, all of the derogatory, defamatory statements she's made. Perhaps they want to question her and get her on the record and to get her to answer. I just see that to be futile considering one, her demeanor and behavior. We've seen her yell back and forth and then say, you can't prove I don't know what I don't know, and I can't prove what I know. Like just giving word salad, beating around the bush, being condescending, more so of what her candy asses are. They call you names and they say dumb things when they can't really make a valid point or an argument. And then they copy and paste the same comment over again. That's how their cult leader is. That's how Candace Owens is. When she can't win an argument with intellectual conversation and give facts and evidence, just like when she was called out by Piers Morgan about not having a degree. She was like, "Oh, I didn't take debate because you can't prove that you have a degree. You won't even say what year you graduated, let alone show the actual degrees." So we all know she's not going to show any evidence. So that's it's one of the reasons why I say it will be a waste of time. But if they can just get her on the record and maybe she says something that causes, you know, them to at least have a little bit more leverage, and they decide they want to sue her ass, oh, that'd be great. But if they're just doing this because she's been throwing a tantrum, demanding these answers and blah blah blah, and she's the one going in thinking she's going to be questioning them, well, how are they going to maintain that upper hand? Because all it takes is for her to go in crying about something, and then that's it. That's how I see it. It's just going to be a matter of, oh, they finally, adhere to my cries, and I think we won, and blah blah blah. Okay, but you you're gonna go in and ask them what? All the things you've been accusing them of? So you're gonna go and ask them, hey, you guys, were you all involved in Charlie Kirk's death? They're gonna say no. So then what? Other than her asking about maybe the tax forms or something like that, everything else has been an accusation. So unless they are strategically able to get information out of her, to get responses out of her, and they're able to maintain their cool, hopefully they take a page from that CNN interview she did. And they look past the insults because she's going to be insulting and demeaning, and condescending. And they're able to really get her to slip up and say some things on record. That'd be great. But is that going to happen? Is my question. And if they don't have an assured way of that happening, eh, it'll be a waste of time if she does go. I think she's going to go because it's her ego and pride. And she feels like she has something to prove. Plus, she's been trying to get back to Turning Point USA for 1,000 years. I just, I'm curious to know how Erica Kirk feels about this. Anybody heard from her? Like, this is weird. How does Erica Kirk feel about this? That's what I would love to know that. Yeah, I mean, if they called her out, great. I hope they call her out. I hope so. Because I said flat out they need to just sue her and be done with it. If they can get any information out of her and get her to at least slip up, you know, not be afraid to ask her direct questions and get a response on the record. Keep her from beating around the bush. The questions need to be strategically asked in a way to where it's impossible for her to beat around the bush. Then that'd be that'd be great. That'd be great for them. But if it's more of her just, going in thinking she's gonna run the show and they actually let her do it, oh man, that's gonna be a disaster. And that's just my opinion on that, y'all. My opinion on that. I love how you always call Candace a heifer. Oh, Candace, you're an heifer. Oh, yeah, I never stop. Yeah. Sam, I promise to include it in the future merch. She won't accept the invite. I mean, if she's sitting here bragging about on her show, I don't know. A lot. I saw some of the candy ass cult members saying don't go. So I mean, it could be a possibility. Maybe she uses that as an excuse. I consulted with my team, and I just decided, if I've been accusing these people of being involved in a cover up, and they're hiding things from the public, and they're not being honest all this time, then why would I go there for them to lie to me in my face? Yeah, I can see that. I can totally see that. I can totally see her using that as an excuse to say, no, I'm not going to go. Just like she didn't go to Charlie Kirk's funeral, because that would be one question I would expect them to ask. Why didn't you show up for Charlie Kirk's funeral or his memorial, or when his wife was given the Presidential Medal of Freedom, or any other event where he was, you know, given some level of honor, a tribute, a legacy, or something? Why weren't you there at the funeral? You would think, and this is before you thought you were, hit with an assassination attempt. You think Candace would have been there at the memorial for Charlie Kirk, but she wasn't. So yeah, I can definitely see that. I can see her trying to flake out of it, just like she did Charlie Kirk's memorial and funeral, and then talk about I'll be listening to Kanye West as she ignores the fact he apologized to a Jewish rabbi on national television. Candace, are you ever going to even talk about? You know what? Never mind. She ain't gonna talk about that. Oh man, Crazy Lady says Turn Point USA also said they will have a show to address all her allegations. I think they are going to bury her. They have had lots of time to listen to her BS, and I bet they have lots to prove she's lying. Oh, we've been debunking her along the way too. Oh yeah, you have a lot of independent journalists, content creators, just people who are disgusted at her behavior, debunking the crap out of her. I'm waiting on what's the content creator's name? Kurtz, to do the Becoming Candace series. Oh, that's gonna be good. Oh, shout out to her. Is it Kurt? Colonel Kurtz? Or Colonel? I want to make sure I'm saying her name right. But she's doing a Becoming Candace series. It's high time for it. So I can't wait to that. And that's gonna, man, it's gonna debunk a whole lot. And it explains Candace's whole need to just lie like she's breathing air. In her world, she has to create this utopia where things are just this way, as opposed to her just doing some research and reading, looking up the definition of the word evidence. She's put this image out here for herself, and now she feels like she's got to live up to it, but through the lens of lying like hell. Yeah, but we're tired of you saying all this nonsense where you can't produce evidence. We're still waiting on that text message. I hope y'all saw the videos I posted up earlier today. Make sure you guys check them out. It'll be in the Candace Owens playlist as well. And it's some clips from the longer live streams, because some of you say, "Hey, Lady Luck Club," and I get emails like this often to please break down the longer lives. Some of you guys, most of you guys actually like the longer lives, but some of you all want it broken down. So I try my best, like I did earlier today, to do that breakdown and take out some clips, of just the the bare bones information. And those thumbnails are epic. Shout out to Milk Bar. He's keeping his foot on her neck. And so are we. Jay Witt. I mean, the list goes on. Denise. Uh, Tinashe Peters back on it with his reporting. The story box. Russell and KD. Chicks on the right. I mean, they just going in. And we're here for it. We are here for it. I think they are calling her bluff. I hope so. I hope so. I really hope so. What's going on? Damn Riz, how you doing? What's going on? How you doing? Everybody tuning in. Thank y'all so much. Y'all ready? Let's get started. Yes, is it is Cannell Kurtz? Is that her name? I just want to make sure, is it Colonel or Colonial? Is it exactly as it's spelled? Shout out to her. She's actually been in the chat previously. She's, caught a couple other live streams we've done. And it was absolutely an honor. So make sure you guys check her channel out. If I can get one of the mods to drop the link to her YouTube channel in the chat, that would be fantastic. She's going to be doing the series on Becoming Candace. It needs to be done. And hopefully I told her she can use all my videos she wants to use, especially when we go over the lawsuits, because those lawsuits are just chock full of goodies. Because Candace, how's that yeast infection treating you? You can't go to court blaming everything on your yeast infections and your pregnancies, girl. Judge will not care about none of that. He's gonna be like, ma'am, we don't care that you're itching and burning down there. You blaming this on your babies. You're gonna blame your deplorable behavior and your just innate ability to lie, like you're breathing air, on your pregnancies. Is that what you're doing, Mrs. Owens Farmer? Oh, okay. No. That judge gonna be so mad. Oh man. I think Mikey McCoy is the one who told her she wasn't welcome at funeral. That's why she is going so hard on him. Yes, it's Colonel as an army Colonel. Got it. Awesome. So Colonel Kurtz. Fantastic. Thank you, Laura. Lie always falls apart. Yes. Pronounced Colonel. Thank you all so much. So Colonel Kurtz, content creator, fantastic content creator, will be doing the Becoming Candace series, and she is more than welcome to use my videos. However, girl, just go for it. It's a whole playlist there. Have at it. And I am just excited for your Becoming Candace series to come out, because, she has like this can't be done to her. It's high time that we do it. So shout out to her. Let's get to it, y'all. Let's get to this show here. And then we'll get to her new episode today. This is Candace Owens. Meet My Husband, George Farmer, episode 119. And they're going to have this weird discussion. I haven't seen the whole thing, so I have to watch it with you all. Anything I watch with Candace, now I have to watch with you all, so we can all be traumatized together. Put a one in the chat if you can see in here. Let's get to it.
taken me 6 years to book this next guest. Very difficult person to book, but I made it happen. George Farmer, welcome to Candace.
Hi, honey.
How come it's taken? Why do you never come on my show? I try so hard to get you on the show, and it's been 6 entire years since you've done that.
You know, your skills are in front of the camera. Mine are behind them.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
I like to let you do your thing. I do my thing. We do our own things, you know?
Well, I have a list of questions that the internet
George, you're behind the camera. You hearing her say all this nonsense. And not one time do you hold up a sign and say, honey, where's your evidence? Please stop saying that. Can you change the topic? Why are you talking about Charlie Kirk? Where did you get these photos of you and Charlie Kirk from? Not one time does he even hold up a sign asking these questions. Yeah, George. I don't know if he needs help or rescuing or what, but I want you all to just pay attention to their interaction, the body language, the eye contact. And the fact so far, he's already said, you do your thing, I do my thing. Yeah, because boys clubs and all. Yeah, okay.
Like to ask you.
I do.
Don't worry, it's not too bad. I will start, obviously. People love to hear the story about how we met because it was, I wouldn't even say a bit like a rom-com. It actually was a rom-com featuring Russell Brand, who does a lot of rom-coms. He's actually known for a lot of rom-coms. And so for those of people that don't know the story, it was a wintry night in London. I was filming a podcast with a very communist Russell Brand, by the way. I would like to be very clear. He was very far on the left. And it was his Under the Skin podcast, supposed to be for like an hour. It ended up being 3 hours of filming. And you had a friend, Paul Joseph Watson, who was a mutual friend, but I had never met him. And he and I were supposed to meet up to finally meet off of the internet just to say hi to each other. And he never told me that he had actually organized an entire dinner for me and for Charlie Kirk with about 30 people. So I had no idea that there was a dinner being thrown in my honor in which he kind of pawned it off to you to organize the dinner. Mm-hmm. So I arrive 3 hours late. My assistant informs me that there are a bunch of people waiting for me. I get out of Russell Brand's house, and I was very apologetic when I arrived 3 hours late because I like to be punctual. And I sat next to you, and you basically said nothing to me.
Correct. Yeah. I did what I've done for the past 6 years. I just said nothing.
And it worked.
Yeah,
it absolutely worked.
And then you married me, so I have no idea why.
Yeah. 18 days later,
that's right.
We get engaged. And I think the first question that a lot of my audience members have
Did y'all hear that?
Is
he said I said nothing and then you married me and I have no idea why. George, we're asking the same question, dude. You understand, sir? Young man. Young man. We're all asking the same question. Why? Why did you marry her after 18 days? Why? Why you marry after 18 days? Make this make sense. He said, I have no idea why, but he proposed to her. I know, right? Y'all hearing this? Shout out to you, Caleb. Lord Jesus. No. Call him, Laura. Call him. This is insane. Insane in the membrane. Hilarious. We're here to laugh at this. You can't make this up. So yeah, okay. He's already said they do their own thing. His thing is in front of the camera. His thing is behind the camera, letting her fall flat on her face and double down on the macrons and all this other stuff. No sign of, can you stop saying that? They're going to continue to sue us, girl. Nothing. And now he's like, I said nothing. I'm doing what I've been doing for 6 years. I don't even know why you married me. George, could it be that you are worth over $244 million? Could that be it? Maybe take away 5 million for Candace part. You're still valued over $235 million. Perhaps, just perhaps, that may have something to do with it. A lot to do with it. That could be everything. I hope you got a prenup, buddy. I hope you got a prenup.
How did your family and friends react to that? This American girl just breezes on in, and then you're like, hey, I'm going to get married to this person that I barely know after 18 days.
Ugh,
Well, most of my
can't
friends
make this up.
thought that I was crazy, and I'm still not sure they've recovered from that opinion. But the family took it
I can say no, they haven't, because I know I haven't. George, there's something very sinister about you. Something very dark and sinister. Like your wife. Yeah, this is hilarious.
pretty well. I mean, my parents were pretty. They again were like a bit kind of like, okay, this is very crazy, very odd, but sort of we'll go along with it and see where this goes. And then they met you. I think that was a big game changer for a lot of people, because when they meet you, they're always as in awe as I was when I first met you. But they were very receptive, and after a while, I think everyone realized that it was real, and that was the really big hurdle to get over. Was that everyone initially thought, is this crazy? Is this just, like a fire-flung romance? And then it was like, okay, this is actually real. This is happening. They're going to get married. And then the mood sort of moved to acceptance, and people got on board, and then they realized how great you were, and then everyone was pretty happy about it.
Did you have any friend who, unbeknownst
How long did it take them to make this acceptance? Because it sounds like he just said his friends are still trying to get past that opinion after 6 years. They're on what, 4 kids now? And his friends still haven't accepted the fact that he's crazy. You can't make this up. He makes it sound like an arranged marriage of some sort. Except they got married first, and then they start arranging things after that. But what the hell? Candace acts like she has no relatives or families of her own, because I personally, like, if she said her grandfather was more pivotal in her life. So you have a grandfather that's, like that father figure in your life who raised you and took care of you. And he's okay with you marrying somebody after 18 days of knowing him. I don't care what race, I don't care what country you come from. I don't care. Any man that loves his daughter or daughter figure or granddaughter is not going to just sit back and say, yeah, this is okay after 18 days, unless there is something in this that would be beneficial to them, that would cause them to just look away from all of this. Perhaps being bought out. Perhaps the idea that your granddaughter is marrying someone that's worth $244 million is a reason for you to not somehow use logic and wisdom and tell her 18 days is too soon. You don't know who the hell he is, and no amount of money should be worth you just marrying somebody after 18 days. Y'all hadn't even gone out on a date. You don't even know if he cleans up his room. You can't even say what his morning breakfast like or nothing. And you just gonna marry him? And she had a father in her life, a grandfather in her life. My father demanded that the boy that took me on my first date, my first little date, met him and asked him. So I couldn't even go out on a date, on my first date with my first boyfriend, until he asked my dad if it was okay. I don't know any real. Where all the real dads up in the chat? To all the dads that got daughters in this chat, put a 1 in the chat. Would you let your daughter marry some dude after 18 days of knowing them, and they never even went on a date? She calls you. She says, "Hey, Dad, would you allow that to happen? You got dads. You're a dad. You got a daughter. Put a 1 in the chat, because I want to talk to the gentleman of the Lady Luck Club, the Lucksters, the gentlemen with daughters. And I'm daddy's girl, so I can tell you all. You know, I used to sit back and like, oh my God, why my dad just won't just shake his hand or something. But I understand now. I understand now. He made the boy ask him. My this, my first boyfriend had to come to church with me to ask my father. This was the only place he was gonna really meet him at. He had to come to church, sit in service with me, just to ask my dad if he could take me out on a date. So, to all the gentlemen of the Lady Luck Club that have daughters, would you allow your daughter to just go marry someone after 18 days of knowing them? And and here's the caveat: this dude lives in another country, and he has $244 million. Put a yes or no. One for yes, I'm okay with that. Two for no, that will never happen. Three in the chat. Lady Luck Club, why the hell are you asking me this question? My daughter is invaluable. Hell to the no, Mr. Said. So that would never happen. CC says that would never happen. Hell to the no. Candace views what is right. That's Candace. CC said no. Maybe if he's gay. Nope. Truth said nope. It's just, what would you allow your daughter? Let's use common sense for a second. Would you allow your daughter to marry someone after only knowing them for 18 days? And she says, hey, Dad, he has $244 million, but he's from the UK. He's British. So he's not even in the same country. So even if they wanted to date, he couldn't because he was in the UK at the time. Remember, she said she took Charlie Kirk's credit card and booked flights to go out to Turning Point, UK. And that's where she met him. He proposed to her over a video, didn't he? So, I mean, this is the thing. They had, if you want to call it a relationship, it was long term. It was like a far distance, not long term. They had a long distance relationship. He was in a whole nother country. So use some common sense. You're going to let your daughter marry somebody that's in a whole nother country only after 18 days. They never even courted, went out on a date. You know nothing about him. She don't know nothing about him. All she knows is he's got $244 million. That's it. So that's the whole thing. I mean, my dad will be like, are you out of your mind? So what if he has you and the kids move to the UK and then you're never seen or heard from again? Then what? That $244 million is going to be worth that? Candace is about to single-handedly help him lose it with lawsuits. Can't make this up. This is how they met. This is their real life. George doesn't pass the vibe check. Exactly. Yeah, Zoom calls. I think he proposed to her over Zoom or something. My child is not for sale. Thank you. All that jazz. Oh, child. And marrying a gay rich man would get killed by his lover. Oh no. He's gay, he's filthy rich, grandpa. Can't make this up. George lived in the UK while Candace was in America after they married. And that's what I'm saying. They were long distance. They were long distance. It's insane. Well, her brother gave her away with a smirk on his face, like the cat from Alice in Wonderland on their wedding day. They probably all just like, yeah, he's got money. So is he gonna buy us houses or somehow this gonna go? Like, I just can't imagine it. I cannot imagine this. My dad would not, man. My dad would be like, nope, bye. You might want to try again. How about you go out there and redo this? Because this ain't gonna work. My dad didn't even want me to go out of state college. He definitely would not want me to go to a whole nother country to be with somebody. And I mean, after 18 days now. Not that he would stop me from living life, but think about this: 18 days, George from the UK with $244 million of old money running in his family. Got a long history in his family here. And he proposed to her over a Zoom call, not even in person. You can't make this up. All right, let's get back to
To
it.
me was like, listen, mate, as they say in the UK, listen, mate, you are making a really bad decision, the worst decision possibly of your life.
No, not really. I mean,
Is that a credit to them or a discredit to them?
yeah, probably. I think it's a credit to them. Yeah, I mean, I think my best man, Nick, who you obviously know very well, his original reaction was, "You're crazy, and
Yep.
this is never going to happen." That was really when I first met you. Like on the first night that we first met, people were very. When I went back from that night, I was like, okay, there's this girl, very interesting. Like this could go somewhere, all that kind of stuff. And his initial reaction was, "You're completely insane." But then by come January, come February, come March of the next year, which was 2019 when we got married, it was like, yeah, this is happening and this is good. This is good. Everyone likes you.
I remember for me, I didn't have anybody in my personal life that was saying, don't do
Yeah, because she didn't have anybody in her personal life. Not even her relatives. She doesn't care about her own relatives and what they think. You don't have anyone in your personal life. Your grandfather didn't say anything. Your brother, none of the men in your life, Candace, said anything to you. You can't make this up. And yet Candace constantly talks about being submissive. I mean, I had to be submissive to my dad before I could be submissive to my husband. Because that was the male leader in my life before I got married. You can't make this up. So she didn't even listen to her grandfather. I didn't have anybody in my personal life. Your family in your personal life, your grandfather in your personal life. What do you mean? You can't make this up.
this, but I definitely had people in my professional life who were saying, I will never forget this.
Yeah.
We have to call him out, right? We do. Charlie Kirk, Charles Kirk, if you are watching right now. But obviously he was very young, and both of us were just so absorbed with politics, and we were traveling together everywhere. Charlie really was like a little brother to me. And I remember he's just like, you just
Oh my
cannot do
God.
this. You don't know this person. And then one of
Duh. She didn't even listen to Charlie Kirk. Yeah, one person that she was in love with that gave her sound advice and she ignored it.
the donors to Turning Point USA was telling him it would be very bad for my brand. And that really stuck with me. That one of the donors said it would be very bad for your brand for you to like not marry a black guy from the projects or something like
Yeah,
that.
that's right. Yeah.
And I was sort of rebutted.
Do you think it's been bad for your brand?
Sort of
That's the
rebutted.
real question. I think is it bad for your brand now?
Well, I do not typically consider
$244 million is not bad for anybody's brand. Okay, George? Just want you to know that. The fact that you have a lot of money and wealth, that on its own, on its face value, that's not bad for Candace Owens' brand. I believe, good sir, that is what she was going after when she said yes when you proposed to her after 18 days. How's my accent working, Francisca? Am I getting close, friend? I believe, good sir, after 18 days, that she'd realized she would have more wealth and security with you. And she said yes. Yeah. You can't make this up. Oh, we're laughing at this. We're just laughing at this. Yeah, I hope George is. I can't tell what Candace is anymore. She claims to be Catholic or Christian. He says he's a Catholic and a Christian, but then he talks about why he didn't want to be a Protestant anymore in another video. And I'm sitting here like, oh my God. What happened to him? Something must have happened to you, George. Something awful must have happened to you in church. because he just dogs out Protestantism. And you don't have to be. Listen, I'm not Protestant, but I'm just saying he just dogs it out. I mean, you can't make this up. Is it Protestants, Christians as well? You can't make this up.
Or who I'm going to marry as a brand decision, which is what I explained
Maybe
to
you
them.
should.
Yeah.
You say
But
gay.
yeah, we got married and we proved the naysayers wrong. And it's been a lot of learning experience. I think another question that a lot of people have is, what is the most difficult part about being married to Candace Owens?
How long have we got?
Damn.
Well, I like to joke with you, and you know that I tell you
How long
this
we
joke.
got?
So really, this is just for the audience, but I like to joke that there are many different women.
Y'all, look how he's looking at her. He almost like he's scared. George, it's okay. Just wave the white flag if you need rescuing, okay? You don't have to be there and be afraid. Y'all, you see how he gave her this look? Like his eyes kind of like went back and forth, back and forth.
Most difficult part about being married to Candace Owens.
Okay, look.
How long have we got?
Okay, look.
Well, I like to joke with you, and you know that I tell you this joke. So really, this is just for the audience, but I like to joke that there are many different women I'm married to because I'm never quite sure who I'm going to get in one day. So it's like someday I'm going to get one personality, and the next day it's this personality, and then you've got your investigative journalist hat on, and then you've got...
No, she's impersonating an investigator. So, Candace, it sounds like you have multiple personality disorder. Your husband is saying he married multiple women. What kind of response? Oh, man. Oh, this is hilarious.
Well, I like to joke with you, and you know that I tell you this joke. So really, this is just for the audience, but I like to joke that there are many different women I'm married to because...
Yeah, he's dead ass serious, y'all. He meant that. That's not a joke for him. He is literally saying there is multiple personalities in this woman's head. I feel like I married 18 different women, and I don't know which one I'm going to get day by day. You can't make this up. Yo, you say my wife has multiple personality disorder without saying it. Candace, your husband just said there are many different women I'm married to. Oh, I gotta snip this. This is snip worthy, y'all. Your Honor, Exhibit F. Well, I don't even know what letter we on. This is too good. Your Honor, even the defendant's husband says that there are many different women he's married to because she has so many personalities. Who the hell knows? Who the hell knows is gonna come back up those stairs? He's scared to death, Yana. He is scared to death. You know, because everything is faking gay. George, are you faking gay?
I'm never quite sure who I'm going to get in one day. So it's like someday I'm going to get one personality, and the next day it's this personality, and then you've got your investigative journalist hat on, and then you've got your mother's hat on, and then you've got your Catholic hat on. So there's a few hats that you're wearing.
What's Catholic a hat? So if I'm Baptist, is there a Baptist hat that should be putting on? Yeah, perhaps I need to make a Baptist hat because I didn't know that religion was a hat. Is there a Protestant hat? Maybe a Lutheran. How does this go again? So Catholicism is a hat. You put it on your head and you wear it like a, piece of clothing. And then you can take it off whenever you want. I guess you can't make this up.
At any one point in time. So it's always fun. I wouldn't say that's difficult. It's really just a joy of who you are as a person.
You're being kind. It's also been a tremendous challenge. And I think
I am being kind
personally to you because you're so different from the environment that you're now stuck into, which is to say,
yeah, that's true.
You are an Englishman. You
stuck. Candace, he's not stuck, girl. He's got $244 million. He could leave you right now if he wanted to. Him and the boys could pack up and leave right now. Candace, he's not stuck, girl. I'm sure his parents want him to come back to the UK either way, and it would not bother him. As long as he would be able to get his kids, I think that's the only thing. He's not going to leave 4 children behind. But no. No, he's going back to the UK if he wanted to. You can't make this stuff up. He said, "I am being kind."
Like to retreat, sort of read your texts.
Oh, this is so
a quiet place with a cigar.
Yep, this is all correct.
This is all very correct. Yep. And then you marry this sort of loud American. You don't like taking pictures. You don't like being seen or photographed. And then you marry this loud American. And so you've really had to adjust, I think would be the
loud
correct
and
word.
wrong.
Yeah. It is the meeting of the two cultures is perfected in our marriage, I would say. Yeah. The bombastic Americanism versus the retired English persona has definitely been
like, bombastic American
fine-tuned. But
George, not all of Americans are like this, okay? You've already halfway admitted that she has multiple personality disorder. Thank you for that. But not all of us are like that. Candace is putting on all kinds of hats, except her thinking hat, her reading hat, the hat with common sense, the hat of wisdom, the hat of knowledge and understanding. You know, there are a lot of hats that she's failing to put on. The hat of truth. You know, because truth. Like, she refuses to tell the truth. She don't put on that hat. Him and the boys, y'all. Oh, what's the name of that show on Netflix? Oh, it reminds me so much of him. Wonder Bread. You can make this up. The hat of common sense. Yep. There's a lot of hats they leaving out. Oh, let's see. Stacey says, shout out to you, Stacey. He might leave them all behind and go back to his Wonder Bread lifestyle in the UK. Big Mouth Candace doesn't fit a polite society. No, and she said the key words here. You know, he doesn't like getting out in the camera, taking photos and stuff like that. And she does. Candace, that obviously means that you like attention. Obviously, that means that you like the attention. You want the lights, the cameras, the action. You want to take photos. You're not showing us, like, there's nothing you're saying here that it shows that you're just laid back and quiet and simple. So he's the one where he comes in the shadows, you know, around the corner, like Batman, when nobody can see him coming. And then he strikes with his cigar and his Catholic hat. And you are out here doing a whole runway, Candace. While you're doing your runway show, he's walking away with his trench coat hat on and his Catholic hat and his cigar. And he's just waiting on you to hurry the hell up. In the meantime, I'm going to hang out with the boys. I'll see you later.
I think that, like, I mean, I love America. I mean, it goes without saying, but I love the American spirit and culture, and you obviously embody much of that. It's much more exciting in so many ways than England. And that's not to say that I don't love England, because I do love England, but there are parts about England which really are just quite, like, melancholic, I would say, and quite nostalgic. And that is not who I am necessarily as a person. I'd sort of grown tired of that by the time that we had met. I was much more like needing to reinvigorate my life and to, like, find the next big project to move on to. And kind of, I'm not saying that America was a big project, but it is definitely a different culture. It's one which I really enjoy. You know,
which is funny.
Yeah, one he relates to the most, you know, because George, do you not know that they refer to the United States as Babylon? For many reasons. But you would think that you would enjoy a simple, quiet life at this age with 4 kids and all. No. You can see the boys' clubs are just as boring there. I'm gonna keep making that joke. Candace, it's all your fault because you're the one that's always talking about everything being fake and gay. So don't get upset when we start to say that about George, okay? Take it like a champion.
Because those are the sort of the elements that I really loved about England, that I really fell in love with, like sort of the...
You're always attracted to the opposite.
Yeah. it's England, particularly London, is a bit of a Jane Austen novel, and it's one
Oh, I would
of
never say put
those,
on
at least for me,
Lucifer.
one of the cities that actually like lives up to the hype.
Yeah.
It and so
It
I
used to. I
used
think
to.
it's faded a bit now,
Yeah.
under Sadiq Khan, who's a pretty terrible mayor. But
Many people say that it's changed a lot.
yeah, we've had a kind of peak age,
Mm-mm.
but like it is beautiful. It's a great city. It's a nice city.
Damn
But
dinosaurs.
it's also it's changed a lot. But England as a whole, like, is a very beautiful country. I mean, it's filled with beautiful, history, tradition, churches, culture, the universities, the ancient universities like Oxbridge, Durham, they're wonderful places to visit. But it is in danger of kind of slipping into that like European psychosis of just becoming a beautiful museum, and there's nothing invigorating about it. It needs to be revitalized. Like, you actually need to have something which is growing and producing goods and making society work, and kind of it's slipping.
Yeah, I think you've definitely made me appreciate a lot of those aspects of American culture, because there is something about England that is quite parochial, and it seems like it's never changing, which is beautiful in many ways, but also.
I just want to remind you all that Candace does not know the definition of the words globalism or nationalism. Okay. When she spoke at this Turning Point UK event, she said something along the lines of, yeah, I don't have a problem with nationalism. When you think about the birth rates and all the stuff here in England, I don't have a problem with nationalism. It's globalism that I have an issue with. And everybody was just kind of like quiet because they were like, what the hell did she just say? I actually played the clip in a previous video stream. But if you look that up, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. And it was the most dumbest thing I've ever heard come out of her mouth. And it showed that she did not know the concept or definition of nationalism or globalism. And guess who was standing right there listening to her say that crap? George Farmer. While she talked about their birth rates. You can't make this up. But then another interview, she says that Englishmen like having a lot of children. So either they have an issue with birth rates or they don't. I mean, I don't get it. And what did that have to do with nationalism again?
So sometimes not, because you want things to change,
Mm-hmm.
not necessarily to give up traditions, not necessarily to give up beauty and architecture and taking your time to make things, which I think America could learn from. But definitely, I think in terms of their willingness to confront certain issues, I would probably say, I find the English to be incredibly polite, which I think can be very frustrating. I would imagine can be very frustrating for people that live there. So for you, coming to America, moving your entire life here after being a person that's born and raised in London and has lived in this sort of quiet, sleepy, melancholic culture, what has been the biggest change or culture shock?
The bacon. Obviously the bacon, which is infinitely superior in America. I would say that. I think it's really important to be honest about your own country and culture. American bacon is just much better than English.
And burgers.
Yep, the burgers too. Driving on the right-hand side of the road is the right side of the road to drive on. Definitely, having now driven a lot of miles on both sides of the road. But there are other things like, people dress better in England. There's just no doubt about it. They dress better. What would I say is the biggest culture shock in general?
Wow.
I would say that
I'm gonna be honest. I do like the way they tend to be very dapper in England. Okay. I really do. I'm talking about the waistcoats and the trench coats and the suit and ties. It's just very dapper. I can appreciate that.
there is definitely an aspect of what I just mentioned, which is kind of that willingness to get up and change things and do things, which is really powerful in America. Like, that is definitely that is one of the biggest culture shocks. Like, and there are other people who have said the same thing. There is, I was reading something the other day where somebody who had previously lived in Germany moved to America, and they basically said, before I moved to America, my father worked in a nonprofit and my mother worked for the federal government of Germany. And so no one in my life, and no one that I really knew in my life, had ever worked in a for-profit business. Like, everyone had either been subsidized by other people or subsidized by the state. And so when you move to America, like for me, that was one of the hugest things. Like, you just kind of move over here. There's people just doing things the whole time. And it is a culture of activity and entrepreneurial spirit. And so that for me was a huge eye opener when I moved here. I would also say that the other big thing, which has kind of faded in my acknowledgement of how revolutionary it is in some ways, is just because it's now, I'm now part of that culture in America, so I've become less receptive to how big it is. But I remember how big it is when I go back to the UK, is faith. Because in America, faith is a default. It's almost something which people open with in conversations, particularly obviously where we live in Tennessee. You will come across people the whole time saying, what church do you go to? And I was listening to a faith-based podcast, or I was reading the Bible, or something like that. And in Britain, I would argue it is one of the most advanced secular cultures in the world. And you talk about faith in the public domain in Britain, and people look at you as if you've got 5 heads. And it's really just very demoralizing. It's quite hostile, really, to actually organize.
Is this just dogging out UK? Is it like that? Is anyone else in the UK? I'm trying to see, like, is it that bad? Seriously? That's all I'm just asking here. Anyone else in the UK? Yeah, Francisca. Where you at, honey? UK is more like Pakistan these days. True. Billy, yep. Capital is yes. I was engaged to a guy from England years ago. They're quite reserved until they hit American soil. I like the English sarcasm. Yeah, I like the fact that, George literally admitted that his wife has multiple personalities and he married different women when he married her. I mean, I would call it sarcasm, but he was being dead ass. He was being very serious, y'all. He was serious. He is not lying about that. UK is secular. Okay, cool. Gotcha. What's going on? It's fine. How you doing? Oh, she said, be right back. Gotcha. Okay, so UK is secular. I just want to make sure. Because I'm like, I'm not from the UK, but I just want to see, like, where he is with this. Because people I've met and talked to, albeit on social media, have had the ability to have a conversation about, religion, about Christianity in particular. And, I didn't get any feedback or responses. Like, I'm just, it's just a religious overt. Like, no. never got anything back from anyone that has been a supporter of the LLC from the UK. So, that's something new to me. Yeah, you learn something new every day. Many Brits are agnostic. Okay. I wasn't talking about George. I meant the true English patriots. Their sarcasm is great. Oh, I got you. George is spot on about Candace personalities. He is. When was this convo? What do you mean? When I have conversation in general, I have followers, supporters here at Luxters that are from the UK. So anytime we talk about faith or Christianity, in the LLC, I never get pushed back that I'm sounding like a religious overt, like I'm not able to, like they're able to engage in conversation without it being off-putting. So for him to say that they're more secular and then they look at you like you've got 5 heads if you talk about faith, I've never experienced that. But yet and still, I've never been in the UK either. So that's why I asked. And the conversation with Cannon Land and Hubby. Oh, I don't know. What's going on, everybody? All right, y'all, let's get back to it. This is something else.
Faith. And there's a difference between continental Europe and the UK. Continental Europe has predominantly been Catholic, and there's much more of a kind of hardcore Catholicism in places like France and Spain. Obviously, Italy is completely separate because that's where the home of the church is. But, you've got these countries in Europe where there's kind of a hardcore Catholic movement. And so if you say, like, I go to mass every day, or I take my faith life seriously, and you say it to one of those people, they would be very receptive to that. And there's a whole branch of society which is kind of built around preserving the faith. But in Britain, the Anglican Church, which is the state church, is very liberal. I mean, it's incredibly progressive. And as a result, most of British society have no real faith life. And so faith in the public domain is just not something talked about. And so you come over here, it's amazingly refreshing to be in America, where people are so open, not just to the idea of talking about faith, but so open to learning about faith, so open to talk. That conversion experiences happen the whole time over here, whereas they're kind of rare in the UK. But yeah, that's probably one of the biggest culture shocks, I'd say.
Yeah, that's interesting because it's a bit of a paradox when you consider the fact that if you could attribute the beauty and the timelessness and the inspiration of Europe to anything, it would be Christianity. And so to hear so many people say that they've abandoned those roots, it's interesting how they've landed upon that. But that's a perfect segue because obviously one of the biggest questions that we get about you, or the most frequent questions that we get about you, is about your faith. Not exactly a usual scenario for someone to leave the Anglican Church and become a Catholic, least of all, when they were actually raised with a strong faith. So, I guess, can you just speak a little bit to your faith journey? Speaking about your household, how you were raised, whether your parents had faith, have faith, and then let's get into your decision to, we say in America, study theology. You would say to read theology in the UK at Oxford.
Yeah. So, I mean, my parents are both evangelical Christians. And as you know, my sisters are also like, they have a mixed faith life. One of them is very devout, the other one is not. I was raised in a home which is still to this day, like my parents' house would be very built around the Bible, would be very built around a daily prayer life, a weekly church attendance. Like that would be something that is just Bible studies, like very regular, involved in the church. Faith was a huge part of our life growing up. You quickly became aware of that in England, just going back to my previous answer about how secular it is, because when you say that you go to church on Sunday in the UK, that is not normal. And so as a result, by the time that you're cognizant of kind of having that discussion with your peers at a very young age, like 7, 8, 9, 10, at a boys' school in London, you become very aware that faith is different. That for me was probably the starting block, because then what happened was I started to become more interested in why I was different. Like I started to become more interested in why my family had a faith life, had a religious life, versus the rest of the kind of secular schoolboys who didn't. And so for me, that kind of started a long journey of becoming quite interested in theology and faith. But
I forget, he didn't go to a mixed school. You think that would have made a difference? You don't think that that would have made a difference if he went to a co-ed school? He said boys' school, so lets me know that he went to an all boys school. Y'all think that has a huge effect? This concept of everything being fake and gay, it becomes more prevalent. Can't make this up.
the time that I was 12, 13, 14, I
Oh,
was
Lord.
very aware that faith was a huge part of how I saw the world. So it's different. I mean, if you are brought up in a faith-filled home, you will realize that faith, religion, has a huge impact on the way people are shaped. And that was equally as being played out in the UK during my formative years by radical Islam as it was being played out by my own faith formation in Christianity. Because at the end of the Cold War, of course, we had this great 10-year window where historians and philosophers, famously Francis Fukuyama, said, this is the end of history. Neoliberal capitalism has won. We will never see the rise of another ideology again, in the same way that communism and capitalism had to face off against each other. And in the early 2000s, that couldn't have been proved more wrong, because this was when the rise of radical Islam happened. And particularly in Europe, this was felt very strongly. And so for me, I was witnessing things like London bombings going on in my teenage years versus my own faith formation in Christianity. And this made me realize by quite a young age that faith, religion, is just a huge part of people's life. It is a huge part. It is almost the greatest force which drives, it is the greatest force which drives the world.
And I would also say the lack of faith as well.
Yeah. A faith in nothing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Because they always replace it with a faith in something else.
Yeah.
Which is kind of an interesting way of looking at it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, in the UK, and again, this is because of the UK's advanced secular culture. In some ways, you look at radical Islam in Europe. Well, what's Islam reacting to? Like, why are so many young men in Europe being drawn to Islam? The reason being is because it's the void. Nature abhors a vacuum. And so you've had the churches.
What void? The void of what? The absence of what? He said nature abhor a vacuum. I'm gonna say nature caused a vacuum. What void? Is he makes it seem like these They don't have fathers or something. Many of them following in their father's footsteps. What void here? This interview was a year ago. That is wild. Yeah, just a year ago. And it's like they're having this conversation, like she's truly interviewing him as if she's learning about this stuff for the first time. Like he speaks as if this is the first time they've had this deep conversation. You know what's so weird? The lack of eye contact here. Like I don't know how well she's looking at him because camera never really looks at her. But he's looking down most of the time, and it's like he can't look at her and explain something, serious. Like it's so crazy. I live in Tennessee for a couple of decades. It's pretty funny, in my opinion. Yeah, it is. I'm laughing too. They belong to the Nazi subset of Catholicism, and you think like, okay, he makes it seem as if he said he was once upon a time evangelical Christian. Now he is like full blown Catholicism, but yet Catholics are Christian. Correct. Catholics are Christian. The way he explains this, it gives off this message that Catholics, people like him, think that Catholicism is its own religion. Like it doesn't fall under Christianity at all. I mean, this is why she acts like that as well. She acts like Christianity is a foreign thing, is a whole separate religion in and of itself, and Catholicism is a whole separate religion in and of itself. That's how they talk about this. They talk about Catholicism like it's a whole new religion that you can't be Christian at all to be a part of. But yet, Catholics are defined to be Christians, correct? This is insane. This is insane. I mean, he described, Italy to be like the home place of the church. And it's like, okay, that's where the Pope lives. So he treats it like it's his own separate religion altogether. They just so happen to have like a head of state in Rome, in Italy, or in the Vatican, rather. I'm sorry, the Vatican. So, man, the way they see this is just, it's almost dangerous. It's almost dangerous. In Christianity, just overall, he's not. It's like what happened to him in the evangelical church? Going to these all boys schools. George, you're gonna have to face your fears one day. I mean, you're gonna really have to talk about some trauma, because I'm getting some trauma out of this. Something happened to you, and you don't want to say. And this whole interview was like, I'm not gonna say forced, but it just comes off like they've never had this conversation. This is their first time talking about this to each other. First time he's explaining this. It sounds like a job interview thing. You can't make this sound. I mean, if we're all to be, as Christians, to love and embrace each other as one body, why do I feel like they think that Catholicism is just its own thing? It's a whole nother person. It's not a part of the body of Christ. It's like a whole nother body altogether. I mean, good grief. What did he go through? And then she can't say why she's Catholic at this point, aside from the fact that her husband's Catholic. Candace just kind of goes along with whatever. And no value she stands on her own accord. Either she's like hardcore, once upon a time was a hardcore liberal Democrat, and then she had this one thing happen, she didn't like it, then she became a somewhat, I guess, on surface level, hardcore conservative, and was just all the way there, just extremist in what she does. There's no balance. It's either one extreme or the other. She's either extremely liberal or extremely conservative, and then becomes extremely condescending in the midst. Then she goes from being extremely, running around in Paula White's church, evangelical, to now just extremely Catholic. But when Charlie Kirk died, look how extreme she was with that. Not even thinking beyond just being logical, just extremist in everything she does. And he talks about radicalism. George, you got a radicalist living in your house. You can't make this up. He literally said, I feel like I'm married to several different women all at once. That's not a good thing to say. As a matter of fact, you might have to have an escape plan with the kids. You don't know what the hell she gonna turn into. Candace sounds like she's very extremist. That's why he has his cigar and his, glass of cognac and goes to the boys' club because he's got to get away from all these women he's married to. It's like, oh hell no, I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for, someone that's got 18 other women in her head. Nope. George is overloaded by the women. Y'all, he has to have some balance in his life. So he goes and hangs out with the boys. That's the only way to do this.
In Europe, whether it be the Catholic Church or the Protestant
You
churches,
can't make this up.
they have stripped themselves of true theology. And the Catholic Church in Europe is as guilty as this of anyone else. You've had this progressive, weak, wishy-washy liberal gospel being preached by,
What?
every pastor under the sun. And
God.
then you've got this religion which crops up, which shows affirmative action, absolute
Dude.
strength. These are the
He said both asexual.
tenets which appeal to young men, particularly in Europe, and of course in the Middle East, but predominantly in Europe. A lot of the radicalism within Europe is now homegrown. It's not being imported, it's being homegrown. And so this is the key driving force, is the fact that theology, like Christianity in Europe, has been stripped of its actual truth, its eternal truth. And that's not to say that, okay, there would be no conversion to Islam if Christianity was standing on its own 2 feet. But it's definitely the case that if you look at the UK, for example, you've got this progressive, weak Anglican church, which is basically saying that, left-wing politics is good, and, the predominant role of the church is to care about the environment, and, all this kind of nonsense. And actually,
What?
of course,
Never
people
mind
don't
about
just want a social gospel. They want eternal truth, and they want real faith. They want to be told, this is how you should live your life, right? This is the real meaning of life. It's not just about, the environment and net zero and whatever else that we're coming out with.
What you're talking about is really just the absence.
Your wife doesn't believe that dinosaurs walked the earth or the moon landing being real. George, are you going to ever address that? You seem to be very educated. Is she ever going to show proof of a degree? He went to school. He's not afraid to talk about his educational achievements. Candace, why can't you do that as well? Why can't you post those degrees on the wall? Why must you lie about that? George, you stand behind the camera knowing that she's lying about having these degrees, and you don't encourage her. Hey, you might want to talk about these degrees a little bit more. I at least tell people what year I graduated. People can look that up and see that I went to these schools and I have these degrees. Why don't you do the same thing about your education, dear? How hard would that be to have that conversation? He won't even encourage her to be truthful in front of the camera. Well, Candace won't even affirm that the earth is round. Exactly. He's not too smart. He married her. Catholic Charities, New World Order, help the invasion of America. Oh, the McCrows. Follow your destiny. I think they are, or the Tate brothers have a video of some GX and used it to force George to marry Candy. Why? You know what? I heard that was his best friend. Is Andrew Tate your best friend, George Farmer? George Farmer. Is Andrew Tate your best friend? Really? And you want to talk about radical Islam and all this stuff? This boy has been charged with crimes. I don't understand. How is somebody like him your best friend? See, y'all, listen. when you have certain people in your life, they're gonna have an effect on you. They're gonna have some sort of influence on you and the decisions that you make. They sometimes help shape the thoughts you have, the decisions you make, you know, your view of certain topics. For him to say that he likes being in the US because it's so much more freeing and you have to advance, and it's not like a laid back melancholic traditional blah blah blah, but then talks about radicalism in UK, and he's friends with Andrew Tate. Like, you can't make this up. He's friends with Andrew Tate. What is he talking about? The Tate brothers' connection to Candace, Owens, and George is got to be one of the worst. Exactly. I don't understand. That's his. He's best friends with Andrew Tate, and he wants to sit here and talk about how the UK is just, it's too secular. What do you mean? Wait, why are you still friends with Andrew Tate then? Andrew Tate is a Catholic, is he? Is he evangelical? How does this go? UK is off the chain with radical Islam, and he's friends with Andrew Tate. One is only as good as the thoughts, the habits, and the company he or she keeps, I always say. I ask some wisdom. He says that in his interview, right? I think so. He's Muslim. Andrew Tate is Muslim. Tate claims to be Muslim, and he's talking about radical Islam. Oh my God, how hypocritical is this going to get?
Of authority and structure, and people actually crave that in the
Oh,
end.
come
It reminds me
on.
of when I hosted Andrew Tate. I want to say it was a couple of years ago, maybe it was last year, but he similarly said, I pressed him on why he left Christianity.
Yeah.
And the answer he gave, which was very interesting for me to consider, was he basically said Christianity became weak and Christians don't defend themselves. They allow people to disrespect Jesus Christ. And how are people supposed to be drawn to something that has been weak? And obviously startling, upsetting to hear, but he is echoing.
That's his response. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something right now. In order for you to say that something is weak, it's because you're not helping it to be strong. If we, the body of Christ, as Christians, when we hear someone attacking Christianity, attacking Jesus Christ directly, it is the charge that we have in us to correct that and to defend our faith. If Andrew Tate converted to Islam because he felt Christianity was weak because someone was attacking Christianity and Jesus Christ, guess what? People have attacked Jesus Christ and Christianity for thousands of years. I'm sorry, did they not put Jesus Christ on a cross? The Romans not put Jesus Christ on a cross. It crucified him. You had some rabbis and some priests that got upset. The rabbis and the Pharisees and everything that came in, the scholars, the Jewish rabbis and scholars, they didn't like what Jesus was saying. They felt like it was taking them away from the scriptures and the scrolls. They went to Caesar. They was like, look, man, you gotta hang this dude, put him on a cross. You gotta do something. We gotta crucify him. Caesar's like, why? Well, he's gonna start a whole revolution. You want that? And so Caesar agreed to this. He could have told them no. Jesus was attacked then. You think it's new that Christians are being attacked? It's not a new concept. So Andrew Tate obviously was not strong enough to help defend it. It's not weak when he thinks that Christians aren't defending their own faith. Christianity has been attacked for centuries, for thousands of years. You can't make this up. I'm trying my best not to bang my hand on the desk because I already got a couple emails about like, Lady Luck, please stop doing that. It's killing my ears. But Christianity has been attacked for thousands of years. If you guys haven't seen, there's a video about several videos about how the 12 disciples all faced their deaths. And some of them died in the most gruesome ways. The 12 disciples. I mean, Nero, wasn't he the one that had Christians put to death? Trying to accuse them of burning down buildings? Christians in Nigeria was just being slaughtered and killed. You, what are you talking about? Christianity has been attacked and attacked and attacked for thousands of years. Jesus Christ was crucified on a cross. And yet, even in our defense of our faith, we get attacked. If Andrew Tate sees that as weak, then he was never a Christian to begin with. Even the Bible speaks of that. There's a burden to bear. There's a cross you have to bear. Because Jesus had to bear that cross. He had to carry the cross all the way to Calvary. It's not something you just do and you're like, oh, well, I'm tired of being beat up about this. Let me just become Muslim now. What? It's a test to see if you can stand strong on your faith and defend your faith. For something that's being attacked for thousands of years, I don't think it's going to ever end. You just got to learn how to defend it. And if you stand on your faith and if you stand on the word of God, that's what matters the most to God, not to man. It's all about your obedience and your devotion to your faith. So if he's doing this to try to impress somebody just because he's tired of fighting and defending himself as a Christian, bye. That's how it comes down. You had Christians. You get Christians being slaughtered everywhere. It's crazy. They only apply when it's Christmas time. There you go. when you're not committed and devoted to your faith, yeah, you'll think you're being attacked. You get people that are actually losing their lives for saying they're Christians. Bible speaks that it's going to get worse in the end days. I mean, people are going to be once again killed for their faith and being Christian. And it's easy to run from something where it becomes challenging, but this isn't a challenge that just started. Christians have been, attacked and killed and burnt alive at the stake and hung. And Joan of Arc was burnt alive for staying committed to being a Christian and staying committed to her faith. And she helped people win a war. You can't make this up. So no, it's just gonna happen. Better read the word of God and pray. Diane said, I don't believe he was Muslim. He will put his Christmas tree up like he did last year. That's what I'm saying. Child, please. It seems like people just kind of go with what they feel is more fashionable and trending, what gets them views, because he's supposed to be a social media influencer of some sort. So he's probably just saying whatever to keep attention flowing his way because he doesn't know how to make content and do anything else. People like him, they're just famous for being famous. Not because they have any information to offer people. Nothing that they say or do is helpful to humanity. It's just someone who influences people to do dumb things, I guess. He has nothing else to offer. He does nothing. He's not a humanitarian, nothing. So, he doesn't report on information of what's going on. None of that. So Andrew Tate is just, he's just busy trying to be an influencer. The only way they can keep attention on themselves is if they say extreme things and do extreme stuff to keep the views coming in, because let the views stop flowing in and see how that goes. Same thing with Candace. Once she's out of content with Turning Point, with Charlie Kirk, and the Macron lawsuit starts to pick up, then what? What's gonna be her next thing? You can't make this up. They have nothing to offer but just them being goofy on camera. No real information, no research, no nothing.
I think what you were speaking to, which is that
Yeah.
there does need to be a return to a truer faith. Guys, I wanted to throw it to one of our sponsors, Preborn, because we know that every
No,
baby's life is raised Anglican
I
this
don't want your
pursuit
sponsors
with
come.
theology.
Yeah.
Was it right away? Did you consider a second subject?
It was. I sort of thought about history at one point, but it was quite clear to me. I think that theology was the answer. Yeah, I was very interested in it. As I said, I was just very, very interested in it. By the time I was 15, I had begun the conversion experience that I then went through for the next 5 years to Catholicism, which culminated in me converting when I was at Oxford.
Let's slow this part down because this is pretty big, obviously, especially as like I said, someone raised Anglican. So you're at Oxford, you're studying theology. What moved you as an evangelical to the Catholic faith, which I imagine you were raised with a different understanding, a different perspective? Evangelicals do tend to hold a lot of, I would say, strong feelings against the Catholic faith, both here and abroad.
The whore of Babylon. No, that is, some evangelicals would say that, but
that's what they think.
Yes, of course. I mean, I was brought up in a home where I think it was viewed with suspicion
Home of
at best.
Babylon. Oh my God.
Although, to give my parents credit where it was due, they had always basically said that it was the personal relationship with Jesus which mattered more than anything else. And so, my dad has frequent examples of Catholics he had spoken to who he definitely knew had personal relationships with Jesus. But generally speaking, the Catholic Church was perceived of as nominal, like nominalism, where people just went, they didn't really understand where they went, and filled with superstition was the two phrases that kind of stuck out.
Henry VIII may have had something to do with that.
Well, for the corruption of the Catholic Church in England was started with him for sure. But the persecution, actually, I should say. But basically, smells and bells was a phrase that frequently stuck around in my head from when I was growing up, because that was how the Catholic Church was perceived. But for me,
smells and bells.
In part, there was kind of a numbers component to it. And this is just something which I think is how my brain works. But I didn't really understand how we could be.
George, how does your brain work? What is smells and bells? What does that mean? What is he talking about? Sifa said there's a criminal who bragging all over about his crimes and how he pulled it off. How he pulled it off. Oh my God, yeah. He was charged with multiple criminal charges. This is this guy's best friend. Oh my goodness. George, I can't take you seriously. She's trying to act like it's true love. It's not real, in my opinion. It's not. I don't get any realness out of this. I mean, Christianity is oppressive towards women was probably a stepping stone for him. I'm not oppressed. I'm say that, and that's the thing. Catholicism is a subset under Christianity. So what? Why is it coming off like it's a whole separate thing? Is it where Catholics don't want to be considered Christians anymore, or what? How's this going? It's so crazy. George's mom dresses like Norman Bates' mom. The church didn't allow Henry to get a divorce because it was a no-no in Catholicism. This is. Hold on a second, because I'm. Okay. Let's see here. Amy says, "Hey, Amy, I watched her live, and let me tell you, she makes me want to throw up, and that talked a lot." Candace Khan, she's even mesmerizing George. Takes a lot. Oh, I get you, honey. It said he had a big disagreement with the church and started his own church, the Church of England. We're talking about King Henry. Islam isn't exactly soft on women either. Is exactly. Tate used Islam in case he was found guilty in prison. Muslim protection. Oh man, actually, Catholicism is the mother to all Christianity denominations. The Protestants protested against the Catholic Church. hold on a second. Denominations that Protestants protested against the Catholic Church. That's where the title Protestant comes from. Yeah, I mean, because there was a whole lot of things going on in Catholic Church that was more. Some of the concepts was based on paganism. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then there was a bit of a control with the power. I mean, you have a whole Vatican where it's like a state now, a statehood of some sort, where the Pope lives. So they felt like the Catholicism was, gaining too much power when it came to government as well. And of course the paganism. Yep, yep, concepts of paganism. Yeah, Henry, it's kind of common school knowledge here, UK. Gotcha. Wanting a divorce because he married his dead brother's widow. He did. If that video is like a dating show, they definitely don't match. That's why they're a business partner now, literally and figuratively. Exactly, Mira. Thank you, Mira. Because are y'all feeling the love in this video? Can't you feel the love tonight? I don't feel it. It's not flowing
saying
here.
that before 1517, we just had this big kind of black hole of Christianity from the time of the apostles until Luther crops up. And so for me, that was like, okay, well, what's going on? Like, there must be some living faith in this 1500-year window, even if you want to call it like a 1200-year, 1300-year window, because for the first 200 years, you have the kind of...
Dude, 1500, 1300, 1200. That's the big differences. Pick a number. Pick a number.
Apostolic age. So, what's going on in that period? And for me, that was like well, we're not just going to write off this entire period of history. And I do like to challenge ideas and concepts and just figure out what's going on. And for me, I was like, okay, well, you've got doctors of the church, you've got some of the greatest minds ever, like Thomas Aquinas ever in human history, who occupy this period, as well as countless popes whose writings have been imbibed and kind of consumed by Western civilization since. So what's happening with these guys? Like, are they Christians? Are they not Christians? And so that was really kind of where it began for me. That was the early church. The first 700 years was what I then went on to study, but that was kind of really where I began my inquiry. Was like, this doesn't make any sense. I just don't believe that there are no Christians here. So let's figure out what's going on. And so that was kind of where I started. And I had this great priest at school who was actually an Anglican priest, but he ended up becoming a Catholic as well. But he was very good at rebutting many of the preconceived ideas that I had about Catholicism. And so he started to really kind of challenge me on a lot of my positions. And that was kind of where it all began.
Okay. Was there a singular moment that you can recall in your mind when you went, this is it, I'm actually going to convert to the Catholic faith?
I wouldn't say, no, not really, no. I mean, there was a moment, I remember the first time that I went into a Catholic church there were two moments probably. There was once where I was in a Dominican monastery in Croatia where I very much felt that there was a calling.
Georgie boy, you've been all over, huh? Dominican? Yeah. And I'm assuming it's still this all boys school concept. He went to a Dominican monastery in Croatia. Georgie's been all over the place, y'all. Been all over the world and back again. I'm not feeling no love between these two at all. Yeah, they probably need more than 18 days, I would assume, to actually date court before they sit here and talk about an engagement. You can't make this up.
I very much felt that there was a calling. It was, in some ways, I know this is a weird thing to say, but it was kind of the silence of the place. I just felt, I'm drawn to silence. I think you know that. But I like
drawn to silence.
The silence. I like the reflection time. It's like the early church fathers, who were the desert fathers, have always had an appeal to me because they wanted to lead this contemplative life, studying the Lord, like in silence. And so for me, it was something about the silence of this church, which I just found very kind of inspiring, overwhelming in some ways. So that was one moment. I think I must have been about 15 or 16 at that time. And then there was another moment, which was the first time that I went into a church, and that was in London, Westminster Cathedral. And I sat at the back and I prayed a rosary for the first time in my life. And I didn't really know what I was doing, but I just wanted to make that first step. And then when I did that.
Why are you praying to a rosary? Why not pray to God directly? You do understand that you can pray straight to God. You don't have to pray to an object. You can just pray to the Lord. If he's saying that he wants to study the word in silence, then you can go pray. That even the Bible says that you who those who go into there to pray straight to God, you can go in your secret place in your closet and pray. And there God will reward you. Your Father in heaven will reward you from that. As opposed to praying loud and boisterous out on the streets. Your reward is there when you go out and you showboat. But when you pray to God in heaven, you go to your secret place. You go to your closet and do it. The Bible refers to it as a closet, but just wherever you commune with God and speak to God, where you can do that in silence. Do you need to become Catholic to do that? Because the Bible speaks of that as well. Why are you praying to some beads, man? Hey, they changed the Ten Commandments. Are you kidding? I bet the Croatian monastery was fine. Argos is nice, but I don't trust it. They changed the Ten Commandments. Oh Lord, I swear they use magic, and the employees are all secret trolls, and they are ogres. Is that Candace's own husband? Yeah, it is. Talking about he prayed to a rosary. Some Catholic Church is like all churches. Some of the people are true believers. Yeah, yeah, they all. I mean, he's saying that he became Catholic because he likes things done in silence. But as a Christian, you can still pray in silence, and you're wherever your place is, where it's just you and God. You don't have to be out loud on the corner streets, the street corners, and hanging out on the docks, and wherever you and the boys hang out. I had to throw that in there. George, wherever you and the boys hang out, you don't have to just stand there and just pray out loud. You can still go home and, confide to God in your secrecy. Oh, man, the punchlines just keep coming. I was thinking the same thing. Hold on. They changed. Yeah, no, I'm not saying you joking. I can't believe it. Like, why are they changing the Ten Commandments? If you're Christian, why are you changing ten Catholics? Catholics 10 Commandments. Oh Lord have mercy. Why are you changing the 10 Commandments? The Catholic 10 Commandments serve as a moral foundation for believers, guiding them in their relationship with God and others. You can't make this up. Why are you changing it? Yeah, Candace. You should not bear false witness against your neighbor. George, you gonna do anything about this? Because Candace does that daily. He's not even following it. Yeah, you got a Catholic version of the 10 Commandments and he still doesn't follow it. Blink twice if your life is in danger. Yeah, George, if you're sitting here, you're just kind of shunning evangelical Christians and all, that's between you and God, because Judgment Day is going to be a rude awakening for a lot of people. But if you Catholics change the 10 Commandments, why aren't you holding your own wife accountable to this? You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. Candace lies like hell with no evidence against everyone, not just the neighbors, presidents, whole country leaders, the first ladies, putting up images of ET in a wig. You think that's funny, George? George, do you think that's funny? Because I have a photo I can show that reminds me of Candace Owens. Do you think it's funny, George, for her to be putting up a photo of ET in a wig, calling that Brigitte Macron? Wouldn't that be her bearing a false witness? You can't make this up. Honor your mother and your father, Candace. I highly doubt you did that, girl. You shall not steal. Yeah, no, no, no. Candace, you don't get to take someone else's company. That would be stealing. It's not yours. They didn't give it to you. You should not covet your neighbor's goods or your neighbor's wife. Well, George already said he feels like he's married to multiple women inside of Candace. So, I guess that's not breaking a commandment. Oh, they're gonna make God so mad. You can't make this up. George is not even George. You're not even honoring these 10 commandments that you guys created out of nowhere. Somehow rewritten. Y'all not even following this. I am the Lord your God. You shall have no other gods before me. But you're praying to a rosary. What is that? Why? Why would you change it up if you're not gonna follow it? Explain that to me. How do you change up the 10 commandments and you don't even follow them? Let's start with that. I pray to the rosary. No, you should pray to God. What are you doing? You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain. He's not even doing that. He's praying to a rosary. He's not even praying to God even directly. I just can't get past number 8 because this happens in your household every day, George Farmer. And you stand behind the camera as the man of the house, maybe? I'm asking that as a question mark. As the man of the house? And you let that happen. Because you're not holding up a sign, stop lying, dear. Unless you have evidence. Don't say that. Commandment number 8. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. In other words, God doesn't like liars. You can't make this up. Yeah. So they changed it up to still ignore it. You can't do it. Good grief. The rosary is a Catholic thing. It's a necklace, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Why pray to that object? That's what I'm asking. Like if I pray, I close my eyes and I pray and I commune with God and I talk to God. I don't need an object I don't need an object in my hand to do it. I just talk to God. That object is not going to facilitate my prayer to God any faster. That's what I don't understand. Candace is like, yeah, no, I'm going to lie like hell. Present zero evidence and then accuse everyone of murder. Because bearing false witnesses and all. Can't make this up. Is this Stacy said, amen. Yeah, you pray. Listen, when you pray, God hears the prayers of the righteous. Hallelujah. And we thank him for his grace and mercy in hearing us. Because he could ignore us. But you don't have to have an object in your hand when you pray. Pray if you are a Christian. Let it be done in Jesus' name. I don't understand why you need an object in your hand. It's like a necklace. It looks like a necklace, but you don't wear it around your neck. You hold it wrap around your wrist. Why do they even need it? Yeah, even if you wear 2 different materials for your clothing, they used to kill you. Same as planting plants next to each other. No one is really a OG Christian anymore because it's insane. Yeah, we don't do certain traditions and customs like that. We're not slaughtering animals for sacrifice, anything like that. It was Jesus came and he died on the cross, so he kind of said, y'all don't have to do that anymore, but you can ask God for repentance. Let it be done in the name of Jesus. Like just like I don't understand why I don't need to hold an object in my hand or you said around your wrist. I don't need to do that if I'm praying to God. What's the purpose of that? You think God's probably sitting there like, what is that around your wrist? What are you wearing? What is that thing? Why do you need that rosary thing? Didn't I say not to have any other gods before me? Why are you putting that on? That rosary does not get that prayer to God any faster. Jesus made it simple, not a man-made ceremony. Exactly. It's simple. Yeah, exactly. These are things that is in the Bible. Most Catholics are born into Catholicism, like I was, and you're into before you know any better. Bibles are not really encouraged in the Catholic Church, really. Man, with the Rosary, they say, "Hail Mary, glory be to Father and the Lord's Prayer." It is a tradition, a bit like the Muslim have their prayer beads. That's what. So he sits here and talks about radicalism, and they use similar objects when they're praying. Yeah, let me tell you something. God doesn't care if you have a bead around your wrist, a ring on your finger, a hat on your head, shoes on your feet, a cloth, a mat. He just wants you to pray and be genuine. It's to help them count. The rosary basically helping them to count as they repeating the rosary prayers. How many times they have to say it? Oh man. Just read Hebrews. Oh yeah. Yeah, I definitely have read the Bible. I'm always reading the Bible. I study the word of God. It's the only way we build our relationship with God. It's to study the word. That's why I don't understand why anyone needs to have any beads or anything, any objects in their hand. So if they don't have the rosary in their hand, they feel like the prayer is null and void. Is that it? It's like it's a moot prayer if they don't have the beads. Yeah, we learn something every day. It's rosary beads. They are arranged in a specific order. It's 10 beads for Hail Mary prayer, then one bead separate. That's the Lord's Prayer, and the medallion and the cross is a Jesus prayer. Oh my goodness, y'all. Yeah, I'm gonna say this. As a Christian, I don't need to have any of that stuff on me to just pray. Just be sincere with it. And even if you wear those beads, it doesn't mean that the prayer is sincere if you're trying to be repetitious about it. Just be sincere. Let God see your heart. It doesn't have to come down to how many times do I say this. Just be sincere when you say it, even if you say it once. Amen to that. All right, y'all, let's get back to it. So, okay, yeah, me either. It's not in the Bible. Let's go.
That I prayed before the Blessed Sacrament, which was also a huge kind of, for me, that was something which I had really begun to appreciate. Like this is Christ. This is not just bread. This is Christ.
And it was not an easy thing to tell your parents. In fact, you didn't.
I didn't. That's right. Yeah.
Most kids are like hiding drugs from their parents. You're hiding a rosary from your parents.
Yeah, just was like I was very nervous about it.
Why is that a comparison?
I didn't really know. I was confirmed, and then I sort of carried on living, and for me, it was something that I didn't want them to kind of know about to start off with. And
but why?
Because my parents were big time evangelicals, really. And
so, what did you think their reception would be to that? That you kind of wanted to keep the peace, so to speak.
Yeah, I did want to keep the peace. Yeah. I guess it was quite cowardly of me now if I think about it, but it was. I guess I was sort of afraid of one of those kind of medieval reactions of being like, "Get out of my house," and crying, and I don't know. I don't know, to be honest, what I thought the reaction would be at the time. I probably thought it was going to be something like that, kind of quite dramatic and arguments and explosions and all that kind of stuff. But
how did they find out, or how did you tell them?
I actually don't know how they found out. They found out, but they never. But then they confronted me about it, and we had a.
They never had this conversation before. Oh my good Lord! This is 6 years after they've been married, and this is the first time they've had this conversation. Because he's sitting here saying, "I actually don't even know how they found out." What? What do you mean? That means they've never had this conversation. What the hell? You can't make this up.
But they already knew by that point. So clearly somebody else had told them.
What?
We saw your son walking up the steps to mass.
Yeah, exactly. So I think they kind of knew that it was coming because I kept on talking about the Catholic Church, and I sort of started talking a lot about that, and I was talking more and more about it. And I think they kind of figured something was going on. But then when it actually happened, I didn't tell them, and then they confronted me about it later on.
Mm. So now that you're in America, and I think there's a lot of faith
Oh
discussion
boy.
happening now, what would you say your perspective is? Because it's something that you and I discussed. There are these slight differences. It's kind of difficult to speak to regarding the way that certain topics emerge in the UK and certain topics emerge in America. Like we are brother and sister, but there are some differences. You know what I mean? And one of the things that I had kind of spoken to you about was even evangelicalism. Faith is so different. Like when I think of your parents who are evangelicals compared to evangelicals in America, it just feels different. You know, it just feels very different. So, what would you say are some of the differences that you can speak to in, I guess, whether it's
She
religion,
can't
faith,
say
or
how
another
it's different
topic,
at all.
when it comes to politics across the
She can't
pond,
even
as
say
opposed to
how.
here on a variety of
It's
subjects:
like
abortion,
two
faith.
strangers, y'all.
Yeah, I mean, faith obviously is one that I've spoken about already. I mean, abortion is something which is an interesting one because, again, abortion is not really discussed in the UK. It's kind of a settled topic, which over here it is very much not. I mean, the funny part is that the perspective of many Brits to America, and I'm sure there'll be people in the comments who will be like, "I'm British and I disagree with you on this," but generally speaking, the perspective of Britain is that America is kind of a bit crazy, and Europe as a whole, Europeans tend to and I don't agree with this, but this is often the way they tend to look down their noses quite a bit at American culture.
Hmm.
Like Europeans
Oh
think of
man.
themselves as quite highfalutin, and they kind of are like, oh, sort of Americans are crazy Americans.
Didn't he just say this about Candace in the beginning? He said there's so many personalities. I feel like I've married several women. She's the bombastic American. They said this in the beginning of the interview. She referred to herself as a bombastic American, and he's the laid back Brit that has the cigar and he's quiet, and he just likes his boys club, maybe some golf or bullion or whatever they like to do for fun. You can't make this up. this, this is what they already established in the beginning. Okay, amen. But they established as the beginning. Bombastic Americans is what he said, what she said. Bombastic American, like, I don't know which personality I'm gonna get. So he's already confirmed this thought process about Americans. You can't make this up. Y'all, this interview between them two, yeah, he's a coward. George, if you're scared, just leave the house. He obviously have no idea who or what you married. He doesn't. I don't know. Brits copy a lot of American culture, though. I mean, Amazon bought Black Friday to the UK shares. Probably, yeah. He said he didn't like, the British, um the melancholy of it all. It's too quiet, laid back, I guess. And then he calls America, home of the Babylon. Like I said, like, many countries think of America being Babylon, basically. But he prefers to be here in America than in the UK, even though he has no idea who or what he married. He feels like he's married to several different women all at the same time. You can't make this up. This is ridiculous.
But of course, really what that actually is a reflection of is the freedom of the intellectual mind, right? And actually the reason that they say it's crazy is because Americans have this great inquisitive attitude to things. They don't accept standard norms. They are willing to challenge. And that confrontational attitude then reflects itself in the way that they debate topics.
Mm.
So abortion, like take that as an example. Americans are not willing to those who are pro-life and even those who are pro-choice, neither side are just willing to accept the standardized norm. They are prepared to fight for whatever they believe. And that is the same
What's
on
the
other topics such as
standardized norm?
vaccines, for example, which I know is something that you and I talked about when we first got married. In Britain, the vaccine schedule is just accepted by everybody and nobody really talks about it. It's, I think I give the illustration that when we first got married, you sort of asked what I thought about it. And my answer was kind of like, well, it's the same as sort of what I think about Tuesdays, just like, it happens. I mean, who cares kind of thing. And over time, obviously you and I have talked extensively about these and that's changed my mind by a lot of things, but also it's been very interesting to see how Americans.
Candace, did you bully him to believe that vaccines are bad? Doesn't sound like he cared. Just like he's saying, some standardized norm about abortions. I somehow missed the standardized norm. Is it where, people get to do what they want? Perhaps we should try to preserve life. Abortion should be only if it means that it's life threatening to the mother, meaning she's gonna die if she doesn't have an abortion. Because then there'll be loss of both the mom and baby's life either way. What's the standardized norm over to him? What does he define that to be here? You can't make this stuff up.
Fight for this particular topic.
Something that will be start as a taboo will then become a mainstream discussion in America.
Yeah.
And that's just thanks to Americans being willing to confront it. And that is a great example because, I mean, I always knew I was not going to vaccinate my children. I was always averse to vaccines, but
you led me down the garden.
But I led you, yes, exactly. I was like, what do you think
You were like,
about...
oh yeah, what do you think about this?
And you're like,
I was like, I don't really care. Like, what's the big deal?
Exactly. Yeah, I see this. He said, I was like, I don't really care. I was like, what's the big deal? What? George Farmer did not care. The end. That is his. So you can imagine how many conversations they may have had where it was civil. Because Candace can be condescending. And in order for her, I guess, to outbest George Farmer, you can imagine what that conversation was like. I highly doubt it was peaceful. Look how they're having this conversation here. Abortion is accepted in the UK. Got it. Vaccines don't kill. I'm not dead. I get fascinated. I mean, he's not a real man. Can you imagine them trying to have a conversation about her saying yes and him saying, I don't care? What's for dinner tonight? Well, I figured we would do pot roast. Well, I kind of wanted chicken. No, George, we're having pot roast because the kids need the iron and the vitamin A in the red meat. Do you not understand red meat? How do you not understand where cows come from? So you didn't eat pot roast in UK? Like, I can imagine that whole argument over a meal. You can't do this. Y'all, he has no say-so in his household. George, we know that. We clearly see George has no say-so in his household. None. Because, he doesn't care. He said, I don't care. Oh, okay, great. She led him down that path. No, it should have been the other way around. No, dear, I'm leading you down the path because I'm the man of the house. I'm head of this household. Man, this whole conversation is like two robots just spitting out and inputting and computing information.
Like, hey, check this out. Hey, check this out. And then I think you were quite surprised by a lot of the research that I come upon. But it's so interesting because that was, 5-6 years ago. And now we're looking at in America where Make America Healthy Again is mainstream. RFK Jr. is speaking about vaccines. He was really the only resource that I had when I kind of began my journey. And I can host a successful podcast talking about vaccines. And so it is interesting because you're correct. People do, and sometimes rightfully, stick down their noses to American culture because there are some aspects that we contribute. I mean, we gave the world the Kardashians, right? We've got to, sort of, there's definitely a downside to American culture.
Like the Kardashians.
But you're correct in that the upside is that...
Candace, stop playing. You want to be like the Kardashians. You want to be famous for being famous and make all that money. Girl, bye.
When we establish these norms, they're not necessarily established. We're willing to then say, wait a second, what are we doing? Why are we doing?
And let me be clear, I don't like the Kardashians at all.
This, let's revisit this, and we're willing to have the confrontation. Like, in a way, we're still the colonists.
Yeah, you're still willing to fight and be aggressive, which is, and that's, but the worst thing is apathy. I mean, that's kind of the whole point, right? It's like, that's how Europe feels. It feels apathetic and lethargic.
So we're the colonists?
And it's like, you come over here and people are
Lord.
willing to fight. They're willing to stand up for what they believe in, whether it's the Second Amendment through to the rate of tax, through to the Department of Government Efficiency, because they want to cut federal waste or vaccines or immigration or whatever it might be. People are willing to just fight for what they believe in, which is so refreshing. And that is the greatest difference between Europe and between the UK. Because as I said, in the UK, there is this kind of, it's like a malaise. It's a malaise of the mind. It's a malaise where people go, life's kind of okay, and we're fine, and we're just plodding along, and all this kind of stuff. And it's an unwillingness to better oneself or to improve the world in a better position, and that's a terrifying place because then you just become subject to all kinds of tyranny.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's probably quite challenging because I always think of the other side. Like, my brain sort of naturally goes, okay, if it's being presented to me as a mainstream acceptable position, I want to see what the unacceptable position is and see where I land on various topics. And
that is a flat out lie, Candace, because if you did that, you would not be falsely accusing people of being involved in a murder plot. Are you kidding me? Did y'all see what she said? Candace lied her ass. Candace, you don't have to put on a front for him. He already called you basically multiple personalities. So you can't make this stuff up. She said that she tries to look at the others, always think of the other side. You can't make, what a lie. Wait a minute. Can't wait. Candace Owens is being proud of America giving the Kardashian to the world. She's so shallow. Exactly, because she wants to be the Kardashians. No. She wants the wealth and the fame that the Kardashians have. And still, she doesn't know that they're just famous for being famous. Really, they're famous because their father represented O.J. Simpson in a murder trial. That's it. Otherwise, no one would know who they are to this very day. And then maybe because one of them ended up in some sort of tape with Ray J. That's about it. They're famous simply just for being famous, not because they gave the world something. It's so crazy. So being truthful isn't being rude, Francis. This is everything that's bad about Megan Worse. Her transphobia is going to cost her $1 billion, and she deserves to be sued. But everybody have their opinion. I don't think that it helps her to see hear and to claim that someone is transgender when they're not, or she doesn't have any scientific evidence of it. But then wants to, demean the LGBTQ community, but yet you want to assume that everyone's a part of it. Everything is fake and gay, Candace. You're a contradiction to your so-called, um, beliefs of being heterosexual and having a husband and having him be the head of the household, which obviously George isn't. You're a contradiction to that. When you want to assume that everybody is faking gay or everybody is a drunk. You know what she said about people in Hollywood? I've never seen Angela Bassett get drunk or Mariska Hargitay. There are a few people in Hollywood, Candace, that have been very successful in being actors and actresses. They've achieved and made strides and goals, and you have no idea what they do in their everyday private life. They barely have a scandal. Never seen Chadwick Boseman before he died, may you rest in peace, go out and act like a buffoon. You didn't hear everybody doing that. Everybody in Hollywood is not some drunken old drug head. No. There's some formidable people and couples, married couples that have been married for decades, at it for a long time. Samuel L. Jackson and his wife. How many of you all know who Samuel L. Jackson's wife is? If you don't know, it's because she don't put herself out there like that. Her name is LaTanya Jackson. There are a lot of people that are doing positive things in areas where she doesn't think they exist. But because she generalizes everything, she doesn't care. She doesn't research anything. She doesn't go out here and try to actually look up information to see the other side of anything. If she did that, she would not have been so quick to point fingers and to blame people in Turning Point USA of some cover up or having something to do with Charlie Kirk's death. Look how she's blaming the Macrons for some assassination plot simply because they're suing her. Does George try to stop her and to pull her down from that? No. He stands behind the camera and his punk ass let her do it. George, you're a coward. And I want you to know that. You stand behind that camera and you let her falsely accuse people of doing things they did not do. She has no evidence to prove. People being doxxed. People are being cyber harassed and cyber bullied. And you stand behind the camera and you let this dumb crap happen. And now she's mad because she's being sued for it for once. The Macrons are showing people how it's done. Now you have the bully being put down to rest. Take it to the court of law. Let's see how this goes. And she's crying about it. It's so crazy. What's going on? She wants subpoena power, though. She wants to be sued and get subpoena power. Candace is not getting subpoena power. She doesn't understand the concept of subpoena power. Let me pull that up right quick so I can destroy her hopes and dreams on that. Subpoena power. Uh okay. So you all can see this. Subpoena power is the legal authority to compel individuals to testify or produce documents in legal proceedings, and it plays a crucial role in both civil and criminal cases. What is a subpoena? It is a formal legal document issued by a court or authorized body that compels an individual to appear in court or produce evidence. There are two main types of subpoenas. You got a subpoena ad testify, basically to testify, and then you have a subpoena ducis tecum, compels an individual or organization to produce documents or evidence relevant to a case. Who has subpoena power? Subpoena power is typically held by judges and magistrates, attorneys, legislative bodies, administrative agencies. Where is Candace going to get subpoena power? Candace, are you an administrative agency or a legislative body or an attorney? Judges or magistrate? Are you any of these, Candace? No. Last time I checked, Candace is not an attorney. She didn't go to law school. See, when you say things, Candace, when you say things like you want subpoena power, this is why I laugh, because you don't look anything up. You can't take this serious. Peter. Oh, hi, dear. How are you and Mark? How you doing? Y'all shout out to Skeeter. Oh my God. We're talking about Candace Owens thinking she's gonna get subpoena power. No. Oh man. No, George is supposed to be behind the camera. He's supposed to be helping her stay on track, right? As her husband. She said the only person that can tell her to shut up is George and Erica Kirk. So he doesn't tell her, like, dear, can you not say things that's gonna cause us to get a lawsuit? He doesn't do that. I haven't heard about him filing a divorce, but I wouldn't blame him if he did. What's going on? Friars. No, let's see. Okay. What subpoena power will she get? None. Candace, you don't get subpoena power, girl. You heifer. Oh, Lord have mercy. See, this is what happens when you listen to your cult members that tell you things, or they just say yes, 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 and they don't correct you on anything. Why didn't George Google this for her before she said, I want subpoena power? He could have said, no, dear, you won't get subpoena power. He could have held up a sign. That's not how subpoena power works. You will not have subpoena power. You will not have subpoena power. Candace, even your attorney, in many jurisdictions, attorneys can issue subpoenas on behalf of their clients to gather evidence or compel testimony. Your attorneys have to do it, and they still have to get a judge. Get a judge to sign off on that subpoena. They just can't force someone to come in. They have to get the judge to actually issue the subpoena. You don't have subpoena power, Candace. You will never get it. And even if you become an attorney, you got to get a judge to sign off on that and to agree to that. A legislative body, U.S. Congress, administrative agencies, the FBI, they have subpoena power. So, here's some information just so y'all can see this. Because for some reason, Candace Owens doesn't understand subpoena power. You can't make this up. Let me just click on something so I can give you all a link. Here we go. Investopedia. They're pretty good. This is just the stuff you just, man, you can't make this stuff up. Candace will not have subpoena power. None. At all. She's not an attorney. It will still have to go through a judge. And because she doesn't read well, this is what happens. Oh my God. So she thinks she's going to have subpoena power. Nope. Candace is going to lose. She's going to lose like hell. George loves her even more now, does he? Okay. I believe when I see it, it's a waste of energy. We got a debunker. I'm a debunker. Candace could easily have her attorney subpoena them. No, they have to take it to the court of law, and then the judge has to sign off on that. They have to still get that subpoena signed and agreed upon by the judge. That's how that works. It would be a hearing, and then she would have to actually get the judge to sign off on this. And honestly, this is why you have a hearing. Because if you try to subpoena somebody in simply because Candace wants them to come in and give testimony, doesn't mean that they would provide any relevant testimony to the case. They might not even be required to testify in the proceeding. So let's say with this Macron case, Candace sitting around here bossing around her attorneys after outing them and all this nonsense. They can't even work in peace now because Transformers are living on Earth on the top of a roof as a red crane. Shout out to Optimus Prime. And then she goes to her attorneys and say, I want the DuPonts to come in and testify in this because my research showed this, that, and the third. They're gonna be like, who? What? What do they have to do anything with this lawsuit? The DuPonts are not required to come in and testify on anything with this lawsuit. They're irrelevant. They're not witnesses to anything. What are they going to testify to? See, that's why you don't let people like Candace Owens think that she has subpoena power. And even with the attorneys, they have to get the approval from the court, from the judge. Because the judge has to hear argument on it. The other party would be able to object to that. No, I don't think that person should be subpoenaed. They have nothing to do with this lawsuit. Who is Pierre DuPont? We don't care. She'll be the subpoena if Candace actually, Lord have mercy. If she thought she could bring in, everybody at Turning Point USA in her lawsuit, she would. No. Candace, you don't have subpoena power. You don't have it. And your attorneys will still have to go to court over it. Clown shit. Like, she could have easily looked this stuff up. This is information. This is called facts. People need to look up and read. Candace's attorneys won't even tell her this. That's what's so crazy. And yet she says those things, and people just believe what she says simply because she said it. But they don't take time to Google subpoena power and the process as to how you get a subpoena and how you get that issued. And then the person you think you're, issuing a subpoena against, guess what? They can object to it. So it's not that straightforward, even as an attorney, to get something like that. Even for an attorney to get a subpoena signed and approved from the court, it still would not be that straightforward. When you don't know how it works, read and research. Candace don't know that. That's a damn lie. She doesn't know that. I want subpoena power. She would never say that if she did, because she would never get subpoena power. She doesn't know that. You don't know what she knows. Are you kidding? You a clown. They try to come in and try to say what she knows. She knows nothing. She doesn't even read. No, that don't hurt my feelings. They had to subscribe to be able to comment, by the way. You can't make this up. The candy asses in the box, boy, they something else. So they come in and try to say what she knows. She knows nothing. Because she would never make that type of statement if she knew exactly how subpoenas work. The process to getting a subpoena issued, approved from the courts. Then the person you're trying to bring in under some sort of subpoena would be able to object to it in writing. There will be hearing on it. Candace doesn't know how that crap works. She's not that smart. Child, please. I come to you, big man. Candace is big mad. Yeah, listen here. I never care about the candy asses throwing a tantrum. They're gonna come in and say the same old thing. It's copy and paste. Then they get mad and leave because you say something they don't want to hear. But never mind all the words that's on the screen that they can read. Because reading is fundamental. Reading is fundamental. So it's not that straightforward to get a subpoena. And then you have to have that person come in after they agree to do it. After they even have the opportunity to object if they don't. That's a whole process in and of itself. No, Candace Owens will never have subpoena power. Get out of here. You can't make this up. All right, let's get back to this. Whatever this is. Can't make this up.
Actually goes, okay, if it's being presented to me as a mainstream acceptable position, I want to see what the unacceptable position is and see where I land on various topics. And unfortunately for you, because I have this huge platform and I say what I think, people assume that it must mean that's exactly what you think, but I'm kind of thinking out loud most of the time. I'm going, okay, this is a new topic. I'm not sure what I think about it. And that must have an impact on your life because people just assume that we agree on everything and we don't agree on everything. We don't agree on everything. So what are
Yeah, of course we don't.
Of course we don't. Yeah. And I think that's something people are very interested in is how do we navigate that? Because I don't really think we think about how to navigate that.
Married couples
but
don't
it's a big
agree
thing
on
that my positions kind of become the family position on things because people just assume that this must be what you think.
Yeah, I mean, I think my answer to that when people have confronted me about this personally is always like, well, do you agree with everything your wife says? Or do you agree with everything your husband says? I mean, it would be weird if everyone thought with a hive mind because it would just become the de facto, like...
A hive mind. I'm so glad he said that, because cult. I'm glad you're understanding what a cult is like, George Farmer. My question to you is, why did you allow Candace Owens to become a cult leader? Because now she is. There are people defending her on things that are so mundane, it's not even funny. Because they fail to read. They just believe what she says and they don't verify it. Your wife is now a cult leader. Congratulations. And does he even care half the time what she says now? It seems like he doesn't even care. I don't think George cares about half the stuff that she says and whatever she believes in. Candace more than likely does this for a show. It's a show to her. Just like, how she takes the time to create pictures and photos for thumbnails. Like, see? They like me. They invited me over to Turning Point. Like, she took time to take a photo for that thumbnail. That's not coming off very authentic. So for him, in his mind is, I'm just the guy behind the camera. I don't really care. She's also adamant about this vaccine stuff. And he's like, I don't really care. How many conversations do you think they really had about the COVID vaccines? One, maybe. He doesn't care. He doesn't seem like he's going to go back and forth with her on that. He doesn't care. She's the only one that's animated. Or at least gives off this presentation. Maybe Candace doesn't care either. And it's just a front. It's just a show. And she's got 5.6 million people thinking she's for real. When it's just a show. Very disingenuous.
That's weird. That implies that you share an absolute belief in everything, right? Which is very odd. And I've never met anyone who has had that. So I think that what we agree on, because the individual topics themselves are highly nuanced and quite difficult to always reach conclusions on, but I think what we agree on is the process. And I think that actually is more important than almost the end result, because the process that you and I have is one of a dialectic, and it's one of a discussion, a process where we challenge each other on what we perceive to be, well, there is truth. We know that there is truth. We know that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, and that is truth, and here's a transcendental. Truth is a transcendental. But the point being is that beyond that truth, how does that truth reflect itself in the world that we live in? That then becomes the process, the hermeneutic, if you want to call it that, through which we then try and establish other truth. And we don't always reach the same conclusions. Now, there are certain areas where, like, it would be very weird if we didn't. Like, we both obviously agree that, abortion is wrong. And we both agree that the transgender lobby is far too powerful and, is seeking malevolent aims. And all these kind of things. There are plenty.
No one, listen, you're making them more powerful. Your wife is making them more powerful than they need to be. Because she wants to assume everyone is transgender now, where everything is fake and gay. George, aren't you late for the boys club meeting? She's literally accusing the First Lady of France of being a transgender woman. Why would she care about that? Why would you want someone to be transgender if you don't believe in the LGBTQ community? If you don't want to align yourself with it, why would you just go out and just accuse a random first lady of a country of being transgender? Why didn't she say that about Melania Trump is my question. You can say that about somebody in France, but you not looking at America first. Candace, that's not America first, girl. You heifer. That's not America first. But she would never say this of Melania Trump, though. I think this guy is gay. I think George is bisexual. I'm just going to be honest. He's already saying how he's like married to a bunch of women at the same time with Candace. It's a weird thing to say. You can say, I feel like my wife has an MPD, that multiple personality disorder. It kicks in and I never know when. I don't know who I'm getting. He went so far as to say, I feel like I'm married to multiple women at the same time. You can't make this stuff up. And then, you got Andrew Tate for a friend, and that's your best friend. Who knows? He's more than likely, I'm sure he's experimented. He went to all boys school. Yeah, he probably experimented.
Of areas where we obviously do reach the same conclusion, but there are other areas we don't, and that's fine. And also, it's a process which, like, I've changed my opinions about lots of things over the past few years.
And I became a Catholic.
Exactly.
Yeah, it is a willingness to migrate our positions and to realize that we were wrong. I think that is unique, but I don't appreciate, until people ask me about it, how fortunate we are to be in a relationship where we don't argue about. People just assume, like, oh my gosh, you must be arguing all the time about all of these things. And it's like, no, I think we're both too interested. And in the same way that I definitively thought I had all of the traditional mainline perspectives about the Catholic faith, worship Mary, blah, blah, blah. But I was too interested to just shut that down when I saw the way that it was moving in your life, because you became increasingly more pious after we got married, which is really interesting. And we should speak about that a bit. But you did. I mean, you are not the same person that I married.
Yep.
And I say that as a tremendous compliment.
How do you know who you married, girl? You only knew him for 18 days between the first day you saw him and the day you were engaged. 18 days. It's like a record. Now, they had some time in between the engagement and the wedding. But you can't say that was a long time. We were engaged for like 5 years, though. No, you weren't. Are you kidding me? How long were they engaged between the engagement and the wedding date? Well, how much time was that? You can't make this up. She is just like the shapeshifter. He doesn't know what he's getting day by day. One day come up and he's facing another man and it's, whatever with him. How long were they engaged? Not saying she's trans, but she has the right to say she is. I just know, if you're not scientifically, evidenced to be one gender or the other, has some sort of sex change, and you don't have medical records. Like, she just needs to leave it alone. Why accuse anyone of being transgender? If you don't agree with the lifestyle or any of that, then why are you fixated on it? Is my question. Why be fixated on something you don't even agree with, Candace? Everything is fake and gay. Who says that? Why is that a slogan? That's all I'm saying. It's rough for Candace. Oh yeah, I read it. I went over it. Candace is gonna lose. Evidence is a thing. Freedom of speech does not include defamation. The First Amendment does not cover defamation at all. That is why she's being sued, because she thinks it does, because Candace has not read the First Amendment. And for some reason, she thinks that, people in another country is supposed to abide by our U.S. laws. No. No. They're abiding by the U.S. laws because the matter is going to be heard in the U.S. court. So they're applying U.S. laws to their case. But you can't sit here and expect people in other countries to be okay with your nonsense. Just like Australia. They didn't have to let her in their country. They have the right to ban her based on their laws. We're not bound as a country, as a sovereign nation, to uphold the laws of another country, and vice versa. Australia is not bound to uphold the laws of the United States of America. They're a sovereign nation. So they said, no, you can't come here. We ain't got time for that. They showed us how it was done. But they had the right to do that. We can't sit here and think that other countries are supposed to abide by our laws. No, it's the United States Constitution, not a global law plan for every country to abide by. That's how that works. This isn't the View. Oh, no, I don't even watch the View, y'all. I don't like the View. You're a hypocrite, though. You say if you don't agree, then you don't fixate on someone. Why? No, I'm fact checking. I'm going to do that all day because facts, evidence, and laws are a thing. And because she's saying and doing things that's getting people hurt, that's getting people doxxed. It's something that's a cybercrime. It's a cybercrime. It's a crime. Doxing people is a crime. It's illegal. That's another law. I don't fixate on her. She could be an alien. I've said that. I believe Candace Owens is an alien. Does that make you feel better? She's not of this planet. I don't have to fixate on her. I don't even have to see her face or image. But the things that come out of her mouth, if it's false and incorrect, I'm going to correct it. That's it. That's how this works. I'm not putting out information about her. No one's doxing her. No one put her home address out there. I wouldn't even advocate for that. She's got kids. But I'm not going to sit here and not report on the truth. That's what journalists do. We disseminate information. Candace has lost sight of that. She just creates nonsense off the top of her head and doesn't care about the effect that it has. Her kids have got to watch her videos one day. Erica Kirk's kids got to grow up and see her videos. Brigitte Macron is over 70 years old with grandchildren. You don't think what she's saying about their grandmother hurts them? You don't think they're being bullied because somebody in America is calling their grandmother a man? Are you effing kidding me? So if it's hypocritical to correct someone for being that vile and not caring about anything or anyone else but themselves, then whatever. I'll be a hypocrite. Candace is still an alien from another planet. She said that herself. I'm not even saying anything that's new. She's fixated on Charlie Kirk. Exactly. And then she lies about the things she says about Charlie Kirk. So Candace is fixated on Charlie Kirk, somebody else's husband that's deceased. And then the things she says about him or the people that she is accusing of having some involvement in his death are inherently false. They have no evidence to support. She has no evidence to support it. She can't even quote laws correctly, nor does she follow them or has any respect for the rule of law. I'm not calling Candace a man. I'm just putting up a photo that's funny to me. Candace gave birth 4 times. I'm not here to take away her motherhood. Why is she doing that to Brigitte Macron? Because she wants to think everything is fake and gay. Now everybody has to be a transgender. What the hell is wrong with her? But if someone says it about her, then she gets mad. The candy asses go into a frenzy. They can't handle it. The bots start copying and pasting the same comment. They're not even original with it. All of this and for what? Because Candace Owens falsely accused someone of being a transgender or being born a man. And then get a tantrum when she gets sued. And think she has subpoena power when she didn't even look that up. You can't make this up. This is what we are. And yet I get comments about, oh, she has thousands of viewers. Yeah, more people she's misleading. Why is that a good thing? We're not using the common sense God gave a Billy Goat, I see, Candace. Oh, okay.
Even though I thought you were perfect the day that we got married, I now look back and I'm like, wow, to see how much faith has moved you. When I say to people, I was so interested. I'm too interested to just go, okay, well, he's just dabbling in a heresy, you know what I mean? Or, he's just worshiping Mary. And I think society has grown so accustomed to being dismissive. Whether you want to say, well, this person's a conservative, therefore they're racist. This person doesn't want to vote for Kamala, therefore they're a sexist. This person has this perspective, therefore they're anti-Semitic. Whatever the name is of transphobe of the day. I'm too curious. I'm too curious when I see something, people moving in a certain direction. I want to follow them. Even if I find out that I don't agree, I want to see where they're going. Yeah. And I think that is kind of what makes us such a unique partnership, is that we're genuinely curious. Mm. Going back to that movement in your life. So you were a Catholic when we got married. You were not an active Catholic when we got married. And now I would say you are an overactive Catholic. You are about as Catholic as it comes. You attend the Mass multiple times a week, morning Mass, you go to confession every week. What was it in your life that pulled you in that direction? Because I still don't really comprehend it.
Why? Wait, what? These two are married people. Do I have to put a disclaimer up? Warning, the video that you're watching is a video of two married people that supposedly live in the same house. He's still here. How you looking like? Are you kidding? Are you serious? Y'all, that's the look of a man that is wanting to say a lot of things, and he just realized, that's right, we're on camera. Smile. You're on candid camera. This is the look of a man realizing he's on candid camera. Y'all remember that show? This is such a snippet. I'm snipping it. Candace, we're adding this to the collection, girl. This is the moment he realized, what the hell did I marry? What do you mean you don't fully understand? What do you mean? He's like, are you pranking me right now? That's the look of someone that has no idea what's going on in his life. This is the look of a man that just looked upon his wife and said, I can't believe we have 4 kids. George is shooting her the most cynical, whimsical smile, this smirk of a smile. Where, at the end, it's like the guy looking at the wife say, yeah, we're not sleeping in the same room tonight. I'm sleeping on the couch. You kidding me? It's like he said to himself, she really is an asshole. Yeah, I can go on and on. You can't make this up. He's like shocked at what she just said. He was like, what? Wow, I can't believe this. Wow. Yeah, look at this.
You had to pray for me.
Yeah, exactly.
He's like,
It's
wow.
just-
He just kind of rolled his eyes up. Something else. Yeah, he's sleeping on the couch. He's sleeping his ass on the couch. He was like, yeah, okay. Yeah, uh-huh. Yep. I'm sleeping on the couch with the dog. Don't bother me.
overwhelmed with the inbound traffic that we had. I was just like, oh, please help me deal with this crazy woman that I'm married to. No, I'm
Hold on. Didn't I just say that? Look at this. Yeah. Because, when I say it, it's somehow unbelievable. Listen to this. Yeah, okay. Lord, please. Y'all see the words.
please help me deal with this crazy woman that I'm
Help me deal with this crazy woman that I married.
married to.
That I'm married to. You can't tell me that look he shot was not the epitome of this. Lord, please help me deal with this crazy woman that I'm married to. He said it himself. He just said it himself. What are we talking about here? I'm not saying anything he's not saying. What's not true? He just said it himself. Read the words on the screen. Oops, he said the quiet part out loud. Was it a Freudian slip or just a joke? Candace. You said it's not true, Caroline. Are you reading the words? Are you reading the words on the screen? He just said it himself. Lord, please help me deal with this crazy Candace. Guess what that is? Y'all know it's a snip. This is a snip. Y'all, he is so uncomfortable right now. Because, the candy asses love challenge me on stuff. Don't challenge me to prove a point. He just said it right here. Lord, please help me deal with this crazy woman that I'm married to. Help him. George, it's called a divorce. Just get it. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. He said, Lord, please help me deal with this crazy woman that I'm married to. Because he didn't really know who he married in the beginning. Because only 18 days went by between him meeting her and proposing to her. 18 days. Not even a full 30 days, George. You couldn't even go a whole month. 18 days. It's 7 days in a week. That's 14 days. That's 2 weeks and 4 days. And that's who we're counting from sun up to sun out. 24 hours at a time. 2 weeks, 4 days. Between the meeting and getting engaged over a Zoom call. And now he said, Lord, please help me deal with this crazy woman I'm married to. It was written all over his face. And then he just went out and said it. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. It was written all over his face, and then he confirmed it out loud. Oh, George.
No, I'm joking, of course. It was okay. C.S. Lewis writes that how absurd it is to think that the lost sheep can find the shepherd, and the shepherd has to come and find the lost sheep. That's not to say that I was fully lost. I think I had probably emerged from my lost years. I did have lost years in my 20s. There was no doubt about it, where I had no faith life, so to speak. I mean, I maintained a comatose heartbeat relationship with Christ, in as much as I infrequently attended church. I prayed infrequently. I talked about God. I would have said that I was a Christian, but I was like very weak in my faith. And really for me, I think there were so many things which kind of pulled me in that direction when we got married. And I think that the whole process of how we met and how we got married and all that kind of stuff was a miracle. Like I said that to you many times in those first 6 months. I was like, this is a miracle. There is just a there is too much providential alignment here for me to unpack this all. I was kind of overwhelmed with it at the time. It was something which I just thought was beyond my comprehension. Like I could, there were so many things that, I mean, even now when I think about it, I mean, now the kind of mystery has faded, so the surprise is less than it was at the time. But there were things like going back into decades ago where I could suddenly see, having met you, that this had been the steps that God had put me on to get to this place in my life. You know, even the fact that, like, you know, I mean, I had a US visa and like all this kind of, I mean, it was crazy, you know, at the time, like what I unpacked in in those 6 months, and just sort of how I thought about the world after that. Um, that was definitely something where I felt the presence of God. And then there was a recognition, I guess, that the political debates we were in, I mean, there were many things, but the political debates we were in required truth, you know, and that is something where I still to this day, I think that if you're a conservative or you call yourself a conservative, and that's, even that word is kind of just a bit meaningless in some ways, but if you want to call yourself a conservative on the American right, you have to say, well, what are we seeking to conserve? And you have to say, well, what is fundamentally at the heart of everything that we believe in America, or even in the West, in the world? What is the truth that we are aiming for? And particularly when you get to these kind of radical fringes of politics, where you're talking about, you know, the ability of men and women to change their genders, or even the LGBT lobby, or whatever it might be, like whatever it is, whatever these
What
topics
is
are,
he talking about? He just
you start to
rambling.
realize that truth itself is breaking down into like nothing. It's just being destroyed. Truth is being slowly chipped away at until the kernel of truth is so small that it's so difficult for people to find in those debates. So you have to start, okay, well, where's the starting point? Like what do we go back to? What is the very heartbeat of truth? And the heartbeat of truth has to be absolute. It has to be an objective reality. And the objective reality for truth is Christ. And for me, I started realizing that the more and more I talked about politics, or the more we were involved in politics, or the more I witnessed politics, the more I realized that truth was absent. Like truth was absent from those debates. And so for me, I was like, okay, well, I need to discover what truth is again. And I need to reform a relationship with that 15-year-old boy inside of me who was really fascinated by theology. And for me, that was kind of, I was like, okay, this is the big missing part of my life. Like, this is where I don't really have a relationship with God like I used to when I was a teenager and in my very early 20s. So that was what drew me back. I was like, I need to discover what truth is again. And then that was the kind of the first stepping stone. And then it became very apparent to me that re-engagement with my faith was something which I needed to do in a very serious way.
I'm just going to kick it to one of our advertisers, Goldco, because we're
Oh no.
But when I became a father, I suddenly realized it's trying to make yourself look beautiful because you are denying the aging process, you know. And even now,
Wait a minute. What?
a very big sea change, I think, for all men.
is it?
I don't know. Maybe some men are like, no, actually.
No, it is. I mean, yeah, being a dad is huge. I mean, you want the best for your
Okay,
children,
she asked
you know.
about
And so I want, you know, I love my children. I mean, there are so many ways that fatherhood changes you. I mean, being a father both motivates you to be the best dad you can be. It motivates you to stay alive, which is a funny thing to say. You become very aware. I became very aware within months of our first child being born of my own mortality. I suddenly became very aware of like, I'm going to die. And in a non-morbid way, I think about death a lot. And that is because I think our world has lost the perception of death. We do everything to try and avoid talking about death. We don't want to cover the topic. And death is perceived of as this great, like, we mustn't talk about death. Like, we must avoid death. And even everything we do is kind of like in the constant culture of trying to extend life, like plastic surgery. It's trying to make yourself look beautiful because you are denying the aging process, you know. And even now, when we are inevitably going to die, we must be in control of that process through euthanasia. Like the UK has just voted through this assisted dying bill, which is a complete abomination. But this is how we are now perceiving death. We like have to control this process. And so natural death is totally pushed to one side. But when I became a father, I suddenly realized that I was like, okay, I'm going to die, and that's just going to happen. And I need to sort out my relationship with God, and I need to be aligned with Him, and not just be aligned with Him, but I need to promote Christ in this world, and I need to promote Christ to my children, and I want them to be raised in the faith. So I want them to have the best relationship with God.
They say okay. So, having studied medicine, one thing we're taught to do is first do no harm. When I think of an assisted death of some sort, it's because there's a patient that is suffering. They don't want to suffer in pain. Maybe the life that they have, the quality of life, is going to be so beyond, reasonable or realistic. And they don't want to agonize and suffer through it. So if you have laws in place and there's a case for someone to say, I have they have this diagnosis and it's going to cause all of these symptoms where the quality of life is going to leave them, you name it, from blind to mute to, deaf to breathing from a tube to using the bathroom from a tube. I mean, it's just going to be beyond reasonable. They're going to have pain. They're not going to remember anything. And they decide, okay, you know what? Before it gets to that point, I would rather just make peace with it and just avoid the agonizing pain. Should someone be forced to endure, the torture and agony of symptoms and pain where they won't have relief to avoid having an assisted death? I'm asking here. God bless you, Tony. It's like, why is that such a horrible like concept? Rapunzel Farmer. This is an airport. No need to announce your departure. What are you all talking about? Oh no. Oh, good Lord. But should that person be, is it really that bad? Is it really that bad? Is it an abomination to say, I don't want to have this agonizing death? So before I know all these things are going to come about, let me just go to court, go through the hospitals, the doctors, to figure out a way to have some sort of assisted process here. That's all I'm saying. People with depression are trying to use it. I mean, should they be forced to? Let's say it's a physical diagnosis. I saw, actually, this was something that, and it's not foreign. When the AIDS pandemic was really like first fully known, and people were diagnosed, and they realized, okay, there was no cure, there was no medicine to help them even with the symptoms of it. Let me just arrange something to where if they, once they found out they were diagnosed with AIDS and they knew they were going to die, and they understood these are all the things that I'm at risk of having, some of the symptoms and diagnoses they were already experiencing, and they said, I want an assisted death. That was something that was happening at the time. Was that bad? Was that an abomination? They should just suffer? That's what I'm asking. He's saying it's an abomination. Is it? Would he want his parents to just be in pain and suffer if they had some diagnosis or disease? And just they're supposed to just live it out and suffer through it? You can't make this up. So she was saying George would be a very pretty drag lady. I'm just saying these are things that have happened. Children with Down syndrome, one country is using it. That's all I'm saying. He's saying it's an abomination. I'm saying, is it? But it isn't something that. Do you think God will want you to agonize and be tortured with pain that you can't, that medications would not be able to get rid of? But if it's diagnosed or some sort of disease, that's not really common. or some sort of physical abnormality, a rare genetic disease, and it's going to bring about horrible pain in your last days. You're supposed to agonize through that? You think God wants you to torture in that? It's not taking our own lives. I'm asking for an assisted regarding an assisted death, a procedure that is done, a medical procedure that's done where they give you medications, and it's like putting you to sleep and you just don't wake up. I'm just asking. I'm just asking here for y'all thoughts on that. Let me know. I don't know. I feel like having worked in medicine and healthcare and seeing people, have their last days spent in hospitals. They died alone. They died in pain. It was like torture for them. And you have a process in place, like a medical procedure that kind of puts you to sleep, and just assists in you being able to go peacefully to death or transition. That's an abomination. So God wants you to torture through your pain and physical ailments. And granted, this is not just because you want it. You got to understand, I'm talking about the most extreme cases here. It's the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing with that when you pull the plug. Except this is still a medical procedure. It's a medical procedure. See, that's something George didn't cover. It's still a medical procedure. You have to have doctor sign off on it. It's like being put to sleep, except it's just assisting you to transition. But it's still a medical procedure. You got to go through, um, fill out all kinds of forms. I mean, you got to get people to testify and do affidavits for it. It's a whole process to go through that. It is a medical procedure. It's not just shoot something in my IV and be done with it. No, it's an actual medical procedure. If you have a terminal illness, hey GB, how you doing? I agree with the procedure LLC. We should be more humane when we are at that point. We should be able to elect this. That's what I'm saying. If it's a terminal, and I'm saying to a very extreme thing here, like a rare genetic disease where the symptoms are, inflammation, pain, you know, um, complete discomfort to where medications might not even really be, helpful at some point. It's going to bring on a onslaught of other symptoms where your quality of life is gone. An assisted transition is still a medical procedure. Is that an abomination? Doctors have to sign off. Yes, it is a medical procedure. Yes, it is. Doctors have to sign off on this stuff. And they have to actually do testing. They have to weigh the odds. You got to get others to kind of testify and as a witness. So is it something that's an abomination? He's calling it an abomination. That's what I'm asking. So, like euthanasia for the animals. Yeah. Yes, it's a full medical procedure. Exactly. If you have a dog that's put down and euthanized, that's what he calls it too, a euthanasia. Let me go back a little bit. He calls it a complete abomination. But see, he also referred to it as some sort of a euthanasia process. He thinks that they're escaping death. No, it's a medical procedure. Is that an abomination? Like, it's not someone trying to just maintain, or slow down the aging process here. We're talking about somebody that's, you know, at a point where they have something rare, they have some medical illness, or terminal illness, and they've already tried to get treatment. They've already had surgeries. They've gone through medications, they did all these things. And they know, okay, nothing's going to work. And as opposed to you having this person, this patient tortured to death, literally, they have this procedure where it's an assisted transition. Is that an abomination? Because I know we do that here in the U.S. It's a lot of paperwork to go through, but it's still it's still a medical procedure. It's still a process you have to go through. It's not that simple as he makes it seem. I don't have a heart for that. I understand. I do the best I can for my loved ones and put the rest to God. I can't judge it as being an abomination. I don't know that. And that's what that's what he's just calling it an abomination. It's like, wait, what? There's also palliative care for people who don't want treatment and just want to enjoy their last days. And yeah, and that palliative care is like when you have, controlled medications that you're giving that person just to ease the pain and comfort. What happens when that has been done and that doesn't work? Where their symptoms, the pain they're going to go through is beyond what medications can even give comfort to. And they're like, oh no, my quality of life is going to be agonizing. I'm not even saying this is for everybody. I'm saying for the most extreme of cases here. Is that still an abomination? We're talking about a man that admits that he prays to some beads, to a rosary. Not to God directly. He has to have some rosary beads around his wrist to pray. He calls that an abomination. I just, it's crazy to hear someone like this with no medical background call something like that an abomination when I highly doubt he understands the full process. That's my thing. I don't think he understands it. I believe in this wholeheartedly, LLC. Thank you, GB. I appreciate that. And I'll say this because I actually studied biology pre-med. That was my major in college. I wanted to be a doctor, pediatrician, neonatologist. So I had to study these, these types of procedures. I've worked in healthcare. I worked in hospitals. I've seen patients, begging for payments. I've seen patients that were terminal. Some payments worked to ease their comfort, some didn't. But what we're taught is to first do no harm. And so in those situations, hearing him say something like, oh, well, I think it's an abomination for an assistant transition. But do you understand what these people might be going through? You understand it's still a medical procedure. It's still a medical process. I don't think he understands that. He just made a blanket statement. Thank you, GB, for the $10 super as well. I appreciate that. It's a blessing. Thank you, S Files, for the $5 super. I owe you $6,995, BB. Oh yeah. You can't tell the candy asses that they go, girl, they're gonna run off. They're gonna say, well, there's BB Netanyahu's hiding as the S Files over there on Lady Luck Club. He's paying her $5 at a time. She's getting that $7,000, people. He's just paying it as a YouTuber. The candy ass is gonna have a field day on that one. You can't make this. Ooh, they're gonna be so mad. Oh, shout out to the S Files. Thank you so much, dear. Oh, y'all better not come for my mod either. Oh my God, word was spread like fire. Y'all, BB Netanyahu is giving content creators $5 at a time and then telling them he has an IOU. You can't. You ain't gonna believe this. We actually saw someone get $5 from BB Netanyahu. He's hiding in YouTube accounts. Candace, get your dumb cult members under control, girl. I'm like, yeah, let's get back to this.
When we are inevitably going to die, we must be in control of that process through euthanasia. Like the UK has just voted through this assisted dying bill, which is a complete abomination. But this is how we are now perceiving death. We like have to control this process. And so natural death is perceived is totally pushed to one side. But when I became a father, I suddenly realized that I was like, okay, I'm going to die, and that's just going to happen. And I need to sort out my relationship with God, and I need to be aligned with Him, and not just be aligned with Him, but I need to promote Christ in this world, and I need to promote Christ to my children, and I want them to be raised in the faith. So I want them to have the best relationship with God, because that's the ultimate gift that I can give them, more so than money, more so than anything else. Like, stability is good. Of course, it should be sought, but there are plenty of children who don't grow up in stable homes who I would still wish the same for them, that they know the truth of Jesus Christ.
I would think when you have an active, at least it's been the case for me, like when you have an active spiritual life, I now kind of observe my past political perspectives as quite adolescent in a way.
Yeah.
Like I look at me going around college campuses and speaking about these issues, having removed Christ from the conversation, or if I'm, saying Christ on stage, it's not with the fullness of truth, I guess is the best way to say it. It's more kind of like a political talking point, and truly believing at that time that I had landed on truth, and now I'm like a lowercase truth of, well, the left hates family, oh, the left hates social cohesion, oh, the left loves, racism because of this or that, oh, the left feminism, this. And then when you really arrive at the full picture, you're going, this is not a war against Trump, this is not a war against conservatives, it's always been a war against Christ. Nothing has changed. And to come to that understanding, it's been so refreshing and calming in a way where I don't crave politics. I talk about this with you often. I don't crave politics in the way that I used to crave it. And I think for a lot of people, politics does become a drug. They're addicted to the high life of politics, like being in the room, meeting people. And then you get into these rooms and people are drunks and addicts and people are sleeping with each other. And that's such a letdown. It's such a letdown because you want to believe that you're really fighting for a sense of morality. But it's only a letdown, I think, if you don't have a spiritual life and you don't have the perspective, a clarifying perspective that, in the end, Christ wins. I think that's really been something that has changed in me since you've sort of, changed my world in terms of spiritualism.
I mean, I think I would
Man, this
just
conversation is so
build
dry
on
with
that.
them two.
Christ has
Dear
won.
Lord.
It's not that he wins, he's already won. And what that means is, but the Bible is very clear about this, and actually the church has taught the same thing for ages, which is that this world, the devil is called the prince of this world. It's his domain, right? In many ways, the world is his domain. And so in many ways, the armies of Christ are actually, we are the aliens here. And the Bible is kind of very clear about this. We are the aliens in this world because we are the people who are living a totally different life to the majority of the world. Like Christianity has always been a religion on the outside. Yes, it had its great kind of medieval heyday where it became the dominant, temporal force, if you want to call it that. But of course, what happened during that time, like the church was infected with secularism as well. Like, there was corruption in it, and there was, the seeking of power, and, there were many problems with it. But, really Christians live as outsiders in this world. Like our home is not this world. Our home is the world to come. And so, when you look at it from that perspective, you just say, okay, well, what's really going on? Like the devil is fighting with everything that he has to destroy all good things in this world. That is what he is seeking to do at all times, and he never takes a day off. It's like you never get a day off. You are always vulnerable. There's always this constant awareness. Like if I've learned one thing of being a Christian, it's that prayer is like oxygen. It is as needed on a daily basis as it is needed, like oxygen or food. You need it every day, because the devil certainly doesn't care whether it's Tuesday and you're having the best day of your life, or whether it's, the day your father dies. It doesn't make a difference. It's the same battle. He will be there, always seeking to destroy you. And so that for me is just something where I'm like, politics, forget it. I mean, like politics it is tertiary. I mean, Andrew Breitbart famously said that, politics is downstream of culture. And I would add that culture is downstream of faith, because at the heart of whether it's conflict, global conflict, societal change, the rise and fall of ideologies, and this segues back into what we talked about at the beginning, the understanding of faith, the understanding of theology. Like, why was I interested in this? Because at the heart of everything is faith. And it's something which is like very misunderstood, because the whole of our economic system is built off rationality. It's built off humans making rational choices at all times, right? That's kind of our entire economic model is based off rational choices. But humans make what would be perceived of in economic terms as irrational choices the whole time. Like, it's not good necessarily. You could argue that it was, but there's a strong economic argument to say it's not good to give money away, right? Why would you do that? You've earned all this value. You should accrue it to yourself. But Christianity teaches and proposes that you should do that, right? And actually that you should turn outwards and not just look inwards. And actually, of course, when you start doing that, the rewards
Okay.
do flow, because then you will become blessed beyond.
What is the philanthropy that Candace and George Farmer does then? How are they philanthropists? How do they actually go out and give back to communities? Do they do that? Their conversation is weird. I know. It's like this is do they go out and actually give back to the community? Are they giving to, she, since she doesn't agree with what's going on in Palestine. No one says she had to agree with it. But is she actually sending supplies to Gaza, to kids in West into in Gaza? Medical supplies, food, clothing, water, helping them to get out. What role does she play in helping others? They give chaos for sure. Her ministry is being a gossiper. You can't make this up. Candace does never looked into the farmers. That's what I'm saying. Do you all see or hear Candace giving back to a community, being a philanthropist, helping anything, giving directly to communities? Like, let me donate money for scholarships, you know, for kids who want to go to school to study journalism in English, since she doesn't want them to study gender studies, like, for reasons. Does she ever do that? Like, this is crazy. He's sitting here saying what the Bible says. Do they actually do it? Because, one of the commandments, she's already just kind of knocked off her list and said, I'm never following that. Yeah, I'm just going to keep bearing false witnesses against my neighbors. But how do they give back? He's worth what, $244 million? You would think he would have a scholarship for theology school. So wherever he wants to go, even if there's one in his area, in his state, in Tennessee, there's a theology school, a seminary school there. So kids who can't afford to go to school can apply through this scholarship set up by George Farmer himself. They sit here and they talk about doing what the Bible says and what their I guess beliefs are, but they don't do it. They don't exercise that. If I had $244 million, I would never ever, you wouldn't have to hear, like, you would know that there's some good being done with that. Do I have to brag about it? No. But I will make sure, hey, she doesn't like what kids are being taught in school. Why don't you start a school, Candace? Why don't you pull one of those Umar Johnson stunts? Minus the scamming. And open up a school where core principles and values of whatever can be taught. Why don't you start a curriculum to where other mommy slews that are impersonating CIA agents, that decide they want to homeschool their kids because, as a parent, I don't tell people what to do with their kids. But you want to homeschool your kids, fine. Why don't you create something to help other parents create a curriculum? How does she give back? How does she do that? It don't seem like she does that. And you come here asking this question. Now I'm asking, how do they give back based on their biblical beliefs? Do you understand? Like, does a Candy asses understand the definition of the word hate? There's nothing to hate. I don't even. This ain't even about an emotion. I give facts. Facts that don't care about your feelings. I'm asking, how is she a philanthropist? How does she uphold the word of God? Any of this biblical principle that she has by actually giving back and helping people in her community. How does she do that? And the Candy asses right on cue ask about why is someone hating on her, like we can't criticize her. No, we're gonna do that all day because she's not God. You out of your mind? It's so crazy. This whole conversation Let me go through this. And they talk about something else. Nuclear weapons, favorite memorable holiday. Man, this is the most boring conversation that a married couple could have. No one's laughing at this. You barely heard them two laugh. Oh my God, they're so dull. I don't even see them barely smile. If he smiles, it's like he's saying, "Oh God, I'm married to this
To
woman."
close this, some on a topic that is very fun.
Okay.
Online conspiracies, they are my favorite.
Okay.
They're amazing. People come up with such
Yeah, she loves online conspiracies because they're not true. You can't make this stuff up. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. Okay, so I want to get to Colonel Kurt's videos right quick, and then tomorrow we'll go over what she did today. Her whole show was like an hour with this Turning Point USA throws down the gauntlet sort of thing. But we got to talk about this, and I want to get to Colonel Kurt's videos. She's going to be doing a Becoming Candace series, and it's about time. Thank goodness. Let the candy asses and the cult members and the bots call it hating. It doesn't stop anybody else from expressing their opinions of her or debunking her. Debunking her, meaning when she's lying like hell, take time to research and share the truth. Give people the option to at least know the facts before they just sit here and just go on believing whatever she says because of reasons. Now, shout out to Colonel Kurtz. She has great content on her channel. I'm trying to share this video. There we go. I'm going to drop the video link in the chat. If I can get one of the mods to drop her YouTube channel in the chat, that would be fantastic. That conversation was so boring. So it is what elites do, rich people. Yeah, Candace is a elitist, and she doesn't want to admit it because I guess it goes against whatever. But yet she just, you know, she just expressed how happy she was to enjoy online conspiracy theories. She's literally telling on herself. I mean, she doesn't care if it's any facts to what she says or any truth to it, meaning you have evidence and documentation. If it's a conspiracy theory, those things are fun for her. Doesn't matter how false it is. It could be a flat out lie from the pit of hell. If she believes it to be a conspiracy theory, she's all in on it. Conspiracy theories to me, it's just someone's way of being too lazy to research. They would rather just believe something to be what it is without doing the research on it. Even when it comes to the moon landing, Candace, why don't you get Andrew Tate, you and Kanye, all y'all come together, put y'all money together, get Elon Musk to build you a rocket ship, and just take your ass to the moon and see if someone actually landed there. You don't believe the Earth is round? Go to space and go find out for yourself. Like it's just a lazy way of just saying, I'm just going to accept this information without vetting it to see if it's actually true or not. She doesn't believe dinosaurs walked the Earth. Never mind the actual evidence to show they did. Oh, Lord have mercy. Giant animals walk the planet. Animals she may not even be able to name probably still exist on the planet. You got animals that have lived on Earth for thousands of years. How old is the cockroach? Like there's species on Earth that have been here for thousands of years, longer than mankind. And she probably wouldn't be able to name them all. Conspiracies is just a lazy way of just saying, yeah, okay, we'll go with this. And we won't do any research on it. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, y'all. I despise it. Like I said, I think it's extraordinarily lazy to just believe a conspiracy theory, but not actually take the time to read and research. People believing that she can actually have subpoena power, but you didn't Google what subpoena power is. I can't accept that. Nope. That's lazy as hell. It's lazy. Y'all shout out to Colonel Kurtz. Let's get on it. Yeah, they just parrot whatever she says. No thinking power at all. Yeah, we're just gonna follow her. Yep, she's getting views. You're not. I'm getting views, but I'm not gonna get views from some cult members. I don't want a cult. I want people that are gonna challenge me on things. Even if when I'm reading comments, I read comments from both the supporters, the Luxters, my mods, and the candy asses and the bots. I try to, keep it neutral as best as possible. It's just that the candy asses and the bots, y'all are just copying and pasting the same old thing over and over and over again. Yes, the same old dumb questions over and over and over again. It doesn't change my content. It doesn't change me debunking her. It's not going to stop me from expressing free speech. None of that. She chose to be a public figure. This is what she's subjected to. Didn't she say the same thing about Turning Point USA? Yes, she did. She said Erica Kirk has to deal with criticism. Why can't she deal with criticism? Why is it all of a sudden Candace Owens can't handle criticism? Why do you have inanimate objects called bots sitting here trying to dispel criticism from Candace Owens because she's too fragile? She can't handle it. She refuses to research and Google and read. Candace, that's not our fault. That's yours. You see, and it's not even to be condescending. It's pointing out the obvious. Candace does not read or research. She doesn't vet her tips. She loves conspiracy theories. That's why she gets nothing but conspiracy theories in her emails. Or, someone is able to just say, I'm just going to troll the hell out of her because she believes whatever comes through this tip line anyway. Yeah, we're here for it. Speak the truth, shame the devil. Y'all, let's get to it. Shout out to her. Make sure you guys check out Colonel Kurtz. Let's go.
Yeah, so we've got to finally talk about.
Uh-oh.
Talk about Candace Owens.
Okay, that wasn't my video. Oh, is it my video? Let me refresh. Let me refresh it right quick. Is it my video? Yeah, I just refreshed it. Tips from trolls who she won't see vet anything. Exactly. She don't pay their bills.
Yeah, so we've got to finally talk about.
Is this my video?
Days. You can ask her how much I was not wanting to get into this conversation.
Huh.
She happened to watch the multi-part series that Candace did.
This is so weird.
You can take as
okay, hold on.
Feeling differently than I do.
Let me go back. Maybe it's the beginning of her video because it seems to pick up after a certain part.
It's not opposed to this idea. So I said to my mom, I said, hey, watch this with me. It sounds like it's going to be interesting. And of course, Candace was promising.
Yeah, I'm just going to fast forward a
Day
little
after
bit.
day as each episode came out. And both of us came.
This is something else. Hold on.
To the same conclusion. And by the way, let me say rather independently because my mom.
Okay, maybe this is what? Yeah, maybe this is mine.
Disagrees with me on all kinds of things. And in fact, I told her when we started the.
Y'all, this is so weird. It's the bots. I know. The bots catching the vertical stream.
You can take as someone said on Twitter earlier today, you can basically take all of the elements of some crazy spy novel and
maybe I should keep it in small.
And it was obvious to both of us that it was a smoke and mirrors show. That first of all, there was absolutely no evidence offered by Candace Owens to validate her claims about the Macrons. The idea basically being, by the way, that
I can't believe I don't want to miss the beginning, y'all. Hold on. Bear with me.
because I had no idea when I started that series what I thought about all of this, and I was very open in the open toward and interested in the idea that Mrs. Macron might actually be a man. I was not opposed to this idea. So I said to my mom, I said, hey, watch this with me. It sounds like it's going to be interesting. And of course, Candace was promising major revelations and also all of this evidence that she was going to provide. This is, I'm finally going to tell you who. This is what she was promoting. I'm finally going to tell you who Brigitte Macron really is. We've got this 5-part series, and I'm going to be sitting down with this serious journalist, Xavier Boussard. Finally, he's going to be talking about all of the research that he's done to validate this conclusion. So I was like, great,
What?
great. So I sit down and watch it with my mom day after day as each episode came out. And both of us came to the same conclusion. And by the way, let me say rather independently, because my mom frequently disagrees with me on all kinds of things. And in fact, I told her when we started the Candace series, I told her, I said, I want you to really pay attention to this and think about this because you may end up feeling differently than I do. And I want to get your perspective. So we both watched it. And it was obvious to both of us that it was a smoke and mirrors show. That, first of all, there was absolutely no evidence offered by Candace Owens to validate her claims about the Macrons. The idea basically being,
So why do you all want me to watch? I don't understand. The candy asses want me to watch this. Why does anybody think I need to watch the Becoming Brigitte series, knowing how I am when it comes to facts, evidence, and the law? Why do you all want me to watch that? I'm talking to the candy asses. I would love for them to answer. I Google and research everything. Why would you want me to watch the Becoming Brigitte series when the whole time I'm going to be waiting for medical evidence, DNA evidence, scientific evidence, medical records, something to be produced? You don't even need an 8-part series to introduce that evidence. All you need is a good camera in 10 minutes. Hey, Mark, how you doing, honey? I just got in from work. Well, shout out to you. That's what says. Brigitte has a lot of supporters. You don't have to. I've watched most of it. Oh, good, thank you. Yeah, it's like shout out to Skeeter and Mark. How y'all doing, honey? That's what I'm saying. Why don't people want me to watch this? Y'all know I'll be cussing and mad through it. I'd be mad. When are they going to show the medical records? Okay, do they have footage of her going to a hospital and getting a sex change operation? That's a medical procedure. See, here's where conspiracy theories become very dangerous. Because you're saying something about someone where you're going against biology and human anatomy. And you don't have the evidence from that speaks to biology and human anatomy to support this. You can't just go based on your opinion with that. Nope, that comes with illegitimate, irrefutable proof and evidence. Medical records, diagnostic testing. Shout out to No Reply. You can get an MRI of the pelvic area. Pelvic for men is different than pelvic in women. Lab testing. Diagnostic testing includes labs. Blood work. Genetic testing. If there was a sex change, you have medical records. Where's that evidence? It doesn't exist. This is why conspiracy theories can be very dangerous. She has children and grandchildren that now have to grow up, and they're going to end up watching this series where Candace Amber Owens Farmer, the dingus of YouTube, did an 8-part series about their grandmother/mother being called a man with no scientific evidence at all. And people want me to watch that?
by the way, that Emmanuel Macron was a kind of
no
a
money in the
Manchurian
world.
candidate who was groomed by all of these shadowy, evil, Illuminati type world powers. Illuminati is my term, but basically this is the gist of it. Secret world powers to then be married to a man masquerading as a woman. And there's also some allegations of familial incest in there, and basically a secret ring of pedophiles running France and all of that. So basically, you can take, as
Oh my
someone said on
God.
Twitter earlier today, You can basically take all of the elements of some crazy spy novel and throw them in there, and that explains these kinds of delusions. And of course, we also have the female assassin that has now, according to Candace, entered into the mix. I was a big fan of La Femme Nikita back in the day. I have to say, when I was a teenage girl, she exemplified to me. I'm talking about that old USA show. Peter Wilson, she exemplified to me the kind of girl power that I thought was really cool at that point. But anyway, all of this stuff thrown in, this Frankenstein's monster of all kinds of different conspiracy theories and delusions. And that is where we're at. But yes, I watched the whole series, Becoming Brigitte, with my mom. And it was very obvious that it was a smoke and mirror show, that there was no actual evidence provided. Also, Candace this is one of the things also that in the Macron lawsuit is detailed so well. Candace jumping around from point to point and never tying up threads, huge gaping holes in her theories that never get explained. They're just kind of shrugged off, and then it's on to the next thing. It's a real sort of sleight of hand routine that works really well on even the smartest of people. And I want to say,
nope, no, I'm disagree with that. That's why I demand evidence. Nope. And when you know what type of evidence to look for, based on what you're debunking or trying to prove, it's not that hard to see. You're talking about something related to medicine and science, human anatomy, biology, medical procedures, then you need that type of evidence to prove it one way or the other. You're talking about evidence that's dealing with forensics. Let's say it's the audio hearing and the video that we watched, right? That I think is George playing in the studio. But if they do a forensic analysis, I expect someone that can come in and, analyze vocal patterns and sounds in the background or those types of things. The accent. Is it consistent? That's something I expect from that type of forensic analysis on an audio file. So that type of evidence would be needed to prove one way or the other with that audio. So depending on what the topic is, you're looking for the evidence that correlates to it. You can't just say someone is transgender, they got a sex change, they were born a man, without scientific evidence. Because you're talking about a matter of science. So no, I don't understand is her running her mouth in 8-part series about nothing she understands. She didn't go to school to study biology and medicine. She can't even show proof of her so-called 2 degrees that she claims she's acquired. Why wouldn't she show off her degrees in journalism and English? Candace, you're bad at this, girl.
By the way, at the outset here, that I know extremely smart people, podcasters, non-podcasters, friends of mine. I know extremely smart people and generally very reasonable, rational people, some of them even more reasonable and rational generally than myself, who believe Candace and don't see the issues, I guess, that I see. And I am in no position at all to talk down to anyone who buys Candace's theories. I'm in no position to talk down to anyone, and everyone truly is entitled to their opinions. But I can say that from my perspective, as someone who I think it's just almost obvious to me that these are fantasies, and I don't know if they're intentional fantasies or unconscious fantasies that Candace is having. In other words, I don't know if she intentionally knows that she's scamming or if she truly just has no BS.
She knows she's scamming. She literally admitted that she likes online conspiracy theories. In that boring ass interview with her dull ass husband, who basically was like, "Lord, please help me." It's this crazy wife or woman I'm married. And he has no idea what personality he's going to get for the day. That's his life. So this is who we're talking about. You can't make this up.
As filter and has gone kind of nuts in this direction or something in between. But I am really amazed and to a degree, yes, disheartened by the fact that a number of intelligent, reasonable people I know don't see a problem here, a giant problem here, and don't see huge red flags and huge warning signs, and also seem to think that it somehow makes sense that you would have all of these different people at all these different levels, not only of government, but of U.S. society involved in a conspiracy to take down a podcaster who wasn't even that influential.
Thank you, Skeeter. Shout out to you. Oh, thank you for the $5 super. We miss you as well, honey. And we hope you and Mark are doing okay. Your son, y'all all right? You can listen, email me. Yeah, listen here. For all the supporters here in the LLC, you guys know y'all can email me. You can say, "Hey, how you doing? Just wanted to say hello." I get that all the time. And I respond. I may fall behind on my emails, but I do reach back out. Preferably they don't go to my spam box, okay? Shout out to Yes Files. Emails was going to the spam box. I got them out of there. And now I get your emails directly. But anytime you guys want to just say hello to the Lady Luck, email me. Email me, reach out to me. It's all right. Yeah, the bots would do it if they could, but they just know I wouldn't. It's hard to take them seriously. But this is something else. It's all a matter of understanding the topic, understanding what to look through when it comes to these conversations. When it comes to a matter of science, it's either black or white. There's no gray with that. And then it comes down to testing. What type of diagnostic testing can be done to prove someone is born a gender? It's that, I mean, and it's a matter of research. So, you guys still tell me, Google it, Lady Luck. Look it up. And that's what I have to do. That's what this comes down to.
I'm talking about Charlie Kirk, but I guess you could say it about Candace Owens too, or who thinks that the leader of France has the kind of power to order the execution of an individual based on a personal whim. Like, I know that there's a lot of rotten stuff in history, and I know there's a lot of rotten stuff in our government and other governments, but no, I just don't think it is reasonable to have this worldview that sees things being at this degree of conspiratorial, this kind of sinister conspiratorial level.
No.
And when we talk about theories about Charlie Kirk, and at various times, Candace has insinuated or said outright that it basically would have involved the federal government, the FBI, perhaps even Trump, Kash Patel, also the Utah police, also these pastors, and also college kids that were present, and the university itself. And all of these people would have to have a perfectly sealed shut operation for no leaks to be coming out, no one to have second thoughts or to blab something to someone, no cracks in any of this. Meanwhile, Candace is taking complete coincidences, and she's tying them together in a sleight of hand for her audience and presenting it in such a professionalized way that people are not seeing.
It's not professional. Candace sounds like a dingus Air Valley airhead. Ain't them There's nothing professional about the way she presents anything. To say you were born a man and you will die a man because you got hit with a lawsuit. That's why you're going to court, Candace. That wasn't very professional. It wasn't professional at all. You have 3 attorneys and you outed their law firm. She doxes people. There's nothing professional about that. It's called the cybercrime. She encourages people to find people for her. So they have to do what's called cyber stalking. They have to go behind looking up information that they may not be privy to, or information they probably would not look up on a normal day. All because they're under the command of Candace Owens. She posts up photos of kids in school because they're wearing a green hoodie or because one wouldn't give her an interview. And she thinks that's professional. No, it's not professional. Candace is not being professional at all. And I'm not, snapping off on Colonel Kurtz here. Shout out to her. It's the concept that Candace actually believes that what she's doing is some level of truth of facts. No, it's not. Candace can't define the word truth because you need facts and evidence to make it truth. You saying it over and over again, Candace, does not make it true. It could be a flat out lie. And just because you're repeating it does not make it any more true. Even if you said it 50 times, it's still a lie. So for those who are smart and intellectual, it comes down to common sense and logic. If you don't have any evidence to support what's being said, if you go and research this yourself and you don't see a shred of evidence to support that or to prove that someone was born a man, then you have to question the validity of what the person is saying. And there's nothing wrong with that. Candace Owens is not God. No one owes her anything. Not loyalty, not devotion, not worship, nothing. You got people out here that are willing to risk their liberty and freedom to impersonate investigators and CIA agents, to pull up personal information on people and dox people. They're willing to do that. But they get mad if you call them out on it. If you say, you know what, we'll just report this YouTube profile to the FBI because you're sitting here committing a crime. Then what? She gets mad when she gets sued. She doesn't even want to get hit with a cease and desist order or a letter. You don't get to do what you want when it's a violation of law and then think that it's supposed to go without some sort of consequence. The First Amendment does not protect defamation. So no, it's not free speech. She's about to find out the hard way. But as opposed to people reading the facts and stuff, they just go on what she says. And because she said it, they take it as a truth or a fact. It's an insult to the word fact and truth.
Is here. They're saying, oh my God, that's weird. Well, that tells you something. Well, no, actually, a lot of the times there's just weird shit that happens or stuff that doesn't go according to our expectations, but it doesn't mean that it's always a conspiracy. And when you study history, one of the things I find is that so often truth can be stranger than fiction, or truth can be stranger than our expectations. And there are times when there are just crazy coincidences. But a lot of people don't see this, and they don't see, going back to Becoming Brigitte. Let's talk again about that documentary, pseudo documentary that Candace did, that I watched all of it, even took notes. I feel like a fucking idiot, by the way. Candace Owens, shame on you that you got me to take notes on that ridiculous batch of BS. If I'm mad at anyone, I'm mad at myself. That I even entertained all that. People don't see that she's not giving her audience most of the time the context that they need to properly understand what she is putting in front of them. And I know that I have used this example again and again and again, but I'm going to use it again just because it is a perfect encapsulation of a wider phenomenon that I'm trying to explain to you related to Candace Owens, which is when she went all down this rabbit hole in that Brigitte series and talked about how apparently Emmanuel Macron had stated that the French writer André Gide was his favorite writer, or a particular text was his favorite text written by this guy. And in fact, he even had something in his office, some kind of a tribute to, or quote, I believe it was from Gide, something to that effect in his office. You can see it like in the background. And Candace then, what she took from that, her rock solid interpretation of that presented to the audience, was that if you look into the biography of André Gide, what you'll find is that, yes, he was a pederast. He preferred teenage boys, and he at times used the services of teenage male prostitutes. I would say willing prostitutes, but also no, I'm not saying it's right. But Candace then makes the point for her audience, as seemingly as like just the most natural assumption possible, that, well, look, if this is Emmanuel Macron's favorite author, then therefore Emmanuel Macron must be a pervert. Because why would your favorite author be?
Candace, why is your husband's best friend Andrew Tate? You see, we could do the same thing. That's why I laugh at the candy asses. I laugh at you people. Why is Candace Owens' husband best friend Andrew Tate? How many inferences we can draw from that? How many assumptions can we draw from that then? George Farmer is best friends with Andrew Tate. So that must make him a criminal as well, huh? Candace. That means your husband's a criminal, pervert, petty, and all the things. He abuses women. Like, we can all say the same thing because your husband is best friends with Andrew Tate. We can say the same thing. If that's her stupid logic, we can do the same thing. She was born a woman. She has 3 kids. Just because you don't believe it is irrelevant. That's it. There are photos. There's a birth announcement. I'm not willing to go into your alternate reality to sit here and prove something to you that there's documentation already proved. They're going to bring scientific evidence to them to court. So pay attention when I start reporting on the court hearings, because I will be listening to every single court hearing. You know, something I'm sure that the candy asses will not want to listen to, because the moment they introduce that evidence, you people are going to be so effed up, you're not going to know what to do. I'm not gonna allow anyone to take me out into some alternate reality where you don't believe anything is real. What are we breathing? Are we breathing air? Are we really breathing air? Question all of life by yourself. There's certain things that you just have to say is concrete facts. Just because Candace didn't want to accept a photo or a birth announcement did not make it true or valid as evidence. The court will accept it. That's all that matters. The courts will accept it. The jury will see it. So will the judge. She has no evidence to prove the contrary. She's the one bringing forth the allegation. I don't owe you proof of anything when your Lord and Savior, Candace Owens, is the one bringing forth the dumb allegation. No one told her to come up with that. She said that on her own accord. So, no, I don't owe you evidence on that. Tell your God, Candace Owens, to prove her case, preferably in court. Because unlike what she wants, she's not getting this court of public opinion stance, this showboating. No, they're taking her to the court of law. And they're bringing scientific evidence with them. Maybe scientific is a difficult word for you to understand. You may have to define the word for you. I can't do all the work for you. I'm not going to do all the thinking for you. You got to read. Can't make this up. I will be listening to all the court hearings. Why did she file a motion to dismiss? That's what I want to know. Why did Candace Owens file a motion to dismiss, and why won't she read that motion to dismiss on her channel? Why won't she tell y'all that? Can anyone ask me that? I don't care how she looks. Candace is accusing her of being born a man. Don't make me pull up the Jermaine Stewart photo. Oh, we're going to pull up the Jermaine Stewart photo because apparently, we need apples to apples here, so they can understand how that feels. So, okay.
A pervert, if you yourself weren't a pervert. It just makes perfect sense. Okay, guys? Yeah, except Candace.
Candace is
That
friends with
writer
Andrew
also
Tate.
happens to be a Nobel Prize winning writer. He won a Nobel Prize for literature. And he also
Lord.
happens to be considered one of the greatest authors, one of the greatest writers, and one of the greatest modern philosophers in European history. So much so that when I was getting my degree, my PhD in English, I happened to come across some of his writings and even, in fact, used to teach a little bit of André Gide's writing in the college classes that I used to teach. Oh my God, I must be part of some horrific cabal, right? So yes, of course, it would make sense that if this guy, André Gide, this writer, this classical writer,
girl.
is like basically one of the biggest literary superstars in the history of France, it would make sense then that yes, maybe the president of France might think that's his favorite writer. There's another explanation besides, oh, the president of France must be some kind of pervert. She doesn't provide that for her audience. There's rarely any kind of Occam's razor with Candace Owens and her analysis where things just are as they are, or they are for a normal, uninteresting, non-conspiratorial reason. And the fact that I have seen so many instances, that's not the only one. I didn't just cherry pick that. There's others. The fact that I have seen so many instances of Candace Owens taking a roundabout way to explain something, getting into conspiratorial analysis where it is not necessary or even logical, and then also withholding valuable context from her audience that would explain it, and engaging in seemingly deliberate.
Candace, that would be lying by omission. You're withholding information that the audience would need to know in order for you to establish that point. You're lying by omission, Candace Owens, farmer. You're lying by omission. You know that thing somehow you understood when you accused the Israeli prime minister of doing that? Simply because he didn't release an entire letter. But you purposefully, willfully, and intentionally withhold information because it doesn't fit your moot point. You rather it be conspiratorial than for it to be factual. And now you have clowns wondering, simply because someone looks a certain way, if they were born that way. I mean, that could be asked about anybody. Do we just walk around and just say you were born a woman, not a man? Why would we want to do that? Wouldn't it be a waste of brain cells to sit here and just go up and randomly accuse someone of being born another gender simply because they look like it? That could be said of Candace Owens. Whether you agree or not is irrelevant. Many people don't agree that Brigitte Macron looks manly. But how is it a fact that she was born a man again with no evidence? Candace is the one bringing forth that allegation. That is her burden. Their burden would be to prove that she lied and she defamed them by purporting that to be a fact. And when you don't understand how court works, you're not going to understand what I just said. You're not going to get it. They don't understand concepts like burden or, proof or anything, but by preponderance of the evidence. No, stuff like that, because they got to define the word evidence first.
Distortions, then I lose complete faith in her and in any conspiracies that she proceeds with. And I thought that it should have been a giant wake-up call to everyone, especially people who so far have not been doubting her. I think it should have been a giant wake-up call to people when she posted on Twitter several days ago that she had just found out that the French military trained with the American military, I believe it was in California, around the time of Charlie Kirk's assassination. And then she proceeds to say flat out that the French military was definitely involved in Charlie Kirk's murder. That these same people who were training in California, that some of them were definitely involved, or people like them were definitely involved in Charlie Kirk's murder. Of course, once again, giving no evidence of anything. Now, here's just another glaring example for you. I want you to listen here. I have a significant other who was in the army for many years, made it up to the rank of captain. Oh my God, maybe he's part of the cabal too. He's part of the conspiracy. He got me into this conspiracy, and now I'm just working for the Zionists and Emmanuel Macron. Anyway, my significant other, army veteran, 2 tours, by the way, in Iraq, which is more than you, Candace Owens, will ever do for this country. But anyway,
burn! Oh, yeah. Is she lying? No, she's not lying. Candace, you pay no one's bills. You have no philanthropy underneath your belt. No one knows what you do to help your community. You won't even reach out to Erica Kirk to see if she's okay. You didn't say anything about, hey, I spent the weekend with Erica Kirk, make sure her and the kids were good, did some meal preps or something. You got mad because Turning Point USA brought in millions of dollars after Charlie Kirk died, as if people don't have the right to send in financial donations. Perhaps some of that was meant for Charlie Kirk's 2 children. Yeah, because some of it was for Charlie Kirk's 2 children. So no one can donate to his kids? Is that what you're saying? Candace, when you have an issue with someone giving somebody some money and it's not yours, it's weird. Especially when you claim you don't have a problem with Erica Kirk, or it's for the children and they're minors and they have nothing to do with this. But nope, you can't say the same thing about Candace and her kids, though, because God forbid. I don't even encourage people to go for the kids because that's a hit below the belt. They're minors. They can't help who their parents are. But the idea that people sent gifts and money to Charlie Kirk's 2 children disturbed Candace Owens. And Wolves of Finance, or Wolves in Finance, or whatever his name is. When he couldn't even define an endowment, but did a whole video about how, I don't agree with Turning Point USA transferring money over to their Turning Point endowment shell company. It's not a shell company. It's an endowment. When you don't understand what an endowment is and what the intent and purposes of it is for, then yeah, you're going to sit here and say, I don't agree with it. What are you not agreeing to? Because you can't define it. The ignorance of that video he did was staggering beyond belief. He said nothing that was illegal. He even said, this is not illegal. Why are we talking about this? Why are you making it a problem? He felt it was unethical. It's very ethical to transfer money over to a shell company, to a subset. Well, you want to call it a shell company because there aren't actual people employed underneath it? You can, but it's an endowment. They don't need employees and staff listed under. It doesn't have to have a company in a building. It's an endowment. It's insane to think that, oh no, they invested in the stock market. That's what it's for. Those are the things they withheld, trying to make it seem as if Turning Point had financial issues. But yet she produced no evidence to show what the financial issues really were. None. She couldn't even go over the tax documents herself. because she's not smart enough to understand how to read those tax forms. But oh no, it was so profound for her to say, yeah, they're right. They're having financial issues. What financial issues? What are those exact issues again? What law is being violated? What policy is being violated? You're talking about ethics? What code of ethics is being violated here? Name it.
I tell him about this latest shit with Candace, and he starts laughing, and he says, "We always train with people from other nations. It's part of like having, like allies and collaboration." And I know he's right, because when he was in the army, I remember meeting guys socially through him, meeting guys from Jordan, I believe, Yemen, I believe, Australia, I believe, Great Britain, I believe, maybe even France. Right. Yeah, so I wanted to get an expert in here to confirm again what I was saying, that it is completely normal for American military to train with military from other nations. Do you know everything that's going on with Candace, what she's claiming?
Just a little bit, that France wanting to kill her. I mean,
yeah, that's close enough. So she's saying that she found out that a unit of the French military was training with American military in California when Charlie Kirk was assassinated, and that therefore that indicates that members of the French military were involved in killing Charlie Kirk. So I want to ask you, is this some weird, rare thing that happens where our military trains with guys from other countries?
Well, her thinking that is an indication that maybe she's a little too addicted to conspiracy theories. But yeah, they train with them all the time. I think when you mentioned this earlier to me today, and there was some Gulf War, 1991 Iraq War thing on TV earlier, that I mentioned that, for example, the French
the US
were our western flank in the big left hook in that invasion. Just to illustrate, we work with all kinds of military. They train all the time. I'm not like an expert on what France is doing or what some detachment of the French military is doing in California, but it surprised me. My last, at Fort Benning, where I trained, there's all kinds of international training going on. It's mostly students. Not necessarily big units, but over in El Paso, where I was stationed again, it's a lot of Germans stationed there. We train up a lot of their missile defense stuff. There's training all the time, and we train over in other countries all the time as well. So yeah, there's a ton of it. It's probably always going on at various times. You could elaborate, but no, it doesn't indicate. You'd have to have some. I don't even know why I'm responding to it, honestly. I mean, it's just a retarded take on it. It's not a very informed take. So yeah.
All right, last question.
Oh, he's so funny. Oh man, yeah. I try not to use that word, but it's so dumb. Candace acts as if our military can't train with another military. I mean, when she calls it a joint military exercise, Candace, that's exactly what it is. And it's been going on for decades. It is nothing new. For goodness sake.
Are you an Israeli plant who has been planted in my life to try to sway my coverage of Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens?
I wish I was so fun.
Candace Owens. She has either she's just complete out consciously scamming, and she knows it's a bunch of shit and she doesn't care, or she's drunk her own Kool-Aid and she's in this delusional world, some kind of like twisted modern Joe McCarthy. I don't know, or something in between. But she has no BS detector, and I don't know if she's actually talking to someone. She claims that someone high up in the French intelligence service or with connections to French intelligence has now told her that all this information that she's spreading about, she was target of an assassination. It was a female assassination. She was a target of an assassination plan. It was a female assassin. It was Israeli and cooperating with France and whatever.
Blah, blah, blah.
I don't know who she's talking to or if she's even speaking to someone, because at this point she is engaged in so many obvious.
George. Why aren't you talking to your wife? We see how mundane your conversations can be. We understand that they are very boring as hell. George, you stand behind that camera and you don't stop her from reading her script, because her shows are scripted, from saying the dumb crap she says. When are you going to be a man and step up? Say, dear, can you stop accusing a whole country of trying to assassinate you with no evidence? Lady Luck Club is asking for the text message you sent to the FBI agent. Are you planning on posting that soon or no? Because I want to see it. When is she going to file the formal complaint to the FBI again? Candace, you're a coward. Stop lying to people.
His lies and distortions that I feel like she is capable of just flat out lying. But it's also entirely possible that she is speaking with someone who has totally scammed her. I mean, hell,
no one scammed her.
The French government itself, they wanted to throw Candace for a loop. then they would feed her a bunch of weird, crappy, untrue, conspiratorial stuff to properly discredit her as she deserves. But I don't know who she's speaking to. I think it's just someone who's fooled her. But whatever the case, she's still provided no evidence of anything, and she is making outlandish claims and assertions, and she's not providing any context. And this has gotten dangerous because there are real people's lives that are being harmed by this. I know that there are hardly any of you out there with any sympathy for the Macrons because you say, oh, they started a relationship when he was 15 and she was his teacher, and that's just disgusting, et cetera, et cetera. And I don't want to even get into talking about that. I would agree that it was not a good way to start anything, and not something I would promote. But they have been together seemingly in a successful relationship and a supportive relationship for many, many, many years that their families also support, and that the French public, at least prior to Candace Owens and stirring up all these crazy outlandish theories, the French public seem to by and large support.
By and large.
And so I don't see what good it is doing to make up horrible, hideous lives that turn this elderly woman who seemed to have a lot of dignity and a lot of style into some kind of a traveling freak show. And one of the things that's pointed out in the lawsuit by the Macrons is the significant emotional damage it has done to them, knowing that everywhere they go, everyone they meet, that there are a significant number of people in the audience who believe this crap, or who suspect it could be true, or who are thinking about it. Imagine what that must do to someone.
Let's start with her children and her grandchildren. Let's start with the grandchildren. Can you imagine how the grandchildren must feel? These are kids. She has grandchildren that are minors, and they're being bullied in school. Can you imagine how that makes them feel? Their grandmother, being the First Lady of France, is being alleged with no evidence that she was born a man and will die a man. How do you expect minor children, Candace Owens, to feel about that? You dingus. You complete bonehead. You don't care about how these kids feel? That they're being bullied. Because Candace doesn't care about people being bullied, I guess. I guess she wants the world to feel how it felt when she was bullied that one time when she won that settlement. That $37,500 settlement you got with the help of the NAACP. Yeah, they came out and helped with that lawsuit, and you got a settlement for over 30 grand. Then you started the social autopsy BS where people were getting doxxed and you were targeting kids. So you don't care these kids are getting bullied. You don't give a damn about anything but yourself. So let's start with the Macron's grandchildren having to see this BS. How do you think they feel? She has 3 daughters. She gave birth 3 times. How dare anyone think that they can take someone's motherhood away? Let me tell you something. I had to have C-sections to give birth. That shit hurt. And yes, I'm using some profanity, so if you don't like it, you can mute. That shit hurt. I had 2 kids, both of them by C-sections. The audacity for someone to take away my motherhood because of how I look. Are you effing kidding me? And then for that to be put out there when my children hear these videos, of course I'm suing the hell out of you. I'm suing you into oblivion. The damage you're causing is not just directly hitting Brigitte Macron, you imbecile. It's hitting her children, her grandchildren, her family, her friends, her neighbors. Any and every person that's involved in her life. And then Candace has the audacity to say, I want to know where she was for 6 days. No, the hell you don't need to know that. Because you're asking for her to be cyber stalked. Keep impersonating CIA agents. When you start getting reported for that, and you start getting investigated for that, then what are you going to do? Candace is not going to get you all an attorney. She's not going to cover your legal and attorney fees. And YouTube will not cover you up. They will give up whomever you are behind these profiles in a hot minute. If it came down to someone suing the crap out of you, Candace Owens will not care. That's why people like myself sit here and tell the truth. Because that is the damage she's doing, and she doesn't have a soul or a conscience to give two craps. She's got a bunch of bots reiterating this BS all over social media. She doesn't care. Somehow, I guess she's sleeping peacefully at night. None of this shit bothers her. I think about the kids and the grandkids in this.
Seriously. It could completely destroy an otherwise happy or healthy relationship. It really could. And I know that people are very upset about the way that it started, but you also have to realize that cultures are different, particularly in certain periods of time. 15 was the age of consent in France. Is it still? Or did France not even have an age of consent? But generally, in Europe in general,
they do.
15
but that's
is
their
a standard
laws.
age of consent. And, people will say, well, Emmanuel Macron, he was just a child. He was just a child. He's just a child. Well, it could be that this child was, in this one instance, actually more mature for his age than the average 15-year-old. Do you want to know how I know this guy was probably more mature than his age for the average 15-year-old? It's because one day he became the president of fucking France. It takes a lot of maturity. It takes a lot of intelligence to climb your way to that position and to maintain it with a degree of dignity. If you don't like his policies or whatever, or you think he's a joke, fine.
They said that about, look, that's said in the U.S. Let's focus back to the United States of America here. How many people can say that they've liked every single president? Do we not have the right to express our disdain towards our own government? Yes, we do. You know how many people don't like the last 3-4 presidents that sat in the position? That's why I get to say this, because I'm not left or right. And I truly believe in free speech. You have people, I have supporters that don't like none of the presidents, the last 4 presidents that have been presidents. That's their right to say that. It doesn't mean that they're born one gender or the other. It has nothing to do with that. France's laws are not upheld in the United States of America. So whatever their consent age is, there is nothing that a United States court can do about that shit. That happened a long time ago. She's trying to take this to court like that's the issue. No, it's not. Candace's motion to dismiss is not even based on that. It's based on a lack of jurisdiction for those who didn't read it. There's nothing that the United States Court, the Superior Court of Delaware, is going to do about the Macrons and how they met and married and what age he was, any of that in the country of France, where they adhere to their laws in their country. The U.S. court is not going to do anything about that. There's no penalty or punishment that she's going to suffer. None. Nothing's going to happen to her because of what age she was and he was when they met decades ago in another damn country. So it's a stupid moot argument. And if you think that that's what she's going to bring up, you got another thing coming. Read her motion to dismiss. It is completely irrelevant. Her attorneys know. Her going in there saying, well, we're only here because she met him when he was 15 in the country of France over 30 years ago. There's nothing we can do about that here in this court. As bad as you want to make that sound, we don't care. The judge is going to look at the law. That's it. Our laws have no effect over there in France. None. And vice versa. So it's irrelevant. It's a moot point. In the court of law, that will mean nothing to that judge or the jury. Nothing. Absolutely, positively nothing.
But I'm telling you, this was not your average 15-year-old because he grew up to be the president of France. And he's been with his lady for decades, and everyone seems to be okay with it, except Candace Owens and Xavier Broussard. And by the way, let me say something about Xavier Broussard, because I'm tired of people acting like this is some really esteemed, credible journalist, because that's the way Candace Owens has packaged him and presented him. And so, of course, that's the way that it seems. But he is a fringe journalist in France. He's not a mainstream, by any stretch of the imagination, journalist. He doesn't have the credibility of even a Joe Rogan. This is someone who, please don't forget, launched his investigation of the Macrons with the help of a self-proclaimed psychic. In fact, one of the women who was sued in France over elements of this is a psychic. And she was sued because a lot of this stuff stemmed from a YouTube video that she did with another lady, partly based on her own psychic impressions. I'm telling you, y'all, this is just a joke. We're talking about psychics here. I'm telling you, that's where some of this shit started. And self-interested fringe pseudo-journalist. And then it got picked up by Candace Owens because she is into titillating conspiracy theories, and she got a hell of a lot of traction from it. She got me taking fucking notes on her series. Damn it. And meanwhile, it's all just...
Yeah, it's the power of repetition. Let me tell you all something. That Xavier Poussard would mean nothing when it comes to her defense. Because he's not a party to the case. Now, the Macrons can mention him in context. You know, maybe this is where she got her idea from, but it doesn't matter. She continued to perpetuate that nonsense on her own accord. Xavier Poussard didn't hold a gun to Candace Owens' head. She can't go in there and just say, well, I was under the influence of this French journalist, and that's it. You know, I didn't know what I was saying. It was my pregnancy. Blame it on the baby. It's the hormones' fault. Candace, all those dumbass excuses you're trying to put out there now will mean nothing in the court of law. That's why you don't want it there. That's why you want them to respond to you in the court of public opinion. See, here's the thing. Emmanuel Macron, Candace, is smarter than you. He's not tending to your nonsense. You're throwing a tantrum on social media. He doesn't give a damn. He's taking you to court. Exactly where this belongs. Because they have scientific evidence to bring. And you have nothing. Running your mouth about this for over a year has led you to this point. And even your candy-ass cult followers will have no effect at all. And think you're going to harass that judge if you want to. I dare you. He'll have people locked the hell up. And it won't even bother him. He's still going to preside over that case. That case will still be heard in the court of law. I don't understand why she just won't prepare her defense. She's already dismantled the whole lack of jurisdiction. She admitted and confirmed she has an LLC registered in the state of Delaware. She has two. Candace Owens LLC, Georgetown Inc. See, here's the part, George, where you could say, dear, can you shut up? But you won't. So I guess you'll be spending your money on lawsuits. I mean, it's your fault as well for not saying anything.
Nothing. It's all just nothing. Meanwhile, Candace Owens, you know, if I were her, I don't know if I would want to be making up fictions or spreading rumors about other people's sex lives behind closed doors or other people's romantic lives, because your husband's got some shit in his closet, does he not, in terms of allegations?
Ooh.
How many people know? I posted about this today on Twitter. I have known about this, the husband thing, for months and months and months. There are rumors, all kinds of credible people I know. There have been rumors forever about the fact that her husband is either gay or bi, and I know they have kids. I'm not denying sex has occurred. And I don't, and that's stuff that I would never repeat, except that I do feel like there's a kind of a lesson here in this, in that Candace is spewing all this stuff all over the place, and I just wonder if her own life would bear up under this kind of not only reflection but distortion, this kind of attention and distortion. Former Breitbart editor Raheem Kassam, prominent conservative, used to co-host a show with Steve Bannon. I don't know if he still does. Breitbart editor, big name, used to work with Turning Point, big name conservative in Great Britain, came out publicly years ago and accused Candace Owens' husband, George Farmer, of sexual assault. That's his words, sexual assault, and of being gay in his words.
You can't make this up. What? What? Why y'all didn't tell me that? Wait a minute. What's his name? Candace, we're looking him up. I'm looking him up right now. What's his name? Y'all, we've been at this for 4 hours. Thank y'all for tuning in. Yep. I'm going to look this up. What's his name? Raheem Kassam. Oh, my goodness. This is priceless. Candace. Raheem Kassam. Am I spelling his name wrong? I thought you knew this already. No, Stacy, I didn't. Oh my God. Is it, how do y'all spell it? How do you spell his last name? Is it K-A? It's not coming up as C-A-S-A-M. Kassam. George Farmer. George. Now, see, I was saying he acts like he's gay, but George, someone is actually accusing you of essaying them. Are you serious? Oh my God. You can't make this up. He actually accused him of essay. Are you for real? And listen, George Farmer is friends with Andrew Tate. You can't make this up. Oh my God. I'm trying to find it. Where's this at? The lies of Andrew Tate. They lied to try to protect Andrew Tate. That's so disgusting. You can't make this up. Hold on. Here it is. Oh, I'm on somebody's Substack. I don't know who this is. Aisling O'Laughlin. O'Laughlin. Oh my God, y'all. I'm on her Substack. What? We got to discuss this. Copy and paste. So y'all can see this too. George. George. I see photos. Raheem J. Kassam, former editor-in-chief in Breitbart News London and former chief advisor to former UK Independence Party, UKIP, leader Nigel Farage accused George Farmer of SA and of being in a sham marriage in 2022 on X. Here's his Twitter. I know more about this world than I care to. Mercer tried to get me to tell Bannon to shut up about populist nationalism. I was the guy who hired Milo at BNN. Farmer has essayed me. Farmer has essayed me. Assaulted me. Candace blocked me for calling her sham marriage out. I know this from all angles. Defend the U.S. Constitution. Her marriage a sham? Now you have lost me. Well, when your husband is a homosexual, that makes for a difficult marriage. But if you support that kind of thing, I'm happy to lose you. What? Ah! I think that be real. Who? What the heck am I looking at? Who is this? Tristan and Andrew. This Andrew Tate at Super Club in London. Is that the boys' club that they speak about? Oh no! The story seems to have died down, but online questions died online. I have died down online, but questions surrounding the sexuality of Andrew Tate remain. He's made no secret of his contempt for the female of the species. He's told anyone who will listen that sex for him is just a power play that inevitably ends in tears for the woman and injuries if she dares answer back. So it's fair to ask, is Andrew Tate really gay if he hates women so much? Here he is looking super camp at the Super Club in London in May 2012. Once a gay bingo night, Andrew Tate meet George Farmer at the Super Club or a similar gathering. They both seem to share a penchant for exclusive dining experiences. What the hell? What am I seeing? Oh my God, this dude said he essayed him. Y'all, George, you is just a sinister little man. And the fact that Candace goes out her way to lie for Andrew Tate, who was charged, you can't make this up. I mean, they go out the way. Look at this photo. That's a photo of George Farmer and Andrew Tate right there. Why are you going out your way to defend that? It's so weird. You can't make this stuff up. Oh my God. Okay. Now that we've seen it. Oh my God. Hey Juju, what's going on? It's an arranged marriage. Yo, we have some actual evidence George is gay and it's something else. Your candy ass is in shock. Somebody needs to check him. I'll check on him. Bye, Felicia. You can't. The Tate brothers. Oh, the biggest 100% gay skeleton. Oh my good Lord. Why was George? Here's the question of the day. Why was George let go from Turning Point UK in 2019? What happened with that? That's a good question. If it had anything to do with this so-called essay, that would be a good reason for them to fire him. And not really, depending on what ranking you are, he was considered a chairman. Sometimes they give the higher ranking people the opportunity to leave with some dignity, even though he shouldn't have any if he go around essaying men. But they give him a chance. Okay, I'll give you a chance to leave on your own, or we can fire you and make this embarrassing for you. So they give you an opportunity to pick and choose. You can't make this up. C-Star said I looked it up. So we finally know who the real fake and gay person in Candace's life is. Candace, everything is fake and gay because you talking about the man in your household, girl. Candace married that man for money. 18 days, y'all engaged. A few months later, y'all married. Oh, I would love to interview Raheem. If he would want to interview with me, yes, I would. I sure would. I would interview him. You can't make this up. Oh, I'm gonna reach out to him on Twitter and see if he'll take our interview. This is insane. I'm just still floored at this photo that I'm looking at. Who is this Tristan person? I've never heard of that Tristan person at all. and people find it so hard to believe that their marriage could be a sham. They got engaged in 18 days over a video. Why would that be difficult to believe? She took Charlie's credit card and booked tickets to go to Turning Point UK. In 18 days, she was engaged to George Farmer. I mean, oh no. The idea of that being a possibility is so far-fetched, but her saying that someone was born a man because they look like a man, and that's it. Oh, and because blue and yellow Egyptian planes, something about joint military operation trainings. Yep, the French did it. They're involved. In the death of Charlie Kirk. You can't, they'll take that all day. They won't even question it twice or once. You can't make this up. Andrew and Tristan Tate's brothers. They're brothers. So Tristan Tate is his brother. They're like actual brothers with the same mother, same father brothers. I don't think I've ever seen Tristan Tate. These are brothers here. Why is he wearing this Joker hat? What is that about? He's got a mask. He just pulled it up. I guess he wants everybody to see him with a mask. Who's getting whipped? Yeah, it's one of those little whips you use when you into BDSM type thing. You guys see this? This is a whip that you use for BDSM. Those two clowns are brothers. I can't believe it. His full name, Christopher Tate. Is it? Oh my God. Where did they get Tristan from? They sued Milk Bar. Why are they suing Milk Bar? They would sue somebody. You can't make this up. Yeah, they probably had an S&M party. See, you can't have BDSM party. Yep, that's a BDSM party. This is insane. I've never seen. I didn't know he had a brother. I've never seen. They don't even look alike. Maybe it's the mask. I don't know. They don't look like me, but yeah, I got you. Same mother, same father, brothers. Man, and then I hear mask on and a BDSM whipping chain. Like, why? Y'all see who's the men in the background? I wish I could zoom in on this. I can't. Y'all see back there in the background, the men in the background? They're all wearing masks. He got this weird tattoo on his shoulder. Like it looks like everybody needs a shower. It looks weird in there. You can't make this stuff up. And they think that this is legit. We're good with this. And she's so like, I'm just gonna go whatever and just don't care. Like she saw like 224 million. Yeah, we're good with that. So Nathan Livingston of Milk Bar TV has pinpointed a series of lies where Candace Owens has covered up for Andrew Tate. Is that why he's suing him? Because he pointed out the lies? How does he think that's going to go in court? They not think about this? They just think that they're going to get their way. Because he's not thinking like, okay, this is, if there's evidence and proof of me lying, there's charges, all these things, evidence, I hear documentation that supports Milk Bar, plus Milk Bar is a journalist, and Andrew Tate is a public figure. Guess what? You're subjected to criticism. Didn't Candace Owens say the same thing about Erica Kirk being the CEO of Turning Point USA? She has to accept all this criticism coming her way, even though Candace is not criticizing Turning Point. She's making false allegations against them. She's accusing them of a cover-up regarding Charlie Kirk's death, saying that they're mismanaging money and can't say what they did that was illegal or unethical regarding anything with money. Turning Point asking for donations is not a matter of a violation of ethics. It is common practice. They're a nonprofit organization, so if they ask for donations, that's not weird. It's not illegal, and they're not violating any code of ethics. If you don't want to send them money, then don't send them money. It's that simple. How is that somehow unethical? The fact that a clown did a video and didn't even look up the definition of endowment, and then she plays this on her channel like they're doing something wrong financially. That's some buffoonery nonsense to me. But she could have just researched what an endowment is. She didn't do it. So when she has the opportunity to look up the truth and to get facts and evidence on something, she doesn't. She would rather it be sensationalized than for it to be factual, because factual is boring. That's why her dumb bots and her candy asses keep coming in here talking about, oh, she gets these many viewers and you have this, because I'm not lying through my teeth. I'm not here for the entertainment of it. I mean, I'm here I can make it entertaining, but I'm here to debunk it. So, of course, my video debunking Wolves in Finance and Candace about the endowment didn't get millions of views, but it's still based on factual information and research. While they're sensationalizing BS as if they can't invest in what they want to invest in. You can't make this up.
conservative, used to co-host a show with Steve Bannon. I don't know if he still does. Breitbart editor, big name, used to work with Turning Point, big name conservative in Great Britain, came out publicly years ago and accused Candace Owens' husband, George Farmer, of sexual assault. That's his words, sexual assault, and of being gay in his words.
Yep, his words.
I've heard all of these rumors all over the place for years from all kinds of people who don't want to go on record, and nor should they. I don't care. I don't give a shit. You know, and before they got married, but Candace and her husband are on record as saying this. He proposed 17 days after they met. They never had one romantic moment or romantic conversation or anything like that. Didn't even have a date. Mostly just talked online, which is fine. People do that. And then he proposed 17 days later. And he said he was just drawn to her power or whatever. Well, maybe so. But can you imagine if the shoe were on the other foot and Candace Owens was analyzing her own marriage? Wouldn't she say that there was some weird stuff? This isn't normal, guys. Guys, this is not normal. Guys, this is not normal.
Exactly.
As Christ said in the New Testament, in the Gospels, you better worry about the board in your own eye before you start making up stories about the speck in someone else's eye, to paraphrase.
Mm-hmm.
I know what a big Christian Candace Owens is. She's got that crucifix in the background. And she posts.
I don't even know she's Christian at this point. She just talks about praying to the rosary and that's it. Candace is more to that than, praying to a rosary to be a Christian. You have to stop lying. Thou shalt not bear false witness against your neighbor. Thou shalt not lie. You can change up that commandment all you want. At the end of the day, it's still telling you to stop lying. Can't make this up.
Pictures of herself with priests a lot. But, if you look at Candace Owens' background, and by the way, I take no pleasure in this and have gone a long time without ever talking about it, despite being very concerned about what Candace Owens has been doing. Because just like anyone else, I wouldn't want someone talking about the most embarrassing moments in my history or whatever. But I want to remind people that Candace Owens began, 10 years ago, maybe a little more, as a far left progressive blogger, commentator, what have you. And I don't want to get into it more. She has some unsavory things in her past in terms of private, personal legal disputes and stuff she's been in or whatever. I don't know, maybe justified. But she started out as a leftist progressive commentator, trying to be a commentator. And then what happened was she decided that she was going to start basically a doxing site. It was going to be called Social Autopsy. You can look all this up. Social Autopsy. And it was a way basically to dox. It was a site that would dox, provide the identity, name, address, location, whatever, of people who supposedly were engaging in online harassment. In other words, if someone is attacking you, you feel like being mean to you on Twitter, then this site is going to help you find out who exactly that is, and then you can know what their address is and all that, whatever. Well, she ended up, Candace Owens.
And what you gonna do with their address? Because if you show up at their house, they have the right to defend their home. So Candace is advocating for you to, it's like another Umar Johnson. The ops got to pull up and all of that. And then you get your ass shot. Then what? Because the police will be waiting for you. You turn around the corner of some of these neighborhoods. Some of these people, I had a whole neighborhood waiting for you to show up. You dox them, they're going to have a whole neighborhood waiting for you to show up. You can't play like that with everybody, Candace. You got people, I won't even play around with it. They'll call the police and they'll make sure you go down. You get somebody's address for what? What other than just putting it out there? People don't do that unless they're planning to use it. Yeah, okay. The many police officers, SWAT officers, wherever else that could be waiting with weapons will be awaiting you. And people will defend their home turf. They're going to defend their families, their property, their person. You see how dangerous this stuff can be? Now someone just got shot in the ass and because of Candace Owens and her social autopsy.
Ended up getting called out for this, obviously. And so it happened to be apparently the case that
kids would be doxxed. Exactly.
There were some right-wing accounts that actually agreed with her in some kind of maybe free speech way or something. I don't know. And then Candace had what she herself has described as an overnight conversion to the right-wing perspective. She says that it was overnight. She just saw the light overnight and realized the right was right and the left was wrong. And then she started putting out videos as red-pilled black. That was the title of the videos, Red Pilled Black. And this is actually how I first started to learn about Candace, because I used to watch her videos in the old days. In the old days, Candace was doing what I'm doing in terms of basically doing videos from her bedroom, right? And she went by Red Pilled Black, and she would dress, very casually and stuff, like more casually than I'm looking right now. And she would just go on these Candace rants, and they were less polished in those days. They were more like, you know what I'm saying? And she would just go on these Candace rants, right-wing rants. And a number of them were very interesting, and some of them I found really compelling at the time, whatever. Obviously, I can't deny she's smart. I can't deny that she's got a great raw engine there, right? And that's part of why she's so good at fooling people, because people think,
Candace, you're not smart. You're just deceptive. That's it. She just understands the art of deception. Whatever this power George is drawn into, George, it could be a demon. Have you ever thought about this, spirit of Jezebel? You claim to read the Bible. She claims that dead people are coming to her in a vision. The Bible refers to that as an unfamiliar spirit. It calls that witchcraft. That's not something I would harper on if I were her. Like to sit here and to say, as a Christian, someone who's deceased is coming to me in a vision, when the Bible is clear on what that is referred to as. Then why would you keep saying it? It goes against the scripture, and you claim to be a Christian. You thunkhead. And George is not questioning this at all. In no time he goes to confession does he ever say, I'm concerned my wife is having visions with a dead man that was not her husband. That's a problem for me. I mean, what am I to do with that? We've got 4 kids. How do I get out of this? Like, he's not asking any of those questions to confessions.
She can't be that smart. She can't be that polished. She can't come off as professionally as she does, but also be that wrong or that crazy or that scheming. And the fact is, sometimes, occasionally, yes, it can be that way. And then that's how she got involved with Turning Point, because if you'll remember at that point, this was when, talking 10 years ago around then, this was when there were very, very few publicly right-wing Black voices out there. So Turning Point picked her up, and she met Charlie Kirk, and she started working with them for a while and became friends with Kanye West and all of that. Then she went to work for the Daily Wire, and then the Daily Wire got sick of all of her anti-Israel stuff and the conspiracy theories. Now, how much of that was justified, how much of it wasn't, I don't know. Despite what people think, I'm not a Zionist. I don't know what the hell I think about what's going on in that part of the world, and I don't cover it on my channel generally. But maybe to a degree, she got fired from the Daily Wire because of the anti-Israeli sentiment, and maybe to a degree it was because they saw, maybe even behind the scenes, that she was about to go deep into conspiracy cuckoo land, as she has done. So it turns out in hindsight that the Daily Wire, it seems, made the right call in getting rid of her. And then that's how she's ended up here, and she started her show.
Yep.
So it's been a checkered history, not saying there's anything wrong with it per se, but I think that people look at her and they see someone who is so attractive, so polished, so well put together, so articulate, so calm, confident sounding, all of this, and so obviously intelligent in a raw intelligence kind of way. And they think she couldn't be like this if she were deep into conspiracy cuckoo la la land. I just have to say that, yes, she could, and I believe she is. And a lot of people aren't going to like me saying that, but it's more than anything else, it is just a matter of conscience with me, really, because I just feel like we're at this point now where at least some eyes are opening to how bizarre this is. I feel like Candace has finally jumped the shark. She's finally gone too far.
Oh, man.
And some people now, their minds are open. They've cracked open at least a window, and some people are paying attention too, who've just been shrugging this off as not important, or, oh yeah, it's crazy Candace again, or whatever. And they're like, no, this is actually like weird and serious, and it's problematic that this has become such a powerful narrative in our society, and it's taking up so much space. And so I feel like now is the time for people like me who have been paying attention, who have felt like something has been wrong for a while, to go ahead and step up and say what we think here. So I hope you'll get this, receive it as it's intended, and I am going to have more content coming out along these lines coming up in the next several days. So thank you so much, everyone who has followed me and supported me. My links are below.
Ooh,
Holiday tips always appreciated. My PayPal, and more to come.
Yeah, this is she did an update.
Just advertised how stupid you are. So a ton of reaction continues to my announcement that I'm going to start covering Candace Owens. I'm going to do a series, Becoming Candace, looking into her history and then the claims of recent years and the controversy and the lawsuit. So I have gotten a bunch of comments. I don't think that I've ever generated this much strong emotion before, even with some of the other situations that I've covered, even Johnny Depp, Amber Heard. I never want to make the mistake of taking a small minority of people on Twitter, X, and then based on that, making any kind of pronouncement about people who hold particular opinions. But I will say that this is probably the highest level of outrage that I have ever generated. And then, of course, there are a ton of people who are cheering me on as well. But it has taken me by surprise for sure. And I've never gotten so many comments on my nose, like I said, as I've been getting recently. And some of the messages are hilarious, unintentionally hilarious, and some of them are a little bit on the scary side. So I'm going to show you some examples here. Okay, so this comment, this person says, the last name, and I like to imagine a really pretentious tone of voice to go along with this, some kind of like idiotic asshole who doesn't know that they're an idiot, right?
Going on her
the
last
name Kurtz is primarily of German and Jewish Ashkenazic origin. No wonder. In other words,
no, and people have the right to criticize Candace Owens. The end. The end. The damn end. Candace Owens is not God. She chose to be a public figure, and people will criticize her. The damn end. You don't have to like it. Kick rocks. It's that simple. Their Lord and Savior can't be criticized and have a series about her, but she could do it about a world leader's wife with no evidence. Kick rocks. I'm all for Colonel Kurtz. Let's go. People are going to say dumb things. They're sitting here trying to break down her last name. I find that to be hilarious. It doesn't stop the series, though. You're saying no wonder? No wonder I'm still doing it? Yep, I'm still doing it. Okay, what the hell? I can guarantee you Candace does not pay Rosita's bills. If Rosita is a real account. What Candace is doing, more than likely, is paying a bunch of bots to push this narrative. Because when you're that conspiratorial and you have zero evidence, people are going to come out and start debunking you. Then you have to have a counter for that. So you get your cult members and your bots to do the work for you because she refuses to just Google and read information. There's no way to combat the truth and the evidence that people like myself are putting out and debunking in real time. Colonel Kurtz wants to go out and do a whole series. That's called free speech and expression. To say she shouldn't try, you're out of your mind. And we don't care if you know the law or not. You're about to understand it the hard way. You can learn along with Candace as she goes to her court hearings. It's up to you. But she is subjected to criticism. Oh, yes, she is. Oh, I love this. This is going to be awesome.
They're saying is, oh, we got you. Your last name Kurtz, Ashkenazi Jew. You're Jew. No wonder you're criticizing Candace Owens, because there could not be any legitimate reasons to criticize her otherwise. I mean, her theories are just so absolutely airtight, and her conduct up to this point so beyond any kind of reproach that you would have to basically be a Mossad agent to have questions about what they're doing. So I know I was a little too mean here. I said, you just advertised how stupid you are. Colonel Kurtz is a character from the...
No, that's not mean. You got they're bots. They have no feelings or emotions. Cult members are brainwashed, so they're not really thinking. You have to get to a point. This is social media. This is social media. I'm not even saying you gotta go at it, because I've gotten racial slurs in my comments. And I still say, okay, well, you say the same thing about me as a black woman. You're saying the same thing about Candace Owens. And to the point where the candy ass is literally confirmed yesterday in the live that there is no evidence. And then they said R word. The same thing Candace Owens is. That's exactly what she is. Because there is no evidence. See, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So, Candace, you're about to find out. You gander. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. You're no exception to this, Candace Owens. You're not God. You don't pay anybody's bills. You won't even help half these people out if they were to be sued right along with you. You will leave them high and dry. Colonel Kurtz, go for it. Let them leave their comments. It's social media. They're going to say things to try to be deterrent. They want to deter you from talking about it. That's why I still get this copy and paste comments. They're not even being creative at this point. Why are you talking about her? Why are you hating on her? Terms they can't define. I don't give a damn. I'm going to keep doing it. Because they need to debunk me with facts and evidence. Candace can't even file a motion to dismiss without literally defeating her own defense. Lack of jurisdiction, Candace. You can't go to court now saying that because you confirmed your LLCs are registered in Delaware. Because she doesn't know how the law works either. So let them say what they're going to say, Colonel. Do your series. We're here for it.
Coppola film, Apocalypse Now. Did you think I was a colonel too? Now, in all fairness, I know that most people have not seen Apocalypse Now, nor do I look down on people who have not yet had the blessed opportunity to watch Apocalypse Now. It's a very artsy film. I'll say this. Don't go in expecting Top Gun. Colonel Kurtz, yes, is a character in that film. And I don't expect everybody to know that or most people to know that. But for this person to see my name, to see Colonel Kurtz, and for it not to click that, I don't know, maybe this woman, this is not her real name. She's probably not a colonel. It sounds a little strange. Maybe it's a character. For this person to actually think that my last name was Kurtz and then to lecture me in this like condescending, pedantic tone, it's really hilarious. And again, no, I don't think this is representative of Candace supporters as a whole. Absolutely not. Now, on the truly
you'd be surprised. They come to my chat by the thousands, girl. You'd be surprised. They come back because they know that I'm just gonna say whatever. No, you can't cater to the cannon fodder. You can't do that. Can't do that. Candace knows she has no evidence. She knows she's screwed. That's why she keeps acting out, throwing a tantrum on social media. She wants them to take this to the court of public opinion. Nope. But you'd be amazed at her supporters that actually are that nasty and disgusting and deplorable. You'll be amazed. Because they're trying to defend her when they're not obligated to do that, and they don't produce facts to do that. So they're, more so going on their feelings and emotions. Something that facts, laws, and evidence don't give a damn about. So when she says it, oh yeah, that's right. Facts don't care about your feelings. But she doesn't take heed to that. Candace, facts don't care about your feelings or your bots or your candy gas cult members. It just doesn't. You see, what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Bizarre and slightly disturbing side, we have this text. This person was retweeting my announcement about my Becoming Candace series. And they write, breaking, Carnival Trailer Jew. I have no idea what that means. What?
What is that?
Y'all can help me out in the comments. I'm sorry, we don't talk about these types of things growing up in East Texas, Southern Baptist world, Bible Belt world. We just don't have these kinds of conversations. What is a Carnival Trailer Jew? But it says Carnival Trailer Jew. And of course, everybody's assuming, right, that I'm Jewish again because apparently my nose. Carnival Trailer Jew uses mass media to declare.
Yeah, based on looks, the superficial stuff. They look at Brigitte Macron and they say she looks like a man, so she must be born one. They go on looks. They're the most superficial people ever. Yeah, I get to generalize that because I get the majority of her supporters say that. But when it comes to anything else, it doesn't matter how people look. No. That's how you think 24/7. Don't be hypocritical to it now. And I encourage them to look up the definition of the word hypocrisy.
As many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. Oh my God.
What?
I certainly am not endorsing or promoting or asking for.
Is that a death threat?
But anyway, something about Antichrist, image of the beast should be killed. Her first target is Candace Owens. And then we've got some scripture here, very helpful. Revelation 13:15. I need to look this up. And it says Greek word 1504, image equals icon 365 minus 1504 equals day 322. Of course it does. Yeah, so my response to that, let me know when the hell doll kicks in. Anyways.
What is that? Why are you weaponizing the scripture to send a death threat to somebody? You see how blasphemous that is? That is high-level blasphemy. You sent a scripture to actually send a death threat to someone? You're weaponizing the Bible to try to justify an online death threat. It's disgusting. That is how her supporters are. Let's be honest about this. This is 90% of Candace Amber Owens' farmers' supporters. Death threats and cyber crimes, doxing, cyber harassment, stalking, bullying. They don't care. Mostly bots, I guess. I don't know. Sending scripture to try to justify an online death threat. But then they would cry like a punk if they would be reported to the FBI for that. Candace, you're a coward. When are you filing that formal complaint to the FBI again? You know, because of that so-called assassination you say is out here on your head from the Macrons that are suing you in court. When are you going to file that formal complaint to the FBI and show proof of that? And I mean a confirmation as well as a copy of that text message you sent to that FBI agent. We'll wait. Post it up, Candace. Show your supporters how big, bad, bold you are. Fucking coward.
So I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say about all of that. But I do want to give you some updates on this. So I'm already working on part 1, and I'm working with someone who knew Candace a long time ago back in the day. And for those of you expecting this to be some kind of really heavily biased hit piece, you might be surprised. I'm going to go where it goes, but like this guy, he has a good thing to say about his experiences with Candace. What is concerning to me so far about her early years in the public eye, is that she's had such wide ideological swings, and one that she even admits occurred overnight. Again, not saying that can't happen, but I'm just trying to give a fuller picture of this person. So you'll be the judge of it, and you'll get very quickly with the first episode a sense of how I'm approaching things. Some of you have said, who the fuck are you? I mean, I've gotten those comments too, because I've been getting a lot of new attention with this, but some people are absolutely perplexed as to why this nobody is going to try to do a series on Candace Owens. And again,
because she can do that. She's an independent journalist, and it is what it is. And Candace is not above reproach. The end. It's that simple. She did all of this on a world leader's wife, to which she has no ties or connections to at all, and sensationalized the hell out of it. People are tired of Candace Owens lying. I'm not here to sway cult members and bots. I'm here to put out facts. And I support Colonel Kurtz doing this. Because what's good for the goose is good for the gander. The end. She can do it.
And it's because nobody else is doing it. I don't hold myself up as some great paragon of virtue. I can just tell you right now that if you're looking to me to be some exemplar of anything, then you're going to be disappointed. But if you are interested in getting a much fuller picture of Candace Owens and who she is, and talking about some of, I see, the really significant flaws in the work that she's been doing recently, and also if you're interested in looking at the Macron lawsuit and exploring that and talking about which aspects of it I think are legit and which I don't, it's, if any of that is interesting to you, then hop on board.
Yeah, do your
all right.
thing, girl.
And I want to say one more thing. I may have been flying under the radar for a number of you who don't know who I am, but I have been out here on YouTube and various other platforms now for almost 5 years, covering some really, really thorny situations and really controversial situations. And so this ain't my first rodeo. And I have, especially with my coverage of the Marilyn Manson Me Too hoax, the craziest and most extensive Me Too type hoax of the last at least 10 years or so. But what I have been through with that and covering that, and the threats I've gotten, and the things that people have done over the years. Anyway, point is, I have been through all of it. And so I am not going to be deterred by comments about my nose.
Good.
It's not. It's
very
just
good. Don't be deterred, honey. Because bots and cult members are going to be bots and cult members all day. We're not here to deter them. Why in the hell do they think they get to sit here and go on a mission to deter someone else? But they don't want to sit here and holler free speech when it comes to Candace Owens. Read the First Amendment and then come back at me. Because these are the same people that have no legal understanding of it. I feel nothing when I say these things about them either. They can take it as, oh, you're hurting their feelings, or you're being cruel, you're being harsh. No, I'm being blunt. Because people are catching death threats. So they can kick rocks. Kiss my ass. I don't really care.
Not going to do it. And you can look into my background, and you can look into the work that I've done, and you can see that I have not only not taken any kind of firm position on the Israeli-Palestinian controversy and the war and all of that, other than to say, of course, it's horrible to see images of horrible things happening, right? And this is a messed up, fucked up world. And I'm irate at God for creating it and putting us in this situation. But beyond that, I really don't have any opinions, anything solid related to this controversy. And you can look through, I've done 2 or 3 videos over the past 5 years where I've talked about what happened in October.
Even if she did, she has a right to her opinion. That's part of free speech and expression. She has the right to her opinion. I give mine too. But when I have to give facts and evidence and information, I give that. And I drop the resources in the chat. I put it in the description of the videos so people can read and research for themselves as well. That's it. It's that simple. She has the right to give her opinion.
And the terrorist attacks and then the war. And you're just going to be so disappointed if you're looking for some kind of really biased extreme position or anything approaching Zionism or a pro-Palestinian perspective. So, you can have at it, but there ain't nothing there. What I am is someone who has just gotten tired of seeing Candace Owens more or less go unchallenged. I know she's being sued, yes, but I do think that in a lot of ways, Candace Owens might be the modern day Joe McCarthy. And look, I know that there's some people on the right actually who argue that Joseph McCarthy was right. I don't want to get into that right now. I do disagree. But through most of modern American history, Joseph McCarthy has represented the quintessential witch hunt. Yep. And he basically was allowed to run wild in the Senate and drag people before his committee and excoriate them and berate them on TV at times. There were people who even committed suicides because of how just stressful this whole process was and what McCarthy was doing. And I just see, I'm not saying it's exactly the same, and I don't want to get into a historical discussion here, but what I am saying is that I think I see so far so much of that in Candace Owens. And I don't know if she's aware.
Yeah, McCarthyism, that was a thing. Candyism, we can go there. McCarthyism and Candyism, one of the same. The only difference is one came from a white man, the other one is coming from a black woman. The end. Candyism and McCarthyism. It's 2 peas in the pot.
Or not, or it's intentional, or it's unconscious. But I just know that there is something insidious and there is something increasingly problematic about what is going on with her and what she is doing with her platform. I'm not saying it should be censored or anything like that. I'm not arguing that YouTube should yank her or suspend her or demonetize, nothing like that. But in the marketplace of ideas, if she's going to be out there full force putting her batshit ideas out there, then some of us with smaller channels, I think it's not too much to ask for you all to put up with some of us then looking at it for ourselves and coming to our own conclusions and doing our own research on it. And yes, taking a look at Candace. Because when you go out on the kind of limbs that she's gone out on and you're accusing either explicitly or implicitly people and organizations of the most nefarious things, and you are promoting these vast, crazy conspiracies linking Israel with France and possibly with our own government, but maybe not, because she also is asking
blue and yellow Egyptian planes. I mean, joint military operations, our U.S. military, in not even being specific about that. Something called Club d'Assault. And who knows? Some French female assassin. Hating Australia because they banned her dumbass. Like, we can keep going. We can keep going. People are catching death threats. I'm still irritated at the fact that someone just sent a death threat to her with a scripture, weaponizing the Bible to try to justify an online death threat because she wants to talk about Candace Owens as if she's God. It is absolutely blasphemous. It's disgusting. What?
For the government's help, but who really knows? Consistency isn't important here, right? But she's going to take this vast conspiracy, this I believe fictional conspiracy, and she's going to get millions of views pushing it out there for everyone. And we're not allowed to look into her biography. We're not allowed to look at her credibility, to assess her credibility. We're not allowed to do that. I'm not allowed to speak critically of her. Give me a break.
You are.
And as one of those who challenged Joe McCarthy famously said, have you no decency, sir? At long last, have you no decency? So I hope you understand where I'm coming from with what I'm about to get into. You can look at videos that I've done the last few days where I explain it in greater detail and my feelings at this point and thoughts about Candace Owens. But I'm going to do this. I'm going out on this limb, and I appreciate your support. And as always, this just drives people crazy too. They say, oh, you're such a grifter. It just drives them crazy when I mention the tip jar. It just drives them crazy.
Tell them to define the word grifter. They can't do it. They can't define the words hate, evidence, truth, fact, grifter, First Amendment, law, Constitution, red, green, yellow, brown. Like they can't define it. It's concepts they don't understand. Basic stuff.
Why is it? Can I ask you a question, everyone out there? Why is it that it's not a grift and it's okay when Candace Owens goes out there and spends she unspools the craziest, most extreme conspiracy theories, and she has millions of views on her YouTube and she's monetized and she's making all this money? How is that not a grift? But when I scrape up,
and she's got sponsors as well. Let's not forget the fact it's called the cult. She has a cult. It's a cult following. They believe whatever she says. They don't read or research. More words they can't define. It is an absolute cult. They don't care if she's telling them that the world is about to end tomorrow. If she was one of those ones that was sitting here talking about the rapture, they would believe that. You would have a whole issue on your hands, because if Candace Owens went out here and said, yeah, the rapture is about to happen tomorrow, they were like, oh, we got to get ready for the rapture. Candace said so. Candace just reported the rapture is happening tomorrow. They would go with it. They don't care. Candace is a total grifter. Exactly, Francisco. She could go out here. She could be the one saying the rapture is going to start next week. And people would literally give up their lives, their jobs, their homes, probably families, kids, sell whatever they can to brace for the rapture. That was a whole issue going on right away. But if Candace were to say that, people wouldn't look to the Bible and read scripture about signs of a rapture from God. Nope. If Candace Owens said the rapture is going to happen on December 12th, and it's going to be a 9/11 style type of rapture, people would just brace themselves for this rapture. They wouldn't go back to the word of God to see, this can't be right. This is not how the Bible says the rapture would come. Nope. They would just go with it. They would say, yeah, okay, we believe Candace. Candace said the rapture is going to happen December 12th. I guess we all got to get ready. Is that what she needs to say for people to start thinking twice? Because, I mean, honestly, that's what it's going to come to. She's going to have to say something like the rapture is going to happen on December 12th, people. We're not even going to make it to Christmas. And then maybe some of these people start snapping out of it because they'll be like, wait, what? She's really crazy now. No. Get ready for your rapture. It might come in the form of a red punch in a cup. You may have to drink something first before you get raptured. The rapture happened December 12th, but you may have to drink this red punch first. Okay? You may have to go to this facility. There's this pack of cookies and this red juice that you're going to have to drink. Add water to it. It'll be in a little pouch. You add water to it. You have to drink that first, and then you'll feel that rapture coming. That's what's going to have to say to for her to, for people to like really see this girl has lost her mind. She's saying the rapture is going to happen December 12th. And we got to first eat these special cookies and drink this red punch. It's going to come in a pouch with powder, add water and stir. And then we'll feel this rapture experience. That's what it's going to take for people to like start snapping there. They don't sound right. Yeah, no. Candace said the rapture is going to happen. Go with that. Can't make this up. Eat that cookie and drink that red juice. More than likely to be in a little powder. She might sell them as kits in her book club. Oh yeah, we're going all the way there. So it might be like these packages in her book club, where she's gonna say, "Hey, you guys order these kits for your rapture experience, and make sure you get one for every member in your family. They're $4.99, and it's like 2 cookies, and it's gonna be a red powder substance. All you have to do is add cold water and stir. And on December 12th at 6:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, because she lives in Tennessee, you guys are going to eat those cookies And make sure you stir up that that powder stuff in cold water in a cup. Make sure it's in a glass cup because you can't put it in a styrofoam cup. And drink it up, and then you'll start to feel that rapture. Let it overtake you. You're gonna get this warm, fuzzy feeling. Then you're gonna get this chill down your spine type feeling. That's the start of the rapture. Candace is gonna have to say all of that for people to stop. That's why I said no. It's on Utah time. No, it's Utah time. Candace is going to have to say that in order to get 20% of her base to start thinking twice. Like, wait a minute. 20%. No, it won't even be half. It'd just be like 20% of them to start questioning. Just done lost some mind today. She's telling us to order this $4.99 starter kit for the rapture that's happening on December 12th. And to eat these 2 cookies and to stir up this red powder into cold water in a glass cup because we can't use a styrofoam for some reason. Because you can't use a styrofoam cup for some reason. Yeah, as soon as Diane said add ice cubes. Add some ice cubes. And the rapture is going to start at 6 p.m. Utah time. Because, her time is nothing like this earth. It's not khaki. It's not real time. It's Utah time. Okay? 6 p.m. Utah time. And then that's when the rapture is going to start for Candace Owens and the Candy Asses. All of them. Except the bots, because they're not real. You can't make this stop. That's what's going to happen. The bots aren't real. They're not going to feel that rapture. But the Candy Asses, humans, mere mortals. Yeah, no. Eat them 2 cookies. Get that red punch powder. Put it in that glass cup with some ice cubes. And stir that bad boy up with some cold water. 6 p.m. Utah time, December 12th. The rapture is going to start for Candace Owens and the Candy Asses and her cult members. She'll have to go there and say all of that just to get people to think twice. That is how crazy they stuck on this conspiratorial nonsense. That's how far gone some of them are. It had to take something that extreme where it's like your life might be in danger for you to come back to the fold. Or at least just use a little common sense and ask some questions. Why December 12th, Candace? What the hell is going on? This is it. You got to go all the way there. Go full insanity if you're going to go there. Be full insane. Why not? Good Lord. That's why, Colonel Kurtz, don't worry. You get a thumbs up. Don't worry about it, girl. Do your documentary series. And when people come to you, say, hey, there's a kit you can order on her website for $4.99. It doesn't matter if I'm telling the truth or not. Whether or not this is real is how I feel about it.
For when my followers, God bless them, scrape up $25 in a tip jar now and again. That's just a grift. Such a grift. Give me a break. Anyway, my links are below, and I want to take us out here at the end with a little bit of Edward R. Murrow, who famously went up against McCarthy in the media at that time. Stay tuned, everybody.
Earlier, the senator asked, upon what meat does this our Caesar feed? Had he looked 3 lines earlier in Shakespeare's Caesar, he would have found this line, which is not altogether inappropriate. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves. No one familiar with the history of his country can deny that congressional committees are useful. It is necessary to investigate before legislating. But the line between investigating and prosecuting is a very fine one, and the junior senator from Wisconsin has stepped over it repeatedly. His primary achievement has been in confusing the public mind as between the internal and the external threats of communism. We must not confuse dissent with disloyalty. We must remember always that accusation is not proof, and that conviction depends upon evidence and due process of law.
Yes.
We will not walk in fear one of another. We will not be driven by fear into an age of unreason if we dig deep in our history and our doctrine. And remember that we are not descended from fearful men. not from men who feared to write, to speak, to associate, and to defend causes that were for the moment unpopular. This is no time for men who oppose Senator McCarthy's methods to keep silent, or for those who approve. The actions of the junior senator from Wisconsin have caused alarm and dismay amongst our allies abroad, and given considerable comfort to our enemies. And whose fault is that? Not really his. He didn't create this situation of fear, he merely exploited it, and rather successfully.
Yeah.
Cassius was right. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves. Good night, and good luck.
Yo, can y'all say that was so good? Candace, what that shows is that members of the free press, true journalists, are going to put your ass in check every single time you lie. You're not asking questions. You're not giving room for even thought to occur, reasonable, logical thought to occur. You're making false allegations that are landing you in court. And just as much as you think Erica Kirk deserves to be criticized for being the CEO of Turning Point, you're going to be criticized for being the public leader you claim to be in another lawsuit that you lost. You're going to catch it. And the truth will prevail. It's not going to come from you. You sit here, you withhold facts and evidence, information that could give context to things you say, and you do it intentionally and willfully. That doesn't go without consequence when it comes from people who simply want the truth to be told. So no, don't expect members of the free press, independent journalists, and those who do seek the truth to stay silent on you. Because just like McCarthyism, this Candaceism, whatever you want to call it, Candyism. Yeah, that sounds about right to me. Candyism is becoming dangerous and volatile. People are sending death threats for questioning you like you're God and you're not. It is absolutely blasphemous for someone to send a scripture with an online death threat to someone who considers themselves to be a journalist, for simply asking questions, for saying, I'm reporting on this. They don't have to like it. But God does not appreciate you weaponizing the Bible to wish death upon someone over a mere mortal who didn't die on a cross for your sins and would never do it, even if you gave her all the money to. So we're going to continue to report on her. The candy asses can kick rocks. Kiss my ass. I don't care how you feel, because neither does facts, finding of law, and evidence. This is a matter of truth. And it is going to prevail. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I don't have to script anything. I just speak passionately. That's off the top. People who not just are smart, but they understand the need for people to tell the truth and to be honest and to be bold and courageous. Even as a Christian, to rightly divide the word of truth. You don't have to be fearful of it. And I'm not. Her bots and her cult members run their mouths, and that is all they do. Knuck if you buck. And then I take action from there. You're not going to like it, and Candace Owens will not give two craps. That's it. I appreciate you all, and I'm going to be back tomorrow, and we're going to, I guess, do 2 shows. Oh, God. I can't watch it without you all, so I won't be doing a pre-recorded anything. All of the Candace Owens shows we go over, I have to do it live, because we're going to have a headache. We might as well have it one together. I appreciate you all for tuning in. Hit the like button on the way out. You guys have a great evening. Thank you all so much for your support. 5 hours, 24 minutes. I got to be breaking world records. But if you're going to play back this recording, this live stream, make sure you put it on 1.5 speed. It'll go a lot faster and it'll be a lot funnier. All right. Until the next one, Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.